Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
At this point, the mayor showed a trace of pain on his face. He wiped the tears from his face and continued, "Everyone in the town has gone crazy. Families with children hold their children in their arms all day long, but it's useless. A family was bathing their child at home, and as soon as they turned around to get the soap, the child suddenly disappeared. It was only then that I realized that this was not something that ordinary people could do, so I found fairy tale." Hearing this, Shane had restrained his usual casual mood and his expression began to become serious. Because from the mayor's words, he did not take a simple sea-level task this time. The usual sea-level task is to help solve the monsters that destroy houses and crops, but according to the current situation, the disappearance of these children is very likely related to the Black Wizard. The mayor set the task level to sea level probably because the money in his hand could not afford a higher level wizard. "Mayor, when was the last disappearance?" Shane asked directly. He didn't care about the remuneration. He had sneaked out, and for him, money was always a b********************. If he didn't have enough, he could just kill a few monsters and sell them. It was the night 2 days ago. The mayor wiped his red eyes and asked, "What do you want to do? Do you need my cooperation to do anything? Find me a family without children, and for the rest, just pretend you don't know anything." In the town of Vaughn, Fiori Kingdom, Aslant Continent. Recently, there have been incidents of children disappearing inexplicably here, and Shane, who sneaked out of Fairy Tale, is investigating here at this time. The sun sets and night falls. Because of the continuous disappearances, although it is still early, every house in the town has been locked up, but the lights are on. There is no one walking on the quiet streets, and it is still bright even without street lights. Everyone is afraid that their children will be kidnapped in the dark. But at this moment, a little boy who was only 1 meter tall suddenly appeared on the deserted street, walking and walking, looking very abrupt. Shane, who had already shrunk himself, just ran out of a house through the window. Because it was not clear whether the dark magician in the dark knew of his arrival, in order to be cautious and avoid suspicion, he found a family and pretended to be a child who was suffocating at home and sneaked out to play at night when his parents were not paying attention. Why is this script so familiar? Now the first plan is to lure the snake out of the hole. Little Shane walked to the Digga Lake in the town naturally. He heard that the children in the town liked to play here in the past. He took out a lamp from his backpack and began to lure fish and catch fish like an adult. A breeze blew, the clouds and mist dissipated, and the moon cast a soft and cold light. The woods and grass were covered with a layer of beautiful silver frost, and the shining Gaga Lake embraced the moon in its arms, and the two moons reflected each other between heaven and earth. After waiting for more than an hour, there was still no movement around, and the fish tank was gradually filled with various small fish. However, little Shane continued his performance normally. He packed all the equipment and stuffed it into the backpack, and then walked back happily. Plus, after a while, as the window was gently closed, little Shane returned to his home safely, and the town returned to silence again. Woo woo. Waves of owl calls came from the quiet woods, the clouds slowly drifted by, and the grass technique gradually took off the eye cream under his body. It was a dark and windy night, and the wind was stealing the sky. At this time, a strange shadow suddenly appeared in the town. It kept shuttling between the gaps between the light, avoiding all the light, and finally sneaked into a house quietly. After a while, the black shadow rushed out of the house again, as if nothing had happened, and slowly drifted towards the outside of the town. In the house, a man and a woman suddenly opened their eyes. They looked at the empty space on the bed between them, staring at each other, their eyes full of fear. "Honey, what was that just now?" The woman's lips trembled, obviously frightened. They just saw a living person being pulled into the shadows. "I don't know, but it's definitely related to the missing children in the town. The man licked his dry lips and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then, what should we do now? Should we go talk to Mayor Lao Shi? Idiot. Have you forgotten what the mayor said? We should not do anything now. But, if we are discovered, we should not be retaliated against, right? The man was speechless for a moment, and his face became ugly. Why do they need so many children, and they specifically want those without awakened magic? Karam bit off a piece of fish meat and looked at his partner with a little meaning in his eyes. Although I have heard that some nobles like to play something different before, the price they offer seems to be a bit too high. Is it going well? Go to hell, you little brat. He looked at the tender face in front of him, nodded, and said with an evil smile, very good. This is a very thin man, who looks like a stick. He has a shoehorn face, a long hooked nose and slender eyes hanging on his face. He is not a good person at first glance, and looks like a villain. Tears in my eyes, I'm begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers. Thank you for your support. You seem to be talking about something very interesting just now, can you tell me in detail? Shane, who had returned to his original appearance, was holding a white magic ball in one hand, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The whole person hit the rock wall with a loud noise. Karam, you are back. Suddenly 10 gloomy voices came from the cave. 0134065524 follow 1912511071. Don't do unnecessary things, be ********** D. Bang! I caught him. You're right, he's really a good guy. Kareem smiled, and a black and purple magic circle flashed under his feet. A short figure slowly emerged from the shadows. On one side of the huge cave, several thin children were curled up in the corner. You are, a wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild? Kareem instantly saw the fairy wing logo on Shane's arm and recognized his identity. Their hands and feet were tightly tied with thick hemp ropes, their bodies were dirty, their hands and feet drooped weakly on the ground, and their eyes were full of numbness and fear. By the way, Mateo, when will those people come? Karam sat by the campfire impatiently, and picked up a roasted river fish and pointed to a corner next to him. If they don't come to pick up the goods, people will die. Don't let us spend so much effort but not get a penny. Put away your curiosity, Karam. Thinking too much will lose your life. In our business, you must know that some money is yours to earn. If it is not yours, you will not be able to spend it even if you get the money. Mateo immediately warned seriously. He knew what the guy in front of him was thinking, and he just wanted to bypass the middleman and make more money. However, just when Mateo bent down and prepared to take action, a small hand suddenly grabbed his face, and before he could react, he felt a pain on his face and flew out. The shadow that just left the town showed its true form shortly after leaving the town. Mateo. Kareem stared at his companion who was embedded in the wall with wide eyes, a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead, and turned his head quickly. Who is it? Tisk, cowardly guy. Karam sneered and muttered softly. To be honest, if my magic could only take one person, I could have caught another one. The man walked through the woods, turned left and right and came to a hidden cave. He looked around and walked straight in. It doesn't seem to take too long. Mateo cut a piece of hemp rope from the wall nearby. I heard that they have a great demand recently, and they should contact us in 2 days. Mateo shook his head helplessly when he saw this, and then began to try to tie up the new goods with hemp rope. Ah, I'm back. Kareem walked out of the darkness with a little laziness and walked into the firelight. In the depths of the dark cave, bursts of orange-red firelight appeared faintly, and the sound of shoes and mud and sand was unusually clear here. A tall man with acne scars on his face stood up from the campfire, walked to the boy and kicked him. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please give me a hand, vote for the poor child. 7. On the other side. Don't underestimate me. You little brat. Kareem viciously pulled out 2 sharp daggers from his waist, which were faintly green and obviously poisoned. You will pay the price for meddling in other people's business, and children should stay at home and drink milk. Just when Kareem thought he was about to succeed, reality slapped him hard in the face. After saying that, Kareem merged into his own shadow and swam behind Shane at a very fast speed. The dagger in his hand also stretched out from the shadow and swung towards the latter's neck. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Who knows about this kind of thing? Why not run away now? Oh, you're quite knowledgeable. Shane narrowed his eyes. Since you know I'm from Fairy Tale, just explain your affairs to me properly, but don't force me to use force. The dagger was already unable to move when it was only a finger away from Shane. At the same time, 2 thick vines grew out from the surrounding stone walls and tied up Kareem's hands tightly. The thin vines extending from them also wrapped up his upper body, making it impossible for him to even move his fingers. What, when? Kareem looked at his condition with a cold sweat on his face, and suddenly felt extremely scared. You are using shadow magic, right? I have seen many people who like to steal and like to learn this magic before. Shane said with a dangerous smile on his face, and then he pulled out the dagger from Kareem's hand and kept playing with it, while controlling the vines to pull the latter out of the shadow and let him open his palm. Although I look small, don't really treat me as a child. Skinny man, I think you'd better tell me your secret, otherwise I will make sure you will suffer the greatest pain since you were born. Kareem looked at the 10 sharp thorns that had been inserted into the ends of his nails in horror. The constant strong tingling sensation made him realize that if he said even one wrong word next, these flesh thorns would pierce his fingers. 10-inch. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The ugly face twisted. I don't know much, I just know that there is a group of people who will regularly buy some children and give a high price. But I am only responsible for catching people back, I really don't know anything else. What do those people look like and where are they from? Shane asked coldly. I don't know. I only saw them once from a distance. They were all wearing hoods, so I couldn't see what they looked like. Kareem replied tremblingly, as for where they came from, I have even less idea. Is that so? Shane pondered for a while, and then continued to ask, I just heard your conversation, and it seems that you are going directly to me, what's going on? It's Mateo. Mateo said that there are good goods in that house, and he asked me to go. Kareem looked behind Shane with red eyes, we are in contact with that group of people through him. If you have anything, you can ask him. He must know more than me. Shane turned his head to look at the person who was still rolling his eyes behind him, turned around and walked over, waving his hand behind him, and the vines around him suddenly grew rapidly. You, what are you going to do? No. No. Please. Don't kill me. As the shrill screams became weaker and weaker, a green human pupa hung on the top of the cave appeared in the huge cave. Shane walked up to the trafficker named Mateo and raised his hand to cast a blue-green magic circle, treat. As the healing magic gradually took effect, trafficker number 2 gradually woke up. Mateo opened his eyes with difficulty. He remembered that he just wanted to deal with the goods he had just caught, why did he suddenly faint? Oh, it seemed that something had knocked him out. Hey, you're awake. A teasing voice sounded, and Mateo's vision gradually became clear. He saw a boy standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile, and he looked like the goods he had just caught. Who are you, where is Kareem? Mateo shouted angrily, and subconsciously wanted to rush forward, but he found that his hands and feet were completely unable to move. Mateo turned his head and looked, his pupils shrank slightly. It turned out that except for the torso and head, his limbs had long been buried in the hard rock and were completely unable to move. You are a little less visual than your companions. Shane pointed to the pattern on his arm, and then continued, but since you're awake, then explain your story clearly. But before that, which foot did you use to kick me just now? Forget it, both legs are useless. What? Mateo was stunned for a moment, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. So before he could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain rushing straight to his head, and his legs were crushed. Ah! The shrill screams echoed in the cave, and directly woke up the birds sleeping in the woods outside. Small black shadows flew out of the bushes, forming a beautiful storm in the night sky with the moon. It hurts. It hurts. My legs. My legs. In the cave, a trace of blood seeped out from the cracks in the stone, and Mateo tore his throat and screamed loudly. He twisted his body frantically to break free from the shackles of the rock, but it was obvious that he couldn't do it. Shane didn't pay any attention to the screams of the traffickers in front of him. Because he suddenly remembered that there were more than just the three of them in the cave. It seemed that even God was enjoying the punishment that this sinner deserved. Okay, let's continue. I'll ask you again, tell me everything, and I promise to save your life. Stop, stop. Mateo kept begging. In this way, he has been doing this evil business for several years without being discovered. 993. Shane immediately caught the loophole. My legs. My legs. But Mateo seemed to have not heard Shane's words and was still crying. Tears of begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. Shane coldly threw the blood-stained torture instrument aside, and washed his hands with magic, then cast the light on the man who had been tortured to the point that his pupils had lost focus. To be honest, I didn't intend to be so cruel. If you tell me, I might be able to cut you into a human stick and save your life. But you are pretending and refusing to speak. When I think of the countless families and children who have been tortured by your selfish desires, I want to chop you into pieces. Even if he has compassion as a child who grew up under the red flag, he will never have any thought of holding back against those who traffic women and children. Talking about mercy to beasts. Even the King of Heaven will smash his head. I say it again, tell me everything you know. Ir. In. The tortured Mateo dared not hide anything and gradually told everything. Mateo Carradine is a human trafficker who travels around the kingdom of Fiore. Every year, he traffics people from various regions of the kingdom of Fiore to people in need. Beautiful women and some strong laborers are his targets, but he never attacked children before, which can be regarded as leaving himself with a hypocritical conscience. Mateo usually only attacks ordinary people who don't know magic, and in order to avoid attracting the attention of the kingdom and some magic guilds, he usually moves from one place to another. But this time he was out of character and even invited himself, a member of the Bright Guild. Then he pointed his thumb at the green human pupa behind him and said, "The guy behind me has told everything he knows, so you should also tell me other secrets that you don't know." The moon in the sky once again covered its face with clouds, leaving only a glimmer of light. This is obviously unreasonable. According to what this guy said, he could have arrested one or two people here as usual. This guy was obviously pretending. The magic he just cast included the effect of pain relief, although it was still very painful. What is 1000 to 7? The devilish voice sounded again. Mateo lowered his head weakly, his eyes were a little erratic, and he didn't want to tell the real reason. But unfortunately, the crying continued. Shane sighed impatiently, took out a large nail clipper from his personal space, and controlled the rock to pull out Mateo's 10 concubines. What is 1000 to 7? Shane rolled his eyes when he saw this. After saying that, the nail clippers cut off a piece of flesh from the finger, and the real screams echoed in the cave again. Shane reached out and cast another healing spell. The guy in front of him couldn't die yet. Too much blood loss would be bad. What is 997 to 7? Another piece of flesh fell off. But Shane obviously didn't want to let him go. Why did you arrest so many people in Vaughn this time? And they are all children. He smiled awkwardly, turned to the terrified children in the corner and said, "Sorry, it's too early for you to see these." After saying that, he waved his hand and untied all the ropes on the children. At the same time, the brown magic circle lit up, and a wall of earth separated the two sides. In the woods, the birds that forage at night also came back, and the prey in their mouths also made a series of wails before dying. A series of shrill screams echoed in the cave. 0134065224 Felu 19125121. Ah! Mateo didn't know why the man in front of him asked such a question, but in order to reduce the pain, he tried to say the answer tremblingly. Matteo's 5 fingers had exposed a piece of white bone. Shane narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Why are you hesitating? Don't you know what you did? Or do you want to experience the pain again?" Mateo trembled all over when he heard the voice, and struggled for a while before slowly telling the truth. "Half a year ago, a mysterious man suddenly contacted me and said that he needed a large number of children, and they were still the kind without magical talent. He gave a lot of money, so much that it was a bit unbelievable, so I agreed without thinking too much, but it was not easy for me to do this alone, so I contacted Karim, who knows shadow magic. With him, our actions will be more convenient and we can earn more. This time in Vaughn Town, we did plan to catch 1 or 2 people and go to other places, but the mysterious man suddenly said that as long as he gave him 20 children in a short time, the reward would double. It takes a lot of time to keep changing places to catch people, so. At this point, Mateo was a little afraid to continue, and it was obvious that he also knew how serious the crime he had committed was. At this time, Shane's face became darker and darker, that is to say, "You have kidnapped a large number of children from all over the kingdom since half a year ago, and sold them to that mysterious man." Speechless, no courage to answer. So, Jinan suppressed his anger and asked the last question, "How many children did you send to that person in total?" "I 24. I can't remember clearly." "Say. +3 carat. A **** hole." Shane roared, punched the chest of the beast in front of him, and blood immediately flowed all over the ground. Treat. The powerful healing magic once again pulled Mateo back from the brink of life and death. "It's too easy for you to die like that, you have to be punished for your crimes." After saying that, Shane pulled the man out of the rock, and flew out of the cave with Karim, who was still in the human pupa behind him. In the deep mountains and old forests, a black shadow quickly passed through the night sky. Shane landed on the ground with 2 pupae. Looking at the red ants on the trees on both sides that kept crawling and eating maple syrup, he used vines to fix the 2 human pupae between 2 tall maple trees. "You should repent for what you have done here. The ants on the tree are not monsters, but they are poisonous insects that monsters stay away from. Their venom can not only greatly increase the sensitivity of nerves, but also feel endless pain if bitten by them. According to some people, as long as you are bitten by these ants, you will feel that the blood in your body has turned into molten iron and circulated throughout your body, making life worse than death." After sealing enough healing magic, Shane turned and left. The ants on the tree seemed to feel something, and they slowly climbed onto the human pupae along the vines and drilled into them through various gaps. After a while, painful screams resounded through the night sky. So in the more than a year that followed, many adventurers passed by here and were scared away by the continuous screams. Of course, some brave people wanted to explore, but after seeing the dense red ants on the tree, they left in a hurry. After returning to the cave and arranging the kidnapped children, Shane did not intend to send them back immediately. Because in addition to the 2 traffickers and the mysterious buyer, there was a 4th person in the disappearance case in Vaughn Town this time. Late at night, in Vaughn Town. There was still a tense atmosphere here, and the townspeople were hiding at home to protect their children. At this moment, the mayor of Vaughn Town, Lao Shi, had not slept all night. He was standing in front of his house, but accompanied by the deserted street. "Mayor." At this time, a voice came from not far away. Lao Shi heard the voice and looked over. It turned out that the wizard he invited had returned. "Oh. Mr. Dolea, how is it?" Lao Shi hurriedly stepped forward and asked with expectation on his face, "Have you found the children?" "All found." Shane nodded and replied. Then, where are they? Lao Shi looked around and found that there was no one else around except the two of them. I have settled them. Shane replied expressionlessly, before sending the children back, I need the mayor to help me do something. Huh? What is it? Go to hell. As soon as the words fell, a huge explosion resounded throughout the entire town of Tolga, and immediately the dirt and rocks flew, and dust and fog were everywhere. Bang! Lao Shi looked behind him, and a few drops of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Hey, hey, hey! Are you kidding me? Isn't this the magic of that, Daddy? I've never heard of you in fairy tale. A strong wind blew, and the dust and fog dissipated. The mayor's house, which was still standing in the original place, and the mountain behind it all turned into small cubes of equal size. This is the power of the super-advanced destructive magic, Crush, mastered by Gildarts Cleave, the strongest wizard of fairy tale, nicknamed Daddy. You haven't heard of it because you are ignorant. Shane said coldly with a fist, which flashed with the light of, Crush, magic, so can you tell me, who are you? You really deserve to be a wizard of fairy tale. Even children are so scary. Lao Shi suddenly changed his old demeanor, his eyes became full of murderous intent, he stood up and scratched his head, can I ask you one question, how did you find me? Hee hee. Shane sneered, so much nonsense, what can you do if you know? Shane was too lazy to waste words with the person in front of him, you villain know so much dry all. But I didn't expect it. After a moment, Shane suddenly raised his mouth slightly, and a magic cannon in his hand repelled Rafe's crazy attack, and then smiled and stretched out a finger, 1 minute. Rafe, who was about to attack again, was stunned when he heard the voice. Shane's pupils shrank slightly, and his body's instinctive reaction to danger made him dodge quickly, instantly pulling away more than 10 meters away. Lao Shi 120's pupils suddenly turned blood red. He put his hand on his face and fiercely pulled off the disguised skin with his fingers, revealing the twisted face inside. 1 minute, as long as you can successfully escape from my hands within this time, I will spare your life. Then let me change the question, what did you do to those two guys? Lao Shi didn't care about not getting the answer he wanted, and turned to continue asking. But the next second, he knew the answer. Space displacement magic. Shane narrowed his eyes and wiped the scratch on his neck. He almost lost his head just now. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, who are you? What do you want those children for? The light of the Crush magic in Shane's hand became brighter and brighter, and his eyes became fiercer. Also, the organization behind you. Haha, that's it. Lao Shi smiled calmly, not caring about the life and death of the two human traffickers at all, what a scary kid. He specially chose that family, the reputation of that couple, looking for ways to have children everywhere, is well known in the whole town of Vaughn, and today when Lao Shi agreed to let him go to this family to lure the snake out of the hole, the indifference hidden in his eyes made him suspicious. As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow quickly attacked, and Shane tilted his neck and dodged the sudden attack directly. You really scared me when you came here this morning. I didn't expect that the old guy used his only savings to place a commission before he died. As long as you leave, I can catch those children without arousing any suspicion, and I can also successfully complete the task assigned to me by that adult. Introduce myself, Rafe Moran, the name of the person who killed you. I originally thought that even if it was someone from fairy tale, a child, two old-timers who have been in the business for a long time should not be unable to deal with it. Even if you fail, they are enough for you to complete the commission. Shane frowned, he didn't understand what the other party meant by throwing a stone. Ha! I have thrown them into the nest of maple poison ants. Shane sneered. He didn't mind answering the other party's question. Don't worry, you will be able to go over and accompany them soon. A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the wind of the knife came again. Oh! Did you even notice this? Lao Shi narrowed his eyes, and the cold murderous aura emanating from his body was extremely strong. But it's true, those two guys are indeed not very reliable. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. Quick reaction, brat. Rafe licked the scimitar in his hand with his tongue, his features twisted, but you won't be so lucky next time. In the last month of 2023, please give me a vote for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. But this time Shane, who was already prepared, easily dodged the attack, and relying on his talent, Origin, which was extremely sensitive to magic fluctuations, he dodged while observing the characteristics of the opponent's magic. In addition to the confession of the two human traffickers, this further strengthened his suspicion of Lao Shi. Stone. Seeing that the small stone that Shane had just easily dodged turned into a person in an instant, followed by a sharp knife wind attacking him. Because the home of an inhumane mayor cannot have a manual that records the urgent problems that every town resident needs to solve. Huh? What are you talking about, kid? As soon as the words fell, before Rafe could react, a huge blue-white magic circle unfolded instantly, and then the whole town of Vaughn suddenly thundered. Countless blue-white lightning flashing with dazzling light formed thick lightning pillars, forming a huge cage around. The secret of dragon slaying 10,000 thunder prison induction. Shane showed a proud smile, lifted up with one hand, and the blue-white magic circle slowly turned and rose slowly. I will die. I will die. Rafe's heart was alarmed. He could clearly feel the violent power contained in the lightning. If he was hit by a lightning, he would definitely die. I have to run away. Without hesitation, Rafe quickly kicked a stone under his feet, and then the space replacement magic was activated, and the stone and the man were replaced instantly. 18, boom. A lightning bolt struck instantly, and Rafe, who had not yet landed, was electrocuted and smoked all over his body. How? How is it possible? Rafe fell to the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he tried to stand up, but the lightning had made him numb all over, and he couldn't use any strength at all. Your magic is really powerful, you can instantly replace any object. But the distance of replacement is limited, as long as it exceeds a certain distance, the magic you left on the stone will dissipate because of the loss of induction. Shane said slowly, just a moment ago, he saw through the loopholes of the enemy's space replacement magic. To be honest, the magic of this guy in front of him is very similar to the flying thunder god in Naruto. As long as it is used well, it is a demon for many wizards. But unfortunately, Rafe met himself. Shane clenched his fist, and the 10,000 thunder prison was triggered, and the blazing electric light instantly illuminated the entire night sky. Boom! The huge explosion resounded through the sky. After a long time, the residual power of the magic gradually dissipated, and a hissing sound of burning soil and grass and trees continued to come from the ground. Shane passed through layers of smoke and came to a human-shaped charcoal. He stretched out his hand and cast a magic spell, Treat. The healing magic fell, and Rafe slightly opened his eyes. That's right, Rafe was not dead. Shane just stopped at the last moment. He needed to interrogate the other party to find out which evil organization was buying and selling children. When Rafe woke up, his eyes were instantly filled with hatred. He stared at Shane intently. If eyes could kill, Shane might have been cut into pieces by now. But Shane ignored Rafe's murderous eyes, and asked indifferently, tell me, the organization behind you, and the whereabouts of those children before. Otherwise, I will send you to accompany those two guys. Rafe's throat slowly came out with a low voice. Shane frowned instantly, and then suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, before he could react, a very fanatical sentence came into his ears. Long live the goddess Isis. As soon as the voice fell, an extremely violent magic power came from Rafe's body. Shane's pupils shrank slightly, and he retreated dozens of meters in an instant and clapped his hands, natural magic tree world wall. Countless huge trees grew rapidly from the ground and formed an inverted shield. In just less than 2 seconds, a huge and dull explosion sounded, and the violent pressure caused the tree shield to expand rapidly and squeeze out gaps, and then sprayed out high-pressure hot gas. In the face of such a situation, Shane stood there fearlessly, but his face turned ugly. Shoo. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ä̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈ source. This is a method that all wizards will use to die together, burning their own lives to convert huge amounts of magic to self-destruct. If Rafe hadn't been half dead, the power would definitely be more than this. But although he is dead now, at least the clues are not completely cut off. Shane cares about the last words Rafe said before he died. Goddess Isis? What is that? I've never heard of it before. But looking at the fanatical look of that guy, I'm afraid it's not some extreme evil religious organization. After thinking for a while, Shane decided to use off-site help. He took out a homemade communication device from his backpack, Den Den Mushi. This is specially made, except that it has no life. It is exactly the same as the telephone in the One Piece world. Brew. 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 Click. The Den Den Mushi was connected, and the snail in his hand suddenly turned into a star-shaped nightcap with 2 black and white hair on both sides of the cap. Hello, pictures. Who is it? The voice of the reply was very lazy. But this is not surprising, it is the middle of the night now, and normal people are sleeping. Grandpa, it's me, Shane. Are you confused in sleep? You can't even hear my voice. Shane. It turns out to be you, you little brat. You dare to call back. A roar came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. On the top floor of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makaro was sitting on the bed and madly outputting to Shane on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. You little brat, you dared to tear off the guild's commission again. Didn't I tell you that you can't accept missions before you are 12 years old? Time went back to 80 years ago, in the headquarters of Fairy Tale. I remember that day, my father and other people in the guild had very serious expressions, and the first generation, who was usually very childish, was the same. The whole guild was no longer full of laughter and joy. Then, Shane roughly condensed everything that happened today into a sentence. The real mayor should be dead. The adult mentioned by the man named Rafe should be the mysterious person who bought the child. Okay. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. After being scolded for a few minutes, Shane finally couldn't help interrupting and said, can you listen to me first? So any rabbit who grew up in the flower growers is very aware of the dangers of religious extremism. Money is good, Zhao, and now a church suddenly appeared in front of him, and he knew without thinking that it would not be a good thing. The location of this mission is in the town of Vaughn. Recently, more than a dozen children have disappeared here. Come back right now, I'm going to beat your ****. Tears in my eyes, I am begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers. Thank you for your support. In his previous life in the flower growers, religion had always been under strict control, because once faith went to extremes, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. You think you are so powerful, right? You little brat who hasn't even grown any feathers yet. Well, this goes back a long time ago. Makaro gradually recalled some things from the past. At that time, I was still a child. Shane once watched an anti-terrorism documentary in which a brainwashed father actually said that he could kill his son for the god he believed in. At that time, Makaro Dolea, who was only 6 years old, was still a little kid. At this time, he was building a house with various colorful building blocks in the guild. Shane stared at me with dead eyes and took the Den Den Mushi far away. Every time he sneaked out, the old man did this, and he got used to it over time. It's a pity that I was still very young at that time, and I didn't know what happened, but not long after that day, the first generation took the entire guild's S-class wizards and most of the combat power out, and they were gone for more than 3 months. A mere sea-level mission would not be dangerous. I think it's not just a simple trouble now. Shane said slowly, there was an accident on this mission. Grandpa, do you know the goddess Isis? In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be kind and vote for the poor child. In the past, the reason why he had not allowed Shane to go out on missions was at best because he felt that the latter was too young and was afraid that he could not cope with all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, so he wanted to let him go after he grew up and matured. Ma Caro took a few breaths, calmed down, and then slowly said, "Tell me, little brat, what trouble did you encounter?" Goddess Isis. Hearing this name, Ma Caro frowned and his face became a little solemn. How do you know this name? To be honest, I have lost all clues and I am totally confused, so I called you so late. Do you know what this goddess Isis is? Rebirth Church? Grandpa, can you tell me more about it? Shane's heart skipped a beat when he heard it was a church. There was silence on the other end of the den mushy for a while. Just at this time, a commotion came, and he looked up and saw his father Yuri Doria communicating with several other wizards in the guild with a serious face. Although he scolded, he knew the strength of his grandson, so he was not very worried. Even though the country has implemented strict control for many years, even so, many serious incidents have occurred in the border area. I didn't expect that after so many years, the Rebirth Church would appear again. Mr. Caro mentioned an organization that Shane had never heard of, and the name alone didn't sound like a good thing. Did they go to find the Rebirth Church? Shane asked with a frown. Yes, that's right. The Caros on the other end of the phone had a serious expression. I later learned from my father that they went out to destroy the Rebirth Church. In that operation, the first President Mavis led the wizards in the guild and formed a powerful coalition with hundreds of people from more than a dozen other guilds. Although they successfully defeated the Rebirth Church in the end, when they came back, almost half of the people were gone, and everyone who was alive was injured. It can be seen that they paid a very high price. What kind of organization is that? Shane couldn't help asking. They are an evil organization composed of a group of people who cannot use magic. Ma Caro gradually told what he knew about the Rebirth Church. Rebirth Church. The establishment time is unknown, and the founder is unknown. They are composed of a group of people who cannot use magic, and these people are all people who have been harmed by magic. They or their relatives have more or less suffered from unprovoked disasters caused by magic. The purpose of the Rebirth Church is also very simple, to pursue the power of magic and enable people who cannot use magic to have magic. They all believe in an ancient god, Isis, the ancient goddess who controls life, nature, and magic power. Legend has it that she once used her power to revive her husband Osiris, who had been cut into pieces, and gave him more powerful power to avenge his murderer. Hearing this, Shane's face suddenly darkened. He knew what the Rebirth Church wanted those children to do. Those beasts wanted those children to do human magic experiments. In Aslan 650, people who cannot use magic are not completely unable to use magic in theory. Because on this continent, in fact, everyone has magic in their body, and the difference lies in the talent between people. There are two types of magic talent, one is spiritual comprehension, and the other is physical. Magic flows in the human body. A person's adaptability to magic and the flow of magic in his body determine whether he is qualified to become a wizard. Let's take a simple example. If we compare all the channels in the human body through which magic flows to pipes, the pipes of wizards are unobstructed, while those of ordinary people are like being filled with cotton or sand. Although magic can flow through, the speed is too slow and the flow volume is not enough. It is like you want to fill a bucket with magic. A wizard can fill it up in tens of seconds or even more than 10 seconds, but ordinary people need a year or even longer. The Rebirth Church wants to break this bondage and completely open up the pipes of ordinary people, which inevitably requires a large number of human experiments. Children who have not yet fully developed and lack magical talent are the best guinea pigs. Thinking of this, Shane was full of murderous aura. He wanted to kill people very much now. He wanted to kill all those who dared to use children for human experiments. Because what they did was exposed, they attracted the crusade of major guilds, but they did not expect that after so many years, they would appear again. These lunatics seem to have a powerful ability to burn life and temporarily gain, Sif, the ability to use magic. This matter must be told to the council immediately, otherwise more people will be harmed. Shane, go back to the guild first. This matter is not something you can solve alone. There may be a big war soon. Hey, Shane. Did you hear what I said? Because the two were thousands of miles apart and could only communicate through the phone, Mr. Macaro could not see Shane's appearance at all. But he found that from just now, his grandson was very quiet and didn't say a word. So, Mr. Macaro suddenly realized something and began to shout at the Den Mushy in a stern tone, "Hey! Brat, calm down, don't act on impulse. PP." An extremely cold voice came from the other end of the Den Mushy, and Mr. Macaro couldn't help but sweat. At this time, Shane was standing on the scorched land, and the moon above his head turned red at some point, as if responding to something. "Grandpa, I'm calm now." Shane held the Den Mushy in his hand, and no one could see his expression clearly. "Don't worry, I will make those beasts pay the price." Click. As the Den Mushy was hung up, Shane finally showed his eyes under his bangs, which were bloodshot eyes without any emotion. Oh no! Mr. Macaro felt bad, and hurriedly got out of bed to change his clothes, then his magic power surged, and he flew towards the council at a very fast speed. The wind whistled in his ears, and a short figure passed through the night sky. Mr. Macaro took out his phone in the strong wind and made another call. Brew! 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 Crack! Hey! Guildarts, something happened, come back to the guild. A few days later, the council received news. On the third day after Caro and Shane finished talking, an extremely fierce battle broke out again in the town of Vaughn. When the council rushed over, several high mountains were razed to the ground. In the center of the ruins, people found a cross with a beautiful woman tied to it. But unlike normal people, her skin was lying down, and countless red ants were crawling on it. The most important thing is that she is still alive. In the following months, under the organization of the council, the major guilds began to vigorously attack and eliminate the Rebirth Church. Unlike 80 years ago, this Rebirth Church is more unfathomable, and the power of its followers is also very strong. 01340652 Felu 1912611051. From the seized information, it can be learned that the war 80 years ago did not completely clean up these guys. Many of the fish that slipped through the net reorganized, sneaked into the underground, and began to bribe the nobles with coercion and inducement, and then replaced them after squeezing out the benefits. They used the identity of the nobles as a cover, and even brought some unethical experiments to the surface. They established many schools, hospitals and orphanages of all sizes, and used various means to develop believers or obtain experimental materials for various legitimate and illegitimate reasons. When seeing these materials, the people in the council broke out in cold sweat. Such a large and evil organization was right under their noses, but they didn't even notice it. Just yesterday, they caught an undercover from the Church of Rebirth, who had been lurking in the council for more than 20 years. At the same time, in Fairy Tale, Caro has received news about Shane from time to time in the past few months. His brutal methods make everyone who knows him shudder. Skinning daylily, slow slicing, etc., what cruelty comes. After a few months, thousands of Rebirth believers have died at Shane's hands, not including the nobles who helped fund the experiment and the researchers who conducted the experiment. Altogether, there are at least 10,000 people. Mr. Macaro is very worried now. As a wizard, especially a wizard who joins the guild to complete commission tasks for a living, killing is inevitable. But Shane is only 10 years old now, and his methods are so bloody. What will happen when he grows up? He doesn't want his grandson, whom he has raised for so many years, to become a person immersed in killing, even if Shane is not his own. Although Mr. Macaro worries are unfounded, in fact, Shane has not become the kind of bloodthirsty person he imagined. Half a year after the Concentrated Eradication War, the Council listed the Rebirth Church in the extremely dangerous list, and then the Concentrated Eradication gradually turned into a long-term regular eradication. During this half-year, Shane traveled around and destroyed countless Rebirth Church bases and underground research institutes, but this also brought him a problem. What to do with the rescued children? Most of them still have parents and relatives, how can we send them back? So in this situation, Shane worked hard and finally used Origin to create a magic that can help children go home, Bloodpoint. The perspective returns to the world of Harry Potter, the island of Black Lake under the cliffs of Mahar. A water ring full of corpses slowly rotates around the central island. On the island, two people are sitting opposite each other, with a huge ball of light above their heads, and a black figure is waving his arms around them. A terrifying roar came out of his throat. So just like that, the magic of Bloodpoint was born. Shane spent more than 10 minutes talking about his glorious deeds, which made Harry stunned. "President, can I ask you a few questions?" Harry blinked and scratched the back of his head and asked. "You say." Shane waved his hand generously. "Who is that woman tied to the cross?" Harry asked. "She is the mysterious person who bought the child. You know, I waited for several days in the town of Vaughn and took a lot of effort to catch her." "You just said that the Church of Rebirth is composed of a group of muggles. If that's the case, where do these believers of the Church of Rebirth get such strong power to fight against wizards? Didn't I say that they have the ability to use magic by burning their lives?" "But President, the man named Rafe, from your description, he doesn't seem to be a muggle either." "I didn't say that there are only ordinary people in the Church of Rebirth. Some wizards with lower qualifications who hope to gain more powerful power will also join them." Oh, after asking a few questions, Harry lowered his head and was silent for a while, then suddenly raised his head with a serious face and said, "President, can you promise me one thing?" "What?" A question mark appeared on Shane's head. Why did he suddenly show such an expression? "Can you write stories that are not so bloody in the future, with nail clippers and skin peeling? It will be bad for the guild if it spreads out in the future." "Get lost." Shane's face turned black and he kicked him. "I told you the source of Bloodpoint, with good intentions, and you dared to say that I made up a story? Kick you to death, you idiot." Harry rubbed his stomach, feeling indignant. He felt that he was right. Although this story sounds really exciting, it should be reliable, okay? 10 years old. He hasn't even stopped breastfeeding yet. There are also Aslant, Fiori Kingdom, Vaughn Town and so on. These names have never been heard of. A child used the power of a magic circle to massacre tens of thousands of people. Whether it was true or not, if the news got out, Fairy Tale would probably become the public enemy. However, Shane also knew that what he said just now was very unreal in Harry's eyes. After all, who knew that he was a time traveler? It was just that he was talking, and he unconsciously revealed some of the things before the 3 times of time travel. At the same time, Sirius, who had been buried in the stone, finally survived the effects of the hell potion and gradually woke up. In these 20 minutes, he felt that every second was like a year. The elf was right. He would rather be tortured by the unforgivable curse than drink this potion. Sirius tried hard to open his eyes, but the dazzling light made him close his eyes tighter immediately. He wanted to cover his eyes with his hands, but found that his hands and feet seemed to be unable to move, and then he faintly heard Harry's voice. "Harry, are you here?" Sirius tried to call his godson's famous minister. Harry, who had just finished rubbing his belly, heard the voice behind him and turned around and shouted, "Sirius, are you okay?" Then he rushed over anxiously and smashed the rocks that fixed his hands and feet with Defindo. With the help of Harry, Sirius slowly sat up. "Harry, where are we?" It was too bright, and Sirius was not used to it yet. He thought he had left the cave. "We are still on the island, and Regulus has been found," Harry replied. Still on the island? Sirius rubbed his eyes and gradually adapted to the dazzling light around him. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was not anything else, but a hideous face that was close at hand, both familiar and unfamiliar, followed by a strong stench that hit his nose, which scared Sirius so much that he subconsciously took a few steps back. "Hey, you're awake." Shane moved Regulus away from his hand, and smiled at the exhausted man in front of him. "I found your brother for you, what do you want to do with him?" "Regulus?" Sirius stood up staggeringly and took a closer look, and found that the monster who had just been face to face with him was really his brother. But facing the unrecognizable Regulus, for some reason, Sirius felt mixed emotions. He drank the death potion just to find out what Regulus felt like before he died. Sirius looked at the locket in his hand, and suddenly felt something in his heart. His intuition told him that Regulus had left something in it. So, he carefully opened the locket, and saw a yellowed and wrinkled piece of letter paper folded into several folds and placed inside. He opened the letter and it said, "To the Dark Lord. I know I'll be dead when you read this letter, but I want you to know, I discovered your secret, I've taken the real Horcrux and will destroy it as soon as possible. I'm willing to die for you because you're just a mortal with flesh and blood when you meet your destined opponent. R.A.B." Several simple words made Sirius fall into an infinite silence. Now thinking back, the relationship between the two brothers shouldn't have been so bad. "Mr. Dolores, can I ask you for a favor?" Sirius carefully refolded the letter in his hand and put it in his chest pocket, then looked at Shane with a hopeful look. He wanted Shane to do something. At present, I'm afraid he's the only one who can help him. And seeing Sirius like this, Shane sighed helplessly and nodded. "Well, since it's come to this, I'll send you to the west." After that, he turned his wrist, and the milky white poplar wood wand glowed. A white magic circle appeared under Regulus's feet. Arc of Time, Backflow. Magic is released. Regulus's whole body suddenly began to shake wildly, and even an afterimage appeared. As the time that had passed on him began to flow backwards, the honeycomb-like decay on his gray-black skin began to repair and gradually faded, turning into normal flesh and blood. The pale pupils gradually regained clarity, and the whole body gradually became plump. A few minutes later, the magic circle disappeared. A man who looked very similar to Sirius lay on the ground. "Thank you, Mr. Dolea." Sirius held Shane's hand tightly and expressed his gratitude. "It's just a little help, but next, you two brothers should have a good talk." Shane smiled mysteriously and replied with a slight smile on his lips. "What?" Before Sirius could understand what Shane meant, Regulus' body changed again. Translucent blue light balls floated out of his body and gradually formed a complete human figure. 0134065524 Falcon 19126121. At home, they can see each other when they look up, but they don't even want to say a word to each other. "Please give me flowers, 0. Regulus didn't feel surprised about this, they have been like this since childhood. "How are you?" "Sirius." Regulus looked at his brother with a complicated expression. "I didn't expect that it was not the Dark Lord who came here, but you." But Harry found that the soul in front of him seemed to dim a little. "Haha." After a few seconds, Sirius suddenly laughed. "Don't think I will apologize to you." "Ketchery." Regulus looked at the elf who had been looking up at him in admiration. "What do you think?" "Why?" "I have been watching you since you entered this cave." Excited because it saw its respected master again, and scared because. Regulus turned to look at his brother again. "Sirius, why don't you speak? Didn't you come here just to find me?" "Regret?" 0. Time is running out. The fragile soul began to dissipate, the dead are gone, and the dead cannot stay in the world for too long. "Your eyes are exactly the same as your mother's." Regulus replied calmly. "Master." Ketchery hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply, looking excited and scared. "Do you know me?" Harry was a little surprised, and pursed his lips a little nervously. "Regulus." Sirius looked at the soul of Regulus in front of him with a shocked face. He clenched his right fist, placed his arm in front of his abdomen, and bowed deeply and solemnly, "Thank you, great and powerful man." Shane smiled and nodded in response. Regulus raised his head with a smile. It was time for him to go. He suddenly recalled the scenery when he left Grimmauld Place that day. It was a piece of Snow White that he had not seen for a long time. Voldemort, you lost. Tears in my eyes. Please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. Power. I'd rather die than live. Without paying attention to Sirius' silence, Regulus cast his eyes on Harry next to him. You call Harry Potter's child? But why did you drink that potion? Kekuri should have told you that the pendant was fake. Sirius raised his head slightly, his long and wet hair covering half of his face, you know. The two of them talked to each other very calmly, and finally fell into a brief silence. For so many years, the two brothers have quarreled and fought with each other for a lifetime, and now they have finally let go of the grudges in their hearts. He didn't expect that he could meet him again, and in such a way. The soul became translucent. After hearing this, Regulus's mouth corners also rose slightly. For the Black family. Regulus used the last time to look at the last person on the island. Sirius didn't answer and fell into silence. Although you violated my order, but... Regulus' eyes flashed with an imperceptible tenderness. Well done, Ketchery. Seeing Regulus' soul completely dissipated, Harry turned his head to look at Sirius, and found that the latter had just put his hand down from his face, as if wiping away the tears that had never flowed. Okay, your work is over, now it's my turn. Shane stretched and pulled out his wand. You two should step back, otherwise I won't help you treat the burns later. Harry's scalp tingled when he heard the voice, and he quickly pulled Sirius back a few steps, and at the same time used the floating spell to pull Regulus's body to his side, and placed several, Protego, in front of him. Just when Sirius was puzzled about what he was doing, he saw Shane began to gently wave his wand in his hand like a music conductor. With a thought, a huge amount of lake water was instantly dragged back to the ground by gravity, setting off a huge wave, and countless vaginas were left floating in the air with their fangs and claws. The corpses are afraid of fire, and this is the only way to destroy them. So, as Shane's wand gently danced, a dazzling red light flashed, and a huge red magic circle unfolded instantly, followed by a red fire lotus slowly rising. Destroy the 643 Dragon Secrets Red Lotus Karma Fire. In an instant, the red flames flooded the original Lumos, and illuminated the entire cave. The extremely high temperature emitted by the fire lotus made Harry and Sirius, who were in a protective state not far away, feel an unbearable heat. The two of them quickly raised their hands to cover their faces. The temperature is too high, too hot. Burning face. If you want to liberate the souls and the corpses, you can't use the fierce fire, because that will turn all the souls into nothingness, so Shane can only use the fire dragon killing magic to help them transcend. With the guidance of the magic wand, the huge fire lotus gradually disintegrated, and the sparks gathered into a spectacular sea of fire and rushed towards the corpses. In the underground cave, the tragic roar lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the fire of salvation devoured all the evil things. Psalm left a little bit of brilliant blue, starlight, in the end. The liberated souls thanked Shane one after another, and finally dissipated one after another, embarking on the road to the underworld. After so many years, the souls killed and imprisoned here by Voldemort have finally been freed. Okay, it's done. Let's go. Shane put away his wand and said. After dealing with all the things, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. The space magic was activated and the few people disappeared instantly. The dark underwater cave returned to the silence of the past. However, although it was still dark and gloomy here, it was less cold and more lively than before. A drop of muddy water dripped from the stalactite on the top of the cave. With a drip, a few splashes appeared on the water surface. On the island in the center of the lake, a small boat with a half-broken magic lamp hanging on it and burned black had just docked. Time passed quickly, and half of the summer vacation had passed without anyone noticing. During this period, especially after returning from the cliffs of Maher, Shane had been living in dire straits. For no other reason, it was purely because he was caught in a Shura field. Shane, who lacked experience in love, really didn't know how to deal with the feelings of Hermione and Luna for him. In fact, Shane was not a straight man with negative emotional intelligence or a wooden fish lump, because he had faced a similar Shura field situation in Aslant before. It's just that he has always been a person who doesn't know how to deal with or balance love feelings, which has nothing to do with his strength and IQ, so many times, he just muddled through it. However, the current situation is completely different from the past. Although Hermione and Luna have different personalities, they both express their feelings directly and boldly, so it is impossible for Shane to use the same attitude as before to deal with the two girls. In fact, to put it bluntly, Shane is afraid of making choices. He is afraid that his choice or an unintentional bias will hurt the girls who like him. So, in the situation where Shane wants to have it all, Hermione and Luna are now very at odds with each other. Usually when the two meet, the temperature around them drops by several degrees, but in fact, the source of the coldness mainly comes from Hermione. Luna has a cold personality. Apart from her father, she only relies on Shane, but on the contrary, Hermione is very strong-willed. Although the two are still good friends, as a love rival, Hermione is now trying to compete with Luna in every aspect of her daily life. In the guild, from cooking and making milk tea to practicing magic circles, she wants to compete with Luna, but Luna doesn't care about it, which naturally makes Hermione feel like punching cotton, unable to exert any strength, and finally angry and more competitive. So, all these things have made Shane's mind a mess these days. Now he thinks every day, if you say you only want one, you may hurt the other person. But if you say you want both, let alone the fact that being a scumbag is easy to follow the footsteps of Chenggu and be easily chopped, how can the relationship between the two sides be maintained at that time? If one is not handled well and flips over, what will happen when Mars hits the Earth and both are finished? And at the same time, what's worse, Shane was horrified to find that Sonia and Penelope also seem to be a little bit wrong. Sonia likes to make all kinds of frozen pancakes for him recently, and feeds him personally every time, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. Secondly, Penelope also likes to do some intimate actions with him in the guild, such as face-to-face, brain waves, etc. The extremely ambiguous atmosphere makes other people in the guild look at them with gossipy eyes every day. Just when Shane was worrying about how to resolve his peach blossom calamity, he suddenly received a letter from Dumbledore, asking him to return to Hogwarts. Hogwarts Castle in August. This summer vacation is a little different from the past. At this time, in this ancient building, the house elves who live here are cleaning everywhere carefully, and even many things have been refurbished. The general cleaning is usually done only a few days before school starts, and it is not done so carefully. The reason for this is that Dumbledore suddenly received a letter a few days ago. When the next school year starts, Hogwarts may welcome many guests, so in order to look more decent, Hogwarts must have a very clean and beautiful environment. On the 8th floor of the castle, in the principal's office. At this time, Shane and Dumbledore, one old and one young, are discussing something. The Five-Wizard Tournament. At this time, Shane just put down a pile of information in his hand, and a series of ellipses floated over his head. What's going on? Why did the plot suddenly change? Isn't it the Triwizard Tournament? Where did these two extra strong ones come from? In fact, Shane still remembers this chapter of Goblet of Fire very clearly. In the original book, for some unknown reason, the three major magic schools in Europe suddenly decided to restart the Triwizard Tournament. Before, this event was too dangerous, and the participating students were either dead or disabled, so it was eventually discontinued. At the end of the original movie, Voldemort took advantage of this competition to obtain Harry's blood and finally completed his resurrection through a strange ritual. Cedric also died in this year. 0134065244 follow 1912611351. The chapter, Goblet of Fire, can be said to be the turning point of the entire Harry Potter, and it is also from this chapter that the style of the movie has been in a negative gray and black. Isn't this the Triwizard Tournament in the past? Why are Ilvermorny and Vargada coming to join in the fun? Shane asked in confusion. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the youngest magic school in the world, founded in the 17th century by Isolde Sayre, a descendant of Slytherin, and her no-mage lover James Stewart. It is located in Massachusetts, USA, and was built on the top of Greylock Mountain. Vargada School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the largest magic school in the world, the founding time and founder are unknown, but it has a history of at least more than 1,000 years. It is located in the Moon Mountain in Uganda, Africa, and enrolls 3.5 million students from all over Africa. Looking at Shane's question marks, Dumbledore smiled, raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were full of playfulness. I think it is very likely related to you. Me? Shane immediately looked puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Shane, you may have underestimated your influence in the entire magical world. Dumbledore explained, in fact, since you got the inheritance of Ravenclaw 3 years ago, Hogwarts has vaguely become the most powerful competitor of major magic schools. Especially the wizarding martial arts you hosted in your second year, which further stimulated other magic schools. You know, the influence and scale of that martial arts are almost catching up with the quadrennial Quidditch World Cup. Didn't you notice that last year, the number of new students we recruited at Hogwarts was nearly 20 more than before, while the number of students from Beauxbatons School of Magic in France and Durmstrang School of Magic in Northern Europe decreased by 20%. Although the number of students in Olgardo and Ilvermorny has not decreased, there are indeed many students who want to come to Hogwarts to study across borders. So, in order to restore the lost reputation, some time ago, the principal of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, Ms. Olympe Maxime, proposed to hold the Triwizard Tournament again. As soon as the news spread, the principals of Ilvermorny and Olgardo also sent me a letter saying that they also wanted to participate. So a while ago, with the help of the International Confederation of Wizards, this Triwizard Tournament became the top 5 and was decided to be held in Hogwarts. After listening to Dumbledore's explanation, Shane was stunned and stood there. He really didn't expect there would be such an operation. He, a butterfly flapping its wings, actually attracted 2 more magic schools. Okay. Shane sighed helplessly, but then what? You didn't call me here just for this? Even if the top 3 have become the top 5, what does this have to do with him? You don't want him to participate in the competition? This old bee is so shameless at his age, right? Why would he participate? A dimensionality reduction attack. A year ago, you inexplicably challenged me. Although I didn't ask you why at the time, it doesn't mean that I don't care. In fact, what Shane said before was very correct. The stubborn conservative ideas of the magic world are deeply affecting Hogwarts and everyone. This ancient school may really cultivate a Dark Lord again. Oh. I didn't expect that even Turkey has my loyal fans. Shane smiled at the newspaper, then looked up at Dumbledore. So, Professor, you called me here this time to remind me that the squib experiment in Nurmengard will soon be exposed. At that time, he was still a professor of transfiguration in the school. Even though the competition between the young wizards of the 4 major colleges was very fierce, at least it was benign. But he could see that Shane's cruelty was definitely not less than Voldemort's. You're not afraid that he will kill and roast those dragons on the spot? Did you know something inexplicable again? That is, survival is always the greatest instinct of animals. The reason why he sent the letter this time was because he accidentally learned about the things behind the comic strips published in The Quibbler some time ago. The contents of the comic strips were exactly during the First Wizarding War, when the squibs under Grindelwald used various means of coercion and inducement to attract other squibs to Nurmengard for human experiments. Whether it is a lion, snake, eagle or badger, their first reaction when facing danger is always to run away. But people are different. They have human nature, which is why they will not become beasts. It's a pity that human nature contains arrogance and greed, which will lead to the destruction of most people who have forgotten their biological instincts. Shane's meaning is very clear after saying this. If those pure-blood families can make some fundamental changes, he will not do anything. History will tell everyone the answer. But if some people dare to jump out, then they'd better prepare their coffins in advance. Professor Dumbledore, you should know that this is a revolution. Since I launched this ideological revolution, I and those pure-blood families have been fighting to the death. Without wands, without guns, with only a pen, war can also be full of blood. Snap! The candy broke. The scarlet filling flowed out, sweet and bitter filled the mouth. 013406524 Felu 19126148. The two were speechless, and the office suddenly fell into silence, with only the clock on the wall ticking. 10 seconds later, Dumbledore's eyes were full of helplessness, and he nodded, "Okay, I understand." In the short 10 seconds just now, he thought a lot and struggled with his thoughts repeatedly. It's just a pity that most of the races with the highest intelligence in the world have gradually forgotten an extremely important thing over time. Then why did you call me here? Shane stared with dead fish eyes, and asked impatiently with one hand supporting his face. 24-inch I asked you because of this. As he said that, Dumbledore's face suddenly became serious, and then he took out an opened letter and handed it over. This letter was sent by a friend of mine 2 days ago. You usually appear and disappear, so he can only verify the things in the letter through me. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be generous and vote for the poor child. Dumbledore was speechless. He didn't expect Shane to see through his thoughts so quickly. Shane took the letter and looked at the contents curiously. After a while, he showed a look of sudden enlightenment. He had imagined dissuading him, but that was obviously impossible. At that time, those pure-blood families who have participated in those experiments may face a situation of being attacked by the crowd, so I want to ask, what will you do then? So 2 years ago, he adopted Shane's suggestions have changed the school system of Hogwarts, and in the past 2 years, the atmosphere in the school has indeed improved a lot. If he stopped Shane from doing what he was doing now because of the unclear prophecy, there would undoubtedly be a fierce battle between the two of them, and the final result would definitely be that he would die. However, facing Dumbledore's strange attitude, Shane then expressed it very calmly. At the same time, Dumbledore suddenly recalled the old Hogwarts. It turned out that this friend of Dumbledore was a member of the current Merlinser group, and could be said to be the third in command. I am crying and asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers. Thank you for your support. Although he seemed gentle and detached on the surface, and sometimes even did some very childish behaviors. Professor, you seem to be worried or hiding something. Shane did not answer Dumbledore's question directly, but narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I can fully understand that you have doubts, but you actually asked me what I want to do so directly, which is not in line with your personality and behavior. Of course not, I just want you to know about this. Dumbledore shook his head and replied. This is a hidden disease. You can say that. Dumbledore nodded, this matter may not be hidden for long. My friend is not a good person. This matter may be made public in a month at most. But as luck would have it, Voldemort appeared a few decades ago, and then everything changed. This is an article from Wizard Weekly some time ago. There is an article on it that analyzes the contents of your sketchbooks in detail. Dumbledore suddenly handed over a crumpled newspaper. The author of this article is from Turkey. He believes that the things you draw are real. My friend from Sir Merlin's group also saw this article in his spare time, and the group became suspicious of the squibs. My friend's mother is also a squib. Dumbledore explained, she only told my friend that she was going to Austria, and there has been no news since then. For many years, he has been looking for his mother's whereabouts. Your comic book and your reputation have made him doubt the authenticity of the content above. He sent this letter to verify it. Oh, so that's it. Shane nodded in understanding, but was confused for a moment. But Professor, compared to me, you should know more about this matter than I do. Can't you just reply to him directly? It's not that simple. Dumbledore replied, some time ago, I went to Nurmengard. Gretel told me that just a few months ago, a strange wizard broke through the prison's guard spell and found him. The questions asked by this strange wizard are also related to the experiment of the squib back then. Oh. Shane was immediately interested when he heard this, so according to what you said, the seeds I planted have begun to sprout. But it seems that it's not impossible, he really hasn't eaten dragon meat. At that time, in Hogwarts, lions and snakes could walk side by side in the corridor, talk and laugh, and eat together at the 10 tables around. In Dumbledore's understanding, Shane was both good and evil, and his mood was unpredictable. He waved his hand and said indifferently, forget it, Professor, you can't explain anything. But I can tell you that for those pureblood families, let the bullets fly for a while. Maybe I won't have to do anything by then. This cycle of cause and effect will make those guys receive the punishment they deserve. What will you do if those pureblood families are desperate? Dumbledore immediately changed the question after hearing this. In fact, this is what he cares about most. Because through the last wizard duel, Dumbledore already knew very well that with Shane's powerful strength, if the other party wanted to do something, he would not be able to stop him no matter what. Even with Grindelwald. After hearing Dumbledore's question, Shane suddenly showed a mysterious smile, and then he suddenly walked to the snack cabinet in the office and picked up a scarlet candy in the shape of a vampire and played with it. Professor, do you know? In the modern scientific theory of Muggles, humans are actually also an animal. Shane is right. Blood purity is the biggest obstacle to the development of the magic world. If no changes are made, a Dark Lord will be born again in a few years. Will people really be able to fight against a Voldemort at that time? Even worse, against a Grindelwald. But Shane, I still hope that if something serious happens, you can show mercy. After all, some people do not deserve death. After thinking about it, Dumbledore finally made a request to Shane that was not a request. Their choice determines their life and death. After leaving this sentence, Shane disappeared from the spot. Looking at the empty carpet in front of him, Dumbledore fell into deep thought again. He was considering whether he should go to those pureblood families in person to warn them. However, this idea was immediately dispelled as soon as it came up. Those guys are so self-righteous and often look down on others. If he runs over there, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Let those people die. But he still has to make some preparations in advance to avoid a big chaos. So, a few days later, some crimes that were buried in the dust of history began to be re-examined, and the things that happened in Nurmengard began to spread quietly throughout the wizarding world. At the same time, the quadrennial Quidditch World Cup also arrived as scheduled. The venue for this final is the stadium in Dartmoor, Devon, which is said to be able to accommodate 100,000 people, and the final teams are Bulgaria and Ireland. Because the Quidditch World Cup is the grandest event in the wizarding world, almost all Quidditch fans from all over the world will come here, so Dartmoor is crowded with people at this time. It is in full swing. In fact, Shane had not planned to hold the semi-annual team-building day of Fairy Tale here. He originally planned to take his guildmates to the Aegean Sea, where he had always longed for, to see the stars. But there was no way. 70% of the guild members were Quidditch fans, and they rebelled collectively. Helpless, Shane finally gave in and held the guild's team-building activity in Dartmoor. Basically, Shane planned to have everyone gather at Hogwarts and then go to Devon together. Originally, the process would definitely require the use of the Floo network and the port key, but Shane firmly opposed going there in this way. So, at this time, the group of Fairy Tale were sitting on a newly made spaceship, soaring under the clear blue sky. The wood for building the spaceship was pulled from the Forbidden Forest. Who said that the trees there are so thick and tall, and cutting down a few trees is enough wood for a spaceship? At this time, except for the Weasley twins and Luna, who were very individualistic. Everyone else on the spaceship was very nervous. First, it was their first time to ride a spaceship, and they were flying very high, so they didn't feel safe enough. Second, it was too big. Because of the rush of time, Shane only had time to move some beds, sofas and tables onto the ship, and other infrastructure had not been equipped yet, but this was not the point. The point was that this spaceship was made to look like a whale, more than 120 meters long, 20 meters wide, as high as a 5-story building, and had a huge space inside. The long and thick mast still exuded the smell of fresh trees, and the fairy wing-shaped flag on the top was flying high. Everyone felt that Shane was too crazy. They just wanted to watch the Quidditch World Cup. Was it necessary to build such a big ship? Wouldn't everyone be dead when they arrived at Devonshire? However, Shane had no time to care about the members' complaints at this time, because he was sitting at a dining table with a sullen face and cold sweats. In front of him was a pile of food. "Hermione, what are you doing?" Shane's mouth twitched, and he smiled reluctantly. "Nothing, this is something I just learned recently, chocolate mousse cake, try it." Hermione completely ignored the strangeness on Shane's face, and handed over a cake with thick paste with a smile. Shane took it with trembling hands, and the sullen look on his face deepened. "By the way, shouldn't chocolate be brown? But why is this mousse blue? Also, what's with this sweet smell that makes people dizzy? It feels like this mousse cake will kill people." "Hermione, I'm not yet." Shane swallowed his saliva and tried to refuse with a forced smile. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the temperature around him drop by several degrees, and he got goosebumps all over his body. I'll eat." Shane broke out in a cold sweat and trembled as he picked up a piece with a spoon. Looking at the twisted skull in the dimensional world in front of him, the food that was the raw material of this mousse was wailing wildly. With shaking hands, he put the spoon into his mouth. As soon as he closed his eyes and mouth, a taste that completely disregarded the lives of others rushed straight to his head. The first taste was a sweetness that made people's temples sting, followed by a strong salty taste flowing in the mouth, and finally the bitter taste of chocolate that hit the throat. What on earth did this girl put in it? How could she make the mousse cake sweet, salty and bitter? Isn't this a complete biochemical weapon? While resisting the strong odor flowing in his mouth, Shane turned his head and looked at Hermione's still smiling face, and he was immediately furious. "Okay. In that case, don't blame me for being rude." Shane first held his breath and observed the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one, a dangerous light suddenly emanated from his eyes. He suddenly held Hermione's head with lightning speed, and kissed her before she could react. Hermione felt her lips soften, and then a strange taste rushed into her mouth. She instantly felt what Shane had felt just now. This strong smell made Hermione not care about being shy at all. She slapped Shane's hand hard to make him let her go. But Shane ignored her and continued his revenge until he saw that Hermione was almost out of breath, and then he was willing to let go. "Water! Water!" As soon as the two separated, they began to look for water frantically. The taste in their mouths was really unbearable. To be honest, it's rare that such a romantic thing as kissing can be messed up like this. After a few minutes, Hermione, who finally cleaned up the bad smell in her mouth, finally reacted. She stared at the boy who had just kissed her with shame and anger. "R. What about me?" Shane stared back, looking righteous. Hermione was instantly furious, grabbing Shane's arm and biting it hard. "Wow, what are you doing, again?" There were bursts of noise in the cabin, until a voice came, completely interrupting the childish play between the two. 0134065244 follow 191271051. "President, come out and take a look, it seems to be almost there." Draco was seen lying on the window, shouting excitedly. Shane immediately clamped Hermione's hands upon hearing the sound, and stopped the so-called attack of the other party. This spaceship was completely controlled by him alone, and it would be bad if it flew too far. Okay, we should go out, Shane said, and suddenly kissed Hermione's cheek. The little witch's face suddenly flushed. Then, Shane turned and went out, but as soon as the door opened, he bumped into Alia, who came out of the door. Going to the Quidditch World Cup is such a big thing, of course you have to bring your family along. And not only the Swintons, but also the families of other guild members, such as the Weasleys, the Grangers, and Luna's father, are on the ship. Alia, what are you doing standing at the door? Shane asked with a puzzled look. Nothing, Alia said with a teasing look, and then put on a smiling look, just watching someone secretly flirting with a girl. You actually peeked. Shane was immediately full of black lines. I didn't mean it. Who told you to be so involved? You didn't even notice me opening the door. Satya looked wronged, and then turned into a gossipy look. By the way, when did you take Hermione down? What's the matter with taking it down? It just happened naturally. Shane replied. Dolea, but Luna, what do you want to do? Don't tell me you don't know that she also loves you. Alia secretly glanced at Luna, who was dancing with her father in the distance. In fact, a long time ago, when she first met Luna, she liked this quirky girl, although sometimes she didn't understand what she was saying. Shane was about to explain his relationship with Luna, but suddenly heard someone shouting excitedly not far away. We're here. We're here. Cedric and Harry suddenly stood on the edge of the deck and shouted. Looking down from the side of the ship, a small, oval building appeared in front of them, surrounded by countless large and small ants. What a spectacular view. Okay, we're here, we'll talk about it later if there's anything. Shane brought Luna's matter over without leaving a trace, and now he must control the spacecraft to land. Hey, wait. There's one more thing. Alia suddenly grabbed Shane, who was about to leave, and then secretly stuffed a small package into his hand, saying, You hold this. What is so mysterious? Shane raised his hand in confusion and looked at the thing in his hand. The next second, his face suddenly turned black. Why did you give me this thing? And why do you carry this thing with you? Oh, I'm afraid you'll kill someone. The thing is from Mom and Dad, don't worry. Alia smiled and patted her brother's shoulder and replied. What are you thinking about all day long? Shane was full of black lines. You take this thing yourself, I don't need it. What an international joke. How old is his own body? How old are the two girls? He's not a beast. After saying that, he stuffed the thing in his hand back into Alia's hand and turned away without saying a word. And just at this moment, Mrs. Mary also came over from the side. Alia, what are you and Shane talking about? No, nothing. Alia quickly put the thing in her hand back into her pocket and shook her head nervously. Mrs. Julie frowned at her daughter's strange look and asked suspiciously, What is that thing in your hand? Take it out and show it to me. What? Nothing. Alia denied hastily, her heartbeat speed soaring in an instant. I must not let my mother know that I have such a thing in my hand, otherwise I will definitely be beaten to death. Don't try to lie to me, you must be hiding something from me. No, nothing. The mother and daughter suddenly started a fierce fight, but under Alia's desperate stop, Mrs. Mary still couldn't know the secret in the pocket in the end. The camera turned and the perspective came to the ground. The grass around Dartmoor Stadium is a rest area for fans from all over the world who come to watch the game. Countless various types of 977, large and small convertibles are densely distributed here. These tents have been cast with the traceless extension spell, and there is a space that is more than 10 or 20 times larger than the tent itself. In the corridors between the tents, fans from all over the world were talking enthusiastically about who would be the final winner tonight. At the same time, countless carts were flowing among the crowd, with all kinds of snacks, drinks and souvenirs on them. Just when everyone was still immersed in their own world, a commotion suddenly broke the lively atmosphere here. My God! What is that? My God! Merlin. In the blue sky, a huge whale-like spaceship just rushed out of a white cloud and slowly landed on the ground. The sun was blocked, and the shadow gradually covered people's faces and slowly enlarged. Everyone looked up at this scene in amazement. There are large magic spaceships in the magic world. But because of the difficulty and huge cost of construction, coupled with the establishment of the FLU network and the emergence of flying carpets, no one will use this thing to travel now. Among the existing large spaceships in the magic world, the latest one has a history of at least hundreds of years, and it will not be used unless it is a major event. The size of the spaceship in front of us is far greater than those antiques. That looks like fairy tale. At this time, someone saw the flag hanging on the tall mast. In the bright sunshine, the fairy's tail was shining. "Excuse me, please let me pass." A voice sounded in the silent crowd, and Fudge ran over with a large group of people. He looked up at the spaceship that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, and suddenly had a headache. Can't these people come over through the portkey? Why make such a big scene? It almost caused a panic just now. Oh, my God, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Under the shadow, someone finally came to his senses. The spaceship was slowly landing, and standing under the shadow would probably be crushed into a meat pie. So, the people on the ground scattered around. But in the end, the spaceship did not land directly on the ground as they imagined, but hovered in the air above the corn. The reporters who reacted picked up their cameras and rushed forward, hoping to get the best shots at the first time, but what they cared about was not the huge and rare magic spaceship in front of them, but the people on the spaceship. There is no doubt that the ship belongs to Fairy Tale, and Shane Doria must be on it. This young man who can stir up trouble in the magic world every now and then, many media want to interview and take pictures with him, but because this person is elusive, he can't be found on weekdays. And now he has come to the door, we must not let him run away. Unlike the people on the ground who were waiting in a state of alert, the scene on the ship was quite relaxed. After completing the control of the spaceship, Shane withdrew his magic power and said to his companions behind him, "Let's go, we can get off the ship." After getting off, everyone can move freely, but don't have too much fun. Remember to come back for dinner at night. After that, he was ready to lower the ladder. On the side of the ship, a rectangular wooden board more than 2 meters wide suddenly fell outward, and then continued to split into stairs extending to the ground. And it was at this time that people realized. I don't know when, Luna has walked to Shane's side and naturally took his arm. This scene made Hermione's teeth itch. Alia stood not far away, looking at the blonde girl next to her brother with a shocked face, and then she couldn't help but curse in her heart, "Scumbag." It's a pity that she didn't know that being a scumbag also has a threshold. As a scumbag, the most basic condition is to have an attractive appearance and dress for the opposite S**X, and secondly, he must have superior economic conditions. As for moral character, Sabi, and so on, do you think a scumbag has this? Not to mention, do you care about it? No one knew that this was actually one of Shane's schemes. Minister Fudge, I'm sorry, I'm really not used to the door key, so I can only come here this way. Shane walked up and shook Fudge's hand with a smile. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be kind and vote for the poor child. Don't think that the Ministry of Magic is weak because it is corrupt and the minister is mediocre. This is a great force. The reason why Shane appeared in the Quidditch World Championship so high profile this time is that he doesn't like to use the portkey. The most important thing is to get Fudge, the Minister of Magic, on board first. After all, the Aurors there are fully militarized and wear modern weapons. The flashes of the cameras went off and on. Many reporters took photos of Shane shaking hands with Fudge. This is the first time that the world has seen the complete lineup of this mysterious guild. Last time, the newspaper only published photos of some people. You should know that there is more than one country in the world, and more than one Ministry of Magic. Let's not talk about the fact that Voldemort led people to attack the British Ministry of Magic many times without success when Dumbledore was led away. Walking down the ladder, the first person to come forward is our dear Minister of Magic. But is this really the case? Click. So, surrounded by countless flashes, Shane led the fairy tale people to slowly walk down the ladder. You should know that the title of Dark Lord only appears in Europe, and the further you go, the less it appears. To put it bluntly, he is completely lying flat. 0134065244 Fulu 1912711181. In fact, Fudge figured it out while lying on the hospital bed. At his age, power is something that cannot be brought with him when he is born, and it cannot be taken away when he dies. He just needs to live a stable life with his wife and children in the next life. He is not a person who lacks money. And he no longer regarded Shane and Fairy Tale as enemies. Because in fact, the biggest power in the entire magic world now is not the pure-blood families, nor the wizards like Dumbledore who have already stood at the top, but the place that controls the magic administration, justice and legislation of a country and most of the resource allocation, the Ministry of Magic. Outside, the Russian Ministry of Magic alone can kill Voldemort. Even if there was no Dumbledore and no Harry Potter, Voldemort would still not succeed. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and it is still the biggest power in the magic world. He just wants to give the world a sense of presence and absence, that the Ministry of Magic and Fairy Tale are standing together, so that his public opinion offensive will have official endorsement and rational legitimacy. Some people once said that if Dumbledore didn't exist, the British magic world would have long been reduced to Voldemort's power. Mr. Dolea. Fudge walked up and extended his hands enthusiastically. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. The magic world has developed for so many years, and Muggle-born wizards have accounted for about 70% of the Ministry of Magic. Now that the status is high enough, and there is also a female companion, you have to pretend to be cool. Since the last Obscurus incident, the Minister of Magic, who had experienced life and death, suddenly had a 180-degree turn of mind, and suddenly became very open-minded about power. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will be affected. And by then, even if those pure-blood families want to turn things around, it will be absolutely difficult to stop Shane's reform of the magic world. There are many smart people who understand this truth. However, now that the stumbling block has moved itself away, it is natural that he will not embarrass the other party. In a sense, Fudge was not Shane's enemy, but the position under his butt and his desire for power made him a stumbling block in front of Shane. Minister Fudge, you look much better. Are you no longer taking the bone-growing spirit? Shane asked with a smile, holding Fudge's hand. Oh, don't mention it. Fudge's face suddenly turned bitter. You don't know, even if I have stopped taking the medicine, I seem to be able to smell the sour smell of the bone spirit every time I eat. It's a nightmare. Haha, I think this is just a psychological effect, it will be fine after a while. What's more, your hand has grown back, right? This is the only place I can feel relieved. Fudge scratched his arm that was still in the recovery period with a little emotion, but then he began to complain, but Mr. Dolea, your magic spaceship almost caused panic just now. If you want to make such a big scene next time, can you please notify me in advance? So as not to cause misunderstandings. Sorry, I will pay attention next time. Shane replied, but at the same time added in his heart, I will pay attention to make it bigger next time. So, after a round of greetings with Fudge, Shane also initially achieved the purpose that people believed that Fairy Tale and the Ministry of Magic were 10 ships. Then, the well-prepared Fairy Tale members all disappeared in the crowd with their own skills. They wanted to stop us, but there was no way. Among the disappeared people was Shane. He and Luna disappeared in front of everyone in an instant, which made the reporters who were waiting around dumbfounded. Oh my God, where are the people? We have been waiting for so long, and the target person is already within reach, but where is the prisoner? The reporters were angry and looked at each other. No. Although the person ran away, as a reporter, we have to dig out some explosive news. So, a group of people holding cameras and notebooks turned their eyes to Fudge, who was still directing the Aurors to maintain order. Seeing that he was chatting so enthusiastically with Shane Dolea just now, this guy must have a secret with Fairy Tale. So thinking like this, the reporters suddenly began to swarm forward, squeezed to the side of the Minister of Magic, and began to ask. Minister Fudge, the content of the comic book published by Shane Dolea in The Quibbler a while ago was suddenly exposed as true, and it was also related to some cruel experiments in Nurmengard decades ago. Do you know the truth of this matter? If you know, does your handshake and conversation with Dolea just now also mean that the Ministry of Magic is also investigating this matter? You reporters are still rich in imagination. Minister Fudge, the matter about the Nurmengard experiment involves many influential families in the magic world. I heard that it also involves the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. Is this true? If it is true, will magic take punitive measures? You are still the ones who have to crown and cap people. Minister, this year's top 5 tournament will be held at Hogwarts. Do you think this competition will be better than the Wizarding World Championship held by Dolea more than a year ago? There is news that in order to ensure the victory of this tournament, the Ministry of Magic wants to designate Fairy Tale to participate in the competition. Does your handshake and conversation with Dolea just now mean that this matter is true? It is really good to see it from nothing. Minister Fudge, BK, the flash went off, and the camera and pen were almost stuck in my nose. Wait. Keep your voice down, I can't hear you clearly. Fudge was frantically resisting. Now he just wanted to deal with this group of difficult reporters as soon as possible and enjoy afternoon tea in his tent. On the other side, because Hermione had to accompany the Grangers, and because they had just done something shameful on the ship, Shane was left with only Luna as his female companion. Is it really okay? After completing his disguise, Shane looked at the Fairy Tale spaceship parked in the air not far away, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and sorry. It's okay. Luna replied, and her sweet voice made her ears pregnant. Dad doesn't like places with a lot of people, he will feel better on the ship. He then gave the 5 silver sickles in his hand to a man pushing a cart with many glittering things in it. Really? Shane thought of Xenophilius's resentful look just now, and it seemed that he was not as good as Luna said. You don't have to think too much. I discussed the whereabouts of the Snorlax with my dad almost every day during this holiday. Luna walked gently from behind to the front. She was not tall, just able to reach Shane's shoulders. The two were very close, Shane could even smell the fragrance from the long golden hair. Luna raised her head, her silver pupils seemed like a brilliant starry sky. She naturally stretched out her hands and tied a necklace she had just bought around Shane's neck. Shane looked down and saw a very beautiful Klein blue harp hanging on a black nylon string, with stars dotted on it and sparkling. What is this? Shane asked in confusion, why did she suddenly want to give him a necklace? Legend has it that a girl named Cheen would pluck the strings of the harp facing the starry sky every night to express her love for her dead lover, and collect scattered dewdrops every morning. Luna's voice seemed to come from another world, singing every moment. However, the VIP seats are really a bit too expensive. However, looking at the waves of people and the sound of gongs and drums, it is true that this stadium can accommodate 100,000 people. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, monthly votes, and flowers, thank you for your support. Shane used his connections to get enough VIP seats for the members of his guild and their families. Poochie. It was obvious that this girl was probably fooled by others. The necklace made of the stars of the Aegean Sea was purely a marketing term used by unscrupulous merchants. I heard that the starry sky here in Dartmoor is also very beautiful. We can go and see it together after the game in the evening. Luna looked up at the blue sky in the distance, as if she could see the stars in the broad daylight. He knew that the elf-like girl in front of him was comforting and compensating him for not being able to go to the Aegean Sea this time. Okay. Let's go together tonight. Shane smiled and looked at the sky in the distance, and nodded. But at this Dartmoor stadium, the VIP seats at best give you the best viewing angle of the entire stadium, and there is an extra chair for you. But it is precisely this disorderly building structure that more than 500 employees of the Ministry of Magic have worked day and night for a whole year for this grand event tonight. Before this, Shane and the people in the guild had a big argument over whether to go to the Aegean Sea or watch the Quidditch World Cup for this team building. For this reason, these fans in the guild even wanted to duel with him as the president. Oh. He seems to be gone. After that, a miracle happened. When the last drop of dew fell, a spring gushed out from the side of the harp, embracing her body. The spring turned into a stream, the stream turned into a river, and the river gathered into the sea. From then on, there was a clear sea in this world, and people called it the Aegean Sea. And you can see that the area outside the VIP seats is a series of vertical. The narrow and long corridors crisscrossed horizontally were both spectator seats and places for people to walk. When people met, they could only walk sideways and inevitably bumped shoulders. As Luna spoke, she looked behind Shane, but found that the cart that was just there had disappeared at some point. "Thank you, Luna." Shane smiled and touched Luna's soft hair. "After all, you can't tie these rebels up and go, right?" At the same time, the upper and lower floors of these corridor-style spectator seats were temporarily connected by iron stairs in an irregular manner. Looking down from above, you can see dozens of stairs crisscrossing horizontally on the same plane. In general, it is an extremely chaotic and complicated picture. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have monthly votes. Big. It's okay that they are 10 times more expensive than ordinary seats, but at least there is a more spacious place. Shane seriously doubted whether the money used to build the stadium was embezzled by someone. Otherwise, how could the 500 people in the Ministry of Magic build such a messy stadium with the help of magic and a year of construction time? The enthusiastic audience had already entered the venue early, eager to watch the exciting game. It's just that. Looking at Luna's dazed look, Shane couldn't help laughing. After dinner, the 1994 Quidditch World Cup final was about to start. The gentleman who just sold me this necklace told me this story and sold me this necklace, saying that it was a harp made of the stars of the Aegean Sea. He always thinks that the bright stars are the most beautiful and cleanest things in the world. That's right, there are no chairs in the ordinary seats, perhaps to accommodate enough fans. In the end, there was no way, they were outnumbered, and Shane had to give up the plan to go to the Aegean Sea to watch the stars and barbecue. In fact, in addition to eating, Shane has a very special hobby in his daily life, which is stargazing. Sometimes he can even sit on the roof and watch the stars all night. Time flew tonight. The girl played the harp every day, and finally many years later, people suddenly found that she had fallen asleep and would never wake up again, so people poured all the 5,213,344 bottles of dew she had collected throughout her life on the place where she was sleeping. This is the origin of the name of the beautiful ocean in Greece. Bayou Bang. At this moment, brilliant fireworks suddenly bloomed in the night sky. Then 6 flying brooms with green and white tails fell from the sky. They flew into the center of the stadium like arrows and released several colorful magic fireworks. The sparks from them slowly scattered and formed a little man wearing green clothes and a green hat. It was dancing the traditional Irish tap dance. It was the mascot of the Irish team, the leprechaun. And just when all the fans were cheering for the Irish team, 6 red figures provocatively attacked from behind the leprechaun and smashed it to pieces. The Bulgarian team entered the field. After they dispersed the leprechaun, they rushed straight to the Irish players, causing the Irish team to dodge subconsciously. At the same time, an extremely eye-catching strong figure was projected on the huge screen of the stadium. He was Victor Krum of the Bulgarian team, who was known as the best seeker in the world today. He is most likely one of the top 3 this year, no. A participant in the top 5 tournament. Krum. Krum. The whole audience was calling out a name like 493, so you can imagine how popular he is. The two final teams have entered the venue, and as the representative of the organizer of this event, Fudge walked to the front desk. "Good evening, everyone." Fudge used his wand to press his vocal cords and shouted loudly with, sonorous, "As the Minister of Magic, I am very honored and sincerely welcome each and every one of you. Now I declare that the 422nd Quidditch World Cup final has officially begun." After saying that, the wand in his hand cast a spell, and then a ball of light exploded in the center of the court. Hassan Mustafa, president of the International Quidditch Federation, released the golden snitch and the bludger, and then the quaffle took off, and the 12 players began to collide fiercely. The game officially began, and there were huge waves of people and cheers on the court again. But at this time Shane stared with dead fish eyes, complaining in his heart. 422nd. The Quidditch World Cup is held every 4 years, and the first one was held in 1473. You hold it once a year, and there are only 521, where is the 422? But despite the complaints, the game was still very intense. More than 10 minutes after the game started, the Irish chaser, Troy, scored first, and then the Irish team used the eagle head attack formation to score 2 more goals and get 20 points. However, the Bulgarian team was not to be outdone. Through a Bokov luring technique, the chaser Ivanova finally scored for Bulgaria. Afterwards, Irish seeker Aidan Lindsay was fooled by Victor Krumm's Wronski feint and fell to the ground, but soon, after a simple treatment by the on-site doctor, he returned to the field. After another 15 minutes, the Irish team attacked frantically and took a large lead of 130-10 with exquisite tactical coordination. To make matters worse, Bulgarian goalkeeper Zograf caused a collision foul on Irish chaser Mallet, giving the Irish team a penalty kick opportunity. Then, something even more unexpected happened on the field. It was a hilarious scene. During the penalty kick of the Irish team, the referee Hassan Mustafa was confused by the Bulgarian team's mascot, Vila. When he came to his senses, he was angry and gave the Irish team another penalty kick. In the next game, Krumm was hit hard by the Bulgarian batsman and his nose was broken. But even so, he took the lead and caught the golden snitch before the Irish team with his speed advantage. But the final result was: the Bulgarian team caught the golden snitch first and ended the game, winning the game. The score is 10 plus 150 is equal to 160 points. The Irish team scored 170 points with the goal of the quaffle and won the game with a slight advantage. At this point, the 1994 Quidditch World Cup officially ended, and the winner was the Irish team. Late at night, although the Quidditch World Championship had ended, the fans were still immersed in the joy of discussing the game, and many people were still enthusiastically discussing the various outstanding performances of their favorite teams on the field tonight. At the same time, on the fairy tale spaceship. Like many people, the guild members and parents who watched the game were still too excited to sleep. However, at this time, the World Correction Force began to show its power, the world line began to be corrected, and the attack in the original book still happened. In a dense forest next to the fan camp, a group of terrorists wearing pointed hats and cloaks and skull masks were gathering here. Some of them were Death Eaters before, and some were not, and their goals tonight were very clear and unified, that is, to kill Shane Dolea and restore the glory of pure blood. Let's start. A gloomy voice fell. Dozens of dark wizards raised their wands and pointed them at the camp not far away. At the same time, Shane frowned suddenly as if he had sensed something. He felt a murderous aura coming from afar. Before he could figure out what was going on, dozens of spells suddenly flew out from the darkness in the distance, streaking across the night sky with silver fluff, and slowly fell on the camp like a meteor. Bang! 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 A huge explosion sounded, and many people didn't have time to react, and they all looked in horror. But then, dozens of spells fell. Many people were blown away, screaming everywhere, and people suddenly came to their senses and began to flee. Cedric looked at the fiercely burning flames in the camp, and then looked at the phoenix and blue figure flying in the sky in the distance, knowing that the black wizards could not do anything to them for a while. On the fairy tale spaceship, the wizards who heard the sound stood up with serious faces, and the Muggle parents were a little terrified. Suddenly, screams came one after another throughout the camp, and it was all in chaos. Under the night sky, a blue magic circle lit up, and under the light of the fire, a hurricane fell from the sky and attacked the black wizards on the ground. These two little witches had no experience in killing people, so they all held back and didn't hit anyone directly. And the dozens of black wizards in front of them are a good training target for the fairy tale people. On the other side, Hermione and Luna, the only two in the guild who can fly quickly with their own magic, arrived at the battlefield first and started the battle. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be generous and vote for the poor children. The fairy tale people agreed, and the next moment they split into two groups and jumped off the boat. It's time for them to learn how to use magic circles to fight, and it's time to see blood. But before he had time to think about it, there were dozens of explosions and the flames became more intense. 0134065524 Felu 1912711491. All of a sudden, the flames caused by the confringo, released by the black wizard just now were extinguished. Justin, Zhangqiu, Neville. You go to save people, the others come with me. Draco, who had just arrived with the large army, couldn't help but exclaimed at the spectacular huge fire tornado in front of him. Adding 2 to 2, a blazing fire tornado was formed, and the black wizards immediately fled. This violent girl is fine, but how can Luna, who usually looks weak, be so cruel? 4.9. But unfortunately, no one died, but many were burned by the flames. I was originally planning to spend a good night with Luna tonight, but these guys made me lose my mood. After the battle, he must make these guys pay the price. Shane didn't do it himself, why would he use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Hearing the order, Sonia did not speak, but just nodded coldly. This TM Voldemort is about to die, how can there be an attack? The three people that Cedric ordered, their magic circle training direction is not very good in combat, but the support is very strong, so it is just right for the three of them to save people. Holy shit. Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. What's going on? Shane looked at the flames that burst out in the camp with a little annoyance. With a wave of the magic wand, an ice-blue magic circle instantly unfolded, and a cold season spread to the surroundings like a shock wave. After giving the order, Cedric rushed into the battlefield with the others. Roar Heavenly Dragon. There were waves of terrified shouts from the ground, and it was obvious that a huge panic had formed. Everyone was running to the other side of the camp. At the same time, more and more people rushed out of the tents after hearing the sound, and some places had already been trampled. At the same time, a cry crossed the night sky, and the red phoenix flame merged into the hurricane. Sonia, put out the fire first and rescue the people nearby first. Understood. Seeing this, Shane's face turned cold and he began to order, except Astoria who just joined the club, come on. Catch all those guys back to me, and don't let them escape even half a person. I want to see which bastards dare to run in front of me. But then again, TNND. 10 seconds after Cedric led his men into the battlefield, a dozen huge rock pillars suddenly rose up on the spot, and together with countless golden lights, they formed a huge cage. Immediately afterwards, there were violent explosions, and the sky was full of flashing spells and colorful lights shining on the battlefield. Cedric had already asked Ronald and Shuri to trap all the attacking dark wizards in the cage formed by rock magic and light magic. The Weasley twins also released several, no shape-shifting, alchemy tools in tacit understanding to prevent the dark wizards from escaping. This kind of prop was made by the Weasley twins. It was very difficult to make, and the range was limited and could only last for about 3 minutes. But even so, the amount they brought was enough to deal with the group of enemies in front of them. At the same time, the late Minister of Magic also ran onto the fairy tale spaceship. Mr. Dolea, I need your help. Fudge shouted anxiously. He looked at the fire in the distance and thought that there were many dark wizards attacking and they were very cruel. It was strange that the latter looked like they were sitting on the fishing platform. Shane took a leisurely bite of the fruit cake beside him, then smiled and began to comfort him. "Minister Fudge, you don't have to worry too much. Fairy Tale will handle this matter. If you don't believe me, just look." As he said that, he released a golden snitch in his hand, and a huge projection appeared in the air the next second. Yes, this is the alchemy prop that can be used for live broadcasting in the 24 Wizards Grand Martial Arts show more than a year ago, and it just came in handy again now. In fact, Shane can rely on the power of pupil magic to know the situation on the battlefield at any time, but in order not to worry the parents behind him, he specially took out this live broadcast equipment. However, this kind of golden snitch was designed for large-scale events such as the Grand Martial Arts performance. In order to let more people see it, the projection screen was set very large and could not be adjusted. So now not only the people on the spaceship, but also many people on the ground who have calmed down are watching this wonderful live broadcast. F***K, F***K, so strong. Is that a phoenix? Why can it turn into other animals? Or a curled-winged demon that has never been seen before? Is it shattered? But why are the broken stones so neat? Is that a round glowing thing a spell? But I have never heard of a spell being engraved in the void. Unlike the exclamations on the ground, the scene on the fairy tale spaceship is very complicated. Muggle parents like the Grangers are naturally terrified and want to rush into the screen to pull their children back. They are still children. How can they be allowed to face such a dangerous dark wizard? But for wizard families like the Weasleys, the style is completely different. Because she often watched her children practice magic circles at home, Mrs. Molly knew the power of this force, so she was shouting very happily now. Yes. That's right. Ronald, beat him. Beautiful. On the projection, a rock giant just beat a black wizard away. Ronald turned into a mecha warrior and hid inside the giant. Although he was big, Ronald didn't know where he learned the light body spell, which made his rock giant as fast as an ordinary person. Oh, my God. Harry, be careful. At this time, Mrs. Molly suddenly saw a black wizard controlling the fiend fire to pounce on Harry. But Harry in the picture was not panicked at all. He raised his hand, and the red magic circle was rotating at his wrist. The fiend fire seemed to be attracted by something, and it kept shrinking and gathering in Harry's hand to form a blazing fireball. The more powerful fiend fire rebounded, burning the land in front of him and the black wizard into an endless hell. A little different from the girls, the boys in the guild can be ruthless. Well done. Oh my God. There were exclamations on and off the boat at the same time. Unlike Mrs. Molly's excitement, her husband, Mr. Arthur, who was standing next to her, breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, the scene just now by Harry really scared him to death. Sirius seemed to be arguing with the goblins in Gringotts because he had to deal with the private inheritance of his deceased brother. So before coming to Dartmoor, he promised Sirius to take good care of Harry. If something went wrong, he would not only feel ashamed in his heart, but also embarrassed to take the extra 100 gold galleons in his hand. Unlike the Weasley family, the Malfoy family was unusually quiet. On this ship, Lucius was the most difficult one to get along with a stern face all day long. If Draco hadn't dragged them over, he would have taken Narcissa away long ago. But at this time, he not only suppressed the muscles on his face visibly, but also felt extremely nervous. Because Draco's fighting style was really scary. This kid had developed two branch magics of water flow magic, water incarnation, and water incarnation, under Shane's guidance some time ago. Cedric, who had just fought a little dusty, used the levitation spell to bring a dark wizard who had been tied up with ropes and was unable to resist to Shane, and the dark wizards behind him were in a similar situation, all controlled by other members of the guild. 013406524 Falcon 1912811051. Because Elu lived in Fairy Tale, Snape often went to the guild, so Neville usually asked him to cook for him. And these little wizards don't know how to kill people, so they often fight with restraint, which makes them passive in battle many times. Except for the purchased potions in the guild, most of them were made and kept by Neville. When Neville asked for advice, this cold-hearted potion master taught him his experience and knowledge of potions without reservation, although the process looked a bit, could it be considered brutal? But in the world of Harry Potter, because the quality and purity of the original magic here are extremely high, the young wizards do not need to consider the purification of magic power when practicing magic arrays. Since many people might not be able to accept the following scene, Shane cleared the deck of the spaceship, leaving only a few people such as Fudge. As Sonia froze the last black wizard. Everyone has worked hard. Shane nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Let's take a rest first, I'll take care of the next thing." So, every time Lucius thought his child was dead, a new Draco ran out again. Which parents can bear this scene? President, the mission is accomplished. This seems to be the leader of these dark wizards. And the most special person on the ship was our Minister of Magic Fudge, who was now frozen in place like a petrified man. Half of their efforts in today's Quidditch World Cup were in vain. Water incarnation, it is a magic that can turn oneself into water flow for a short time, which is almost immune to all physical attacks, but the body cannot move during the activation of this magic. Unlike the White Devil's forbearance, this kind of bright display of powerful power was even more frightening. But Shane felt that the worst off tonight might not be these dark wizards, but the Irish team that just won the Quidditch World Cup. Hermione, ask Neville to bring some joy potion. Shane looked at the Muggle parents who were a little scared behind him, and immediately told Hermione to bring some potions to calm them down. So, under the attention of many people in Dartmoor, the battle soon came to an end. Magic power purification is the foundation for many wizards in Aslant to practice magic arrays, and it is also the most difficult hurdle to overcome. It usually takes Aslant wizards about 2 to 3 years to master the magic power purification of basic magic arrays, not to mention the subsequent more advanced magic. 540. It's like an extremely complex computer program has been simplified and transferred from a mobile phone to a higher-end computer to run, and the efficiency is not a little bit faster. The power of the magic array is too strong, and it is easy to kill people if it is not controlled well. And from the screen, people can't tell which is the real Draco and which is the fake. After this encounter, the cultivation of the magic circle of the fairy tale people was tested again. This resulted in them only using about 2 years to achieve the results of 5 to 8 years of practice by Aslant wizards. Didn't you see that Narcissa had buried her face in Lucius's arms and dared not look? But now that he saw it with his own eyes, Fudge was shocked in his heart, and he was also thinking in his mind what kind of monsters these children were. How come they looked scarier than Dumbledore? Hermione nodded, and then a pair of wings spread behind her, and went to find Neville, who was still saving people on the ground. He was 100% sure that the headlines on the front pages of the major newspapers in the wizarding world tomorrow would definitely be about fairy tale. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly votes, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. Water incarnation, as the name suggests, it is a clone technique that can confuse the opponent. The inspiration source is obviously from Naruto, one of the 4 major comics. The clone can only last for half a minute, but it looks the same as the original body, and can be mass-produced. Several or even dozens of clones can be created in an instant. But although the battle was won, except for 2 people who could fly freely in the sky, the others who participated in the battle were more or less embarrassed. A total of 58 wands of various types fell into the hands of Fairy Tale. Because he had never seen the full power of the magic circle before, and his understanding of the magic circle and Fairy Tale was all heard from his subordinates. Shane walked straight to the dark wizard brought back by Cedric. He was a very thin middle-aged man with slender limbs, sunken eye sockets, and a tattered black robe. His head circumference was very small, which was particularly eye-catching, making people wonder if he was born with some disability. "Who are you and why did you come to attack Dartmoor?" But before Shane could speak, Fudge next to him couldn't wait to ask. This Quidditch World Cup is such a grand event, and such an attack happened at the end. How can he save face as the representative of the organizer of the event? And how can the face of the entire British Ministry of Magic be saved? Facing Fudge's questioning, the middle-aged man was not afraid at all, but looked unruly. He ignored Fudge and stared at Shane fiercely. Shane Dorr. I think there should be few people in this world who don't know me. Shane said expressionlessly, and also answered the middle-aged man's question. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed crazily when he saw his enemy in front of him, and his face became ferocious. I finally see you, come here quickly, let me kill you. Kill you. As he said that, he struggled to stand up and pounce on Shane, but the iron rope tied to him by Cedric with the Transfiguration curse restricted his movement extremely. Shane didn't care about the madness of the man in front of him at all, and didn't even move a step. He just heard him suddenly say a name calmly, Jacobo Yaxley. Huh. You know me? Jacobo was stunned for a moment, and a trace of surprise appeared on his twisted face. Just met. Shane replied calmly, and I roughly understand why you came here tonight. To be honest, as one of the 28 sacred families, you Yaxleys are not like the Gaunt family yet, which is already a gift from God to you. Why don't you just wait for natural demise? Why do you like to be someone else's pawn? Chess piece? What are you talking about? Jacobo didn't understand what Shane was saying at all. He struggled with red eyes. Stop being so mysterious here, you dirty mud. Before he could say the word mudblood, Jacobo suddenly felt as if his throat was strangled by something, and he couldn't say anything. He even felt that he was about to suffocate. You can't curse. Shane's eyes were filled with cold blue light, which scared the people around him and lowered their heads quickly. It's because of you guys that I'm in a very bad mood now. When Shane thought that his date with Luna tonight was almost ruined, he was annoyed. You won't die, but before you go to Azkaban, you should enjoy the feeling of hell. Comma. After saying that, Shane's mind moved, and not only Jacobo, but also the dark wizards behind him, whether kneeling or lying, suddenly screamed in pain. Ah! In the next 24 hours, these people will be tortured by the Cruciatus curse. This is tantamount to sentencing them to death. Neville's parents stayed in St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries and diseases for more than 20 years because they were tortured by the unforgivable curse. Mr. Doria, who are they? Fudge's eyes were filled with resentment and fear. The resentment was directed at the group of wailing dark wizards on the ground. They actually launched a terrorist attack just after the Quidditch World Cup ended, causing a lot of casualties. This was a slap in the face of him, the Minister of Magic. And the fear was directed at the young Doria in front of him. Shane's cruel means really scared him a little, and even Fudge had already separated Shane and Dumbledore changed the equal sign to a greater than sign. At the same time, he knew that there was no need to interrogate the dark wizards in front of him. The light flowing in the pupils of the man in front of him just now showed that he knew everything. Among them, except for some pure-blood families, most of them are mercenaries who lick blood on the tip of the knife. Shane explained. It turned out that some time ago, after the squib experiments in Nurmengard were exposed one after another, many pure-blood families had been put on the stake. Pure blood refers to a wizard or wizard family with pure or nearly pure wizard blood. This concept evolved from the idea of refusing to admit students from Muggle families to Hogwarts, proposed by Salazar Slytherin. Pure blood means that there has never been a Muggle in the family tree. If there is any Muggle in a wizard's family tree, including parents or ancestors, strictly speaking, the person cannot be called a pureblood. But obviously, it is impossible to do it. Because if a wizard's ancestors never had Muggle parents or did not marry a Muggle, then the family would have ceased to exist. Among them, the Malfoy family and the Weasley family are the most typical representatives. Among them, although the Malfoy family has always been considered one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, they did not develop the principle of pure-blood supremacy to the point of inbreeding, they are willing to marry mixed bloods, and there are many mixed bloods in their family tree. But since there are no Muggles or Muggle-born people in their family tree, they are still a pure-blood family. But Yaxley is completely different. They are a family of masters who are fanatical and loyal to the concept of purity. In terms of the concept of bloodline, although they may have mixed blood descendants, they take the form of expelling bloodline traitors from the family tree to maintain the so-called purity of their own bloodline, and this practice naturally leads to the Yaxley family gradually became an extreme pure-blood family like the Black, Gaunt and Lestrange families. Refusing to marry any half-blood or Muggle-born people led to a continuous decrease in the number of the family, and the survivors all suffered from congenital brain diseases to a greater or lesser extent. At the same time, they were influenced by the pure-blood theory from childhood to adulthood, and the term mudblood became a word that they often talked about. Sometimes they even attacked Muggles and half-bloods when their brains were cramped, just because someone touched their clothes. This undoubtedly offended a lot of people. But because 0134065244 follow 1912812111. Purebloods have an ancient heritage. They are rich and powerful, and control most of the resources in the magic world. They are very influential in the entire magic world and cannot be easily offended. This deep-rooted understanding made many people in the magic world dare not speak out against ancient pureblood families like Yaxley. But just over a year ago, after Shane found the heritage of Salazar Slytherin, all this began to change. First of all, the true history of Slytherin was dug out, which made the roots of traditional purebloodism completely untenable. This instantly caused the faith of pureblood families like Yaxley to collapse and become rats crossing the street. Not only Yaxley, many of the dark wizards lying on the ground, such as Shafik, Rosier, and Lavers came from these families. The situation of these ancient pureblood families is similar, the population is declining, the family is lonely, and they were liquidated when Voldemort fell more than a decade ago. In addition to Shane's crazy public opinion offensive in the past 2 years, the exposure of Nermangard's experiment has caused the pureblood families to be criticized. Seeing that the purebloodism on which they rely for their beliefs and survival began to fall, the ancient pureblood wizard families began to unite. They instigated the declining families like Yaxley as cannon fodder, and hired dozens of dark wizards to kill Shane, the source of all this turmoil. What they thought was that as long as Shane died, they could use the influence of their family, money, or other means to turn the Slytherin heritage and the experiment in Nermangard are fake and other things into facts, and plant the pure blood tree back in the ground. And the reason why they chose to do it tonight was completely forced. First, Shane was elusive and could not be found at all. They wanted to go to Swinton's house, but Shane cast a protective magic there and could not find it at all. And the fairy tale headquarters is in Hogwarts, guarded by the White Devil, and it is even more impossible to go there. Second, because they created panic through this Quidditch World Championship, as long as they killed Shane, they could re-establish the prestige of pure blood. So, the Dark Wizards led by Yaxley who led the attack were just pawns of the big families behind them. They were just a bunch of cannon fodders pushed out, and were instigated by other, smart, pure-blood families to test Shane. Sure enough, the brains of close relatives are not very good. Shane told Fudge everything simply but without reservation. He wanted to see what kind of attitude this Minister of Magic, whose mentality had changed, would have towards these pure-blood families that were lingering on in the world. After listening to Shane's words, Fudge ordered the Aurors with a dark face to take away all the wailing dark wizards. You can clearly feel that his tone of voice is full of suppressed anger. But fortunately, although there were some twists and turns, at least there were no disgusting skulls floating under the beautiful starry sky tonight. As the night deepened, even though a very unpleasant incident occurred, it did not completely dispel the enthusiasm of Dartmoor. After the attack, the topic of discussion among the fans who came to watch the Quidditch World Games was no longer Quidditch tonight, but the battle projected in the air tonight. No one could sleep. Dartmoor, which is actually a protected national park in England, is covered by many granite mountains exposed on the surface, providing habitats for many wild animals, and also has rich ancient relics. The history of the granite highlands here can be traced back to the Carboniferous period of the geological era, and its highest point is Highwell Haze at an altitude of 621 meters. At this moment, at the highest point of Dartmoor, two figures are lying on the cold rocks, looking up at the vast and beautiful sea of stars in the sky. In the blue sky, the bright stars are like silver lights flowing in the Black Sea, they are so calm and peaceful. The dreamlike colorful light sprinkled on the world, as if turning the entire Dartmoor into a dream kingdom, making people inadvertently produce many reverie. Shane put his hands behind his head and bathed in the starlight. Every time at this time, he could feel the peace in his heart, as if he had washed away the lead. Why? Huh? Why do you like to look at the stars? Luna lay next to Shane, and the stars reflected in her silver eyes, making her look more dreamy. Why, Actually. I don't know why, maybe I'm afraid of losing such a beautiful thing again. Shane blinked, and his mind recalled some 110 past events, and suddenly a calm smile appeared on his face. Lose? Have you ever lost it? Luna asked curiously, and she felt that the person in her eyes seemed to have never shone black. Luna, what do you think is the most precious thing in this world? Shane did not answer directly, but asked back. What is the most precious? Luna thought for a while and then answered, I don't know, but I think that maybe the things that people often cherish only after they lose them are the most precious. You think the same as me, Luna. Shane agreed, but at the same time, his eyes suddenly began to reflect another starry sky. Why don't I tell you a story? Okay. Luna agreed, and then moved her body to make the two of them closer. The stars came into his eyes, and Shane gradually began to tell his own story. A long time ago, there was a little boy who was abandoned at birth and grew up in an orphanage. The orphanage is in a very remote mountain, and few people go there. It is like a forgotten corner, carrying the same people and things every day and night. But the little boy doesn't feel lonely because there are many children who have similar experiences with him playing with him, and the elderly in the orphanage also take good care of him. Because it is in an orphanage, the children need to go to bed before the specified time. But one night, for some reason, the little boy couldn't sleep because he tossed and turned in bed, so he sneaked out of bed and came to the yard. At that time, he saw the most beautiful thing in his life. Time and space turned, and the scene came to a small courtyard. At this time, Shane, who was still a little kid, was looking up at the starry sky in amazement. The deep and dark blue, countless colorful stars made him involuntarily immersed in infinite reverie. In the children's world, the high walls are window frames, and the window frames surround the yard to form a big window. And at this time, Shane was looking up at another world through this big window. Shane, so you are here. Suddenly, a gentle voice woke Shane up. $303. Shane turned his head and looked, his eyes shining, completely forgetting that he had sneaked out of bed late at night. He pointed at the galaxy above his head with his short and fat fingers, and his tender face was full of excitement and shock. It's so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful thing. Grandma also looked up. It was indeed very beautiful, but she didn't think there was anything wrong, because she had lived under this starry sky for a long time. Shane, it's time to go back. Grandma gently took Shane's hand and said softly, you still have classes tomorrow. If you doze off, the teacher will be unhappy. Then she held his hand and walked towards the dormitory. Shane looked back every few steps, reluctantly watching the starry sky disappear under the eaves. From then on, the little boy would sneak out in the middle of the night to look at the stars from time to time, until he grew up and left the orphanage. The galaxy is hot, and the bright moon is cool. Tears in my eyes. Please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give the poor child a monthly ticket. Note, the name Luna means moon and moon god in Italian, and also means moon in English. You will know the rules of the competition later. Everyone, welcome, the lovely ladies from Beauxbatons School of Magic, and their headmaster, Olympe Maxime. Please be quiet, now I have an important announcement. Time flies, Hogwarts ushered in the day of school again, and also ushered in a new batch of little wizards. After that, Dumbledore looked into the distance. After saying that, the elf-like figure slowly turned around, and then leaned forward, with golden hair fluttering in the breeze, emitting a faint glow. So, this time the Triwizard Tournament has been changed to the Quintet Tournament. Speaking of this, Shane suddenly paused, and then continued. Finally one day, he had the opportunity to return to the place where he grew up, but when he returned there happily, everything had changed. Although the little boy was a little flashy, he didn't care too much, because he was looking for stars. But Dumbledore raised a finger, his expression suddenly became a little serious. This year, due to special reasons, in addition to the 3 magic schools of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, Ilvermorny and Olgarda will also participate in this competition. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. But even so, the boy has always been thinking about the starry sky that has become small. Now, let us welcome our guests together. But I don't know why, that night, in the same place as when he was a child, the boy saw the same darkness as in the city, and he couldn't find the beauty that once gave him infinite reverie. From then on, this starry sky was engraved with beautiful memories and became no longer unfamiliar. The boy chasing the starry sky embraced the girl with the name of Moon Goddess. Shane slowly sat up and looked into the distance. The starry sky in front of him was wider and more beautiful than when he was a child. Of course, it was also more unfamiliar. 0134065224 Felu 1912811361. Why did the stars disappear? Luna asked in confusion. I don't know. Shane shook his head with a little regret on his face, but I know very well that they are still there, but something is blocking them. Then, is the boy in the story you? Hearing this question, Shane's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly recovered. He turned his head with a smile, staring at the pair of bright silver eyes meaningfully, and asked with a smile, why do you think so? Luna did not answer, but raised her head slightly like Shane just now, looking at the endlessly extending galaxy in the distance. Mom always said that there will always be a way to get back what is lost in the end, although sometimes it is beyond our expectations. Of course, some people may not know that the Triwizard Tournament is actually a series of magic competitions between 3 magic schools, and each school selects an outstanding student to participate. He walked to the podium with his robes, wearing gloves on the little finger and ring finger of his right hand to cover up the fact that he was cursed. I don't know since when, the orphanage moved away, and Grandma was gone. The original place has become a farm, which is stinky. Before, they only heard about this by word of mouth, but they didn't expect it to be true. The story ends here. Squeak. To be honest, life after adulthood is not good at all. In the bright and bustling city, there are only neon lights and reinforced concrete jungles. People don't have the leisure to look up at the darkness above their heads. I think you all know that Hogwarts has been selected to host a very prestigious event, the Triwizard Tournament. The Great Hall also became quiet, and the headmaster was going to speak. The Hogwarts Great Hall, where the sorting ceremony had just been held, Dumbledore began to announce the holding of the 5 Wiz tournament this year. Maybe because of Shane, there seemed to be more freshmen enrolled this year than last year. Oh my God! The young wizards all expressed their surprise at the same time. No one expected that magic schools from the other 2 states would participate. The door of the Great Hall was opened. The little wizards in the audience were in a commotion when they heard the news, and they whispered to each other. As soon as the voice fell, a group of beautiful girls wearing blue silk robes walked into the auditorium in unison, with their heads held high and their chests held high, followed by a tall figure. The girl leading the group was particularly eye-catching, and she exuded a fascinating aura. To some extent, all the boys present were forced to focus their attention on her. Even members of fairy tale like Harry and Ronald were no exception. The bloodline of Vila is really amazing. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic is a magic school located in Beauxbatons Castle in the Pyrenees Mountains in southern France. It has a history of 700 years since its establishment. The school is located in a beautiful French palace in the mountains, surrounded by majestic gardens and fountains built with magic. Usually in the banquet hall of the castle, the forest fairies will sing serenades while the students are dining. During Christmas, the auditorium will be filled with huge, sparkling, non-melting ice sculptures. Most of Bosbaden's students come from France, but there are also wizards from Spain, Portugal, Luxembourg, Belgium and the Netherlands studying here. Unlike Hogwarts, students here take OWL exams in the 6th grade instead of the 5th grade, and the scholarships at Bosbatons are higher than those at Hogwarts. The emblem of Bosbaton's School of Magic features 2 golden crossed wands, each with 3 stars. After a simple but graceful dance, Dumbledore stepped forward to greet the tall figure behind the team. "Madame Maxime, welcome," Dumbledore said, kissing Madame Maxime's hand gently. This gave Shane, who was watching the excitement in the eagle's nest not far away, goosebumps all over his body. It's not his fault, the visual impact of the scene in front of him is a bit big, you know, Madame Maxime has the blood of a giant, she is twice as tall as Dumbledore. The girls of Bosbatons took their seats. Then, Dumbledore ran onto the stage again amid the screams of the young male wizards, raised his hand and shouted, "Friends from the north, the pride of Durmstrang, and their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff." This time it was the turn of the little witches to be crazy. A dozen strong and tall figures holding wands walked in with great momentum, led by Viktor Krum, the Bulgarian team seeker who participated in the Quidditch World Cup final some time ago. The wands kept hitting the ground to spark sparks, leaving round pits and making a loud noise. It looked like they didn't come to compete, but more like they came to mess up the place. Professor McGonagall, who was sitting in the professor's chair, looked very unhappy when he saw this, while Snape looked contemptuous. A reckless and flashy man. This was Shane's evaluation of Durmstrang, and it was also a rare telepathy with Snape. "How are you, Karkaroff?" Dumbledore stepped forward and extended his hand to the man with a goatee in front of him. "I'm fine, Albus. I've never felt better than I do in more than a decade." Karkaroff shook Dumbledore's hand and answered with a smug look on his face, which was completely different from his usual cold and sharp appearance. This was because he found out half a month ago that the dark mark on his arm suddenly disappeared, which meant that the terrifying Dark Lord would never come back, so he was happy until now. In fact, it was because Shane Duan destroyed the soul of Voldemort in Harry's body. Durmstrang Academy is one of the 3 largest magic schools in Europe. It is located in the northernmost part of the European continent and is willing to accept international students as far away as Bulgaria. Durmstrang has existed since at least 1294. Its founder was Nerita Volkanova, a great witch. Durmstrang is notorious for not admitting Muggleborns and emphasizing dark magic in its curriculum. It is the darkest among the 11 magic schools in the world, although this is not entirely justified. It has trained many truly great wizards, but it has also been managed by suspicious or evil-minded wizards twice in history, one of whom is known as the worst criminal in the magic world, Gellert Grindelwald. After Dumbledore and Karkaroff exchanged greetings for a while, he continued to run up to the stage and continued the welcome ceremony. First of all, Ilvermorny was founded by 2 people, one of whom is Isolde Sayre, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and the other is Isolde's husband James Stewart. Tears, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please flowers, thank you for your support. There are 4 colleges in Ilvermorny School of Magic: Horned Serpent College, Panther College, Thunderbird College and Goblin College. There were some racist people who spoke rudely to the students of Wagadu, and they either had their tongues cut off, their jaws broken, or even their necks slashed silently. Thank you. Bosbatons, Armstrong, Hogwarts, the 3 of them are actually a very simple competitive relationship, and there is no hatred, but Ilvermorny is different. It has a natural opposition relationship with Hogwarts. Goblin College, also known as Pucky College, it represents the heart of male and female wizards, and most of the students are kind-hearted healers. The characteristics of this college correspond to the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff of Hogwarts. As soon as the voice fell, no one, but a group of animals of all sizes rushed into the great hall from outside the door. "Oh! Hogwarts' mortal enemy is here." Then, the two chatted for a few more words, and then Badgett smiled and led his students to their seats. Secondly, Ilvermorny also has 4 colleges, for representative animals, and even the sorting ceremony is almost the same as Hogwarts. And Shane's evaluation of this school is, very wild. At the same time, the students of the Wagado School of Magic rarely use wands and are very good at wandless spells. Minerva, is this an animagus? Professor Flitwick, who was sitting in the professor's seat, was curious and asked the Master of Transfiguration sitting next to him. Baked Akinbad is a very kind black man with sparse white hair and thick white beard. He seems to be quite old, but he looks very energetic and his eyes are bright. He looks like a very profound wise man. Different from the 3 major magic schools in Europe. Shane looked towards the door of the great hall with interest. They include eagles, elephants, hunting dogs, lions, cheetahs, porcupines, gerbils, etc., all of which are common animals on the African savanna. But unlike animagus, their transfiguration can be detected, at least in front of me, I can see through their transfiguration. At this point, Professor McGonagall showed a hint of pride. The students of Wagado are not like the previous 2 schools. They are a mixed team of men and women. They are all black, wearing traditional African colorful robes, traditional Ugandan bark clothes on their shoulders, and strings of small animal parts around their necks and wrists. The leader of the student team is a boy named Gapa Unamuno. Wagado is a magic school located in the Moon Mountain of Uganda, Africa. It is the largest of all magic schools in the world because it recruits students from all over Africa. Wagado's way of selecting students is very special. Students who are allowed to study in Wagado will learn about the news from the then principal through the Dream Messenger. The Dream Messenger will leave a token for the children when they are asleep, usually a stone with an inscription. When the child woke up, Kim found that he was holding it in his hand. Many people have said that Badgett Akinbad is the most prestigious and most likely person to succeed Albus Dumbledore as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. Long time no see, Baked. Dumbledore walked forward with his arms open. Of course not, Phileas. Professor McGonagall shook his head and answered in a low voice, while looking at the students of Wagado who had just transformed from animals into humans in the audience with a bit of seriousness. I have heard before that Wagado has mastered a very advanced self-transfiguration technique, and can transform into an animal that will like an animagus. Finally, let us welcome the strong men of Ilvermorny School of Magic and their headmaster, Serafina Pickcore. Yes. Dumbledore answered in an affirmative tone. Congratulations, Albus. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. Pill. Thunderbird College represents the souls of male and female wizards, and most of the students are people who like adventure. The characteristics of this college correspond to the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff of Hogwarts. Next, please welcome our friends from Africa, the envoys of the Wagado School of Magic, and their principal, Badgett Akinbad. Cat College represents the body of male and female wizards, may be a warrior. The characteristics of this college correspond to the Gryffindor and Slytherin of Hogwarts. *****. Horned Serpent College represents the wisdom of male and female wizards, and prefers to accept those who love reading. The characteristics of this college correspond to the Ravenclaw and Slytherin of Hogwarts. But because no one has ever seen the people of Wagado take action, these things can only be left unresolved in the end. Long time no see, Albus. Badgett hugged Dumbledore and patted him on the back gently, and whispered, "Is the Voldemort thing true?" 0.0. This scared the little wizards present and stunned them. Ilvermorny Sorting Ceremony. When a student enters Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for education, they are first taken to the circular hall at the entrance of the castle, where there are 4 wooden sculptures representing the 4 colleges. When the new students line up to enter the circular hall, the rest of the teachers and students will watch on the circular terrace above. The new students stand in a circle against the wall, and one by one they are called to stand above the Gordian knot, an item in Western legend. Whoever can untie this knot can become the king of Asia, carved in the center of the hall's stone floor. The 4 magical statues will consider whether they want the student to study in their college. But there are special circumstances for everything. There have been cases in Ilvermorny where statues of more than one college have expressed their willingness to recruit students. Whenever this happens, the choice falls on the student himself, which is very similar to the Sorting Hat. However, this situation is also very rare, perhaps only once in 10 years. The current headmaster of Ilvermorny, Serafina Pitcore, encountered a situation where 4 schools wanted to recruit her, and she finally chose the Horned Serpent School. Serafina Pitcore served as the chairman of the 907 of the American Magical Congress for several years in the 1920s, and was the most prestigious witch at the time. In 1945, shortly after Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore, she began to serve as the headmaster of Ilvermorny School of Magic and Witchcraft and Wizardry. It may be because it is the latest magic school established, or it may be that one of its founders is a Mage. The establishment and development of Ilvermorny closely followed the development of the modern Western world, which naturally led to its teaching philosophy being more open and advanced than many magic schools in the world, and gradually became one of the most democratic and most impartial magic schools recognized by the world. So, in this way, a stone hut built by a Slytherin Hoey and a Mage has completed the development achievements of other magic schools for thousands of years in just over 300 years, and gradually showed signs of becoming the best magic school in the world, but at the same time, its operating structure is almost the same as Hogwarts. For this situation, do you think the students of Hogwarts can accept it? Can they be mentally balanced? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The student delegation of Ilvermorny is also a mix of men and women, but it is unclear who is leading. Their boys and girls are wearing blue and raspberry robes respectively, and they walked in 2 columns with their heads held high. Following behind them are 4 huge representative animal phantoms, longhorned water snake, thunderbird, cat leopard, and goblin. These 4 animals flew in from the gate and hovered in the 4 corners of the auditorium, and made their own unique calls to the young wizards of Hogwarts in the middle. Even more outrageous than Armstrong's, a naked provocation. What the hell? The little wizards at Hogwarts were immediately furious when they saw this, and they wanted to take out their wands and say, "Come and practice with me." But Dumbledore did not have any dissatisfaction, he walked towards his old friend happily. "Welcome, Serafina, you are still the same. I have forgotten when we last met. 21 years ago, Albus, at the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards, but at that time you were worried about a very troublesome student, and didn't seem to pay attention to me." Serafina replied with a smile. Serafina is a very dignified person. She has regular features, wheat-colored skin, a black gilded headscarf on her head, and 2 tufts of light golden hair on both ears sticking out of the headscarf to form 2 perfect legs. Even though she is very old now, you can tell from her face that she is a very capable person. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Dumbledore smiled, not feeling any displeasure at all because of Serafina's teasing. "Then please let me make up for my impoliteness that time. I'm looking forward to it." Serafina nodded, and then led her students to their seats. After the welcome ceremony, Dumbledore couldn't wait to walk back to the podium. He had been staring at the ice cream on the table for a long time, and it would melt if he didn't eat it. "The guests have taken their seats, so I declare that the dinner will begin." As soon as the voice fell, the candles in the auditorium suddenly lit up a little, and the fragrant food suddenly appeared on the table. Everyone found that this year's admission dinner was more sumptuous than in previous years, and it had many local characteristics. More than an hour later, the dinner slowly came to an end in a noisy sound. Dumbledore wiped his mouth and hands covered with sugar stains with a handkerchief, and walked to the podium again. "Quiet. Quiet. Please pay attention, I have something to say to my classmates here. Eternal glory awaits the student who wins the 5 strongest tournament, but that student must first complete 5 tasks, 5 extremely dangerous and difficult tasks. So in view of the above reasons, after discussion, the Ministry of Magic has introduced a new regulation. Now, please allow Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, to explain further. Then, a man with short gray hair in a neat 8:2 style and looking very rigid stood up from the professor's seat. Barty Crouch. Hermione felt very familiar when she heard this name. The ceiling was like this when he was studying at Hogwarts, and no one was found to fix it. It seemed that he had lost his position as Minister of Magic because his son was a hidden Death Eater. The talisman on the ceiling was left by the 4 founders when they built Hogwarts. No one has been hired to maintain it for so many years, so thunder often occurs. At this time, Shane, who knew the original plot, also sat in the distance and took a closer look, and finally confirmed that it was the real thing. The simulacrum on the ceiling of the auditorium was out of control again. This ceiling is still like this after so many years, it's so stupid. Moody complained. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, monthly votes, and flowers, thank you for your support. Wow. That seems to be Alastair of Moody, the Mad-Eye Man. Ronald recognized the man who had just cast the spell in the dark corner at a glance, and said in shock, I heard that half of the prisoners in Azkaban were arrested by him. How did he come here? His right leg is also broken due to injury, and it is replaced by a wooden prosthesis, so he always walks with a limp. The people sitting below were all shocked. Ladies and gentlemen, after careful consideration, the Ministry of Magic finally decided that for safety reasons, all students under the age of 17 are not allowed to sign up for this top 5 competition. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly votes, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. The deafening thunder was still echoing in the auditorium, but at this moment, a spell suddenly shot out from a corner of the auditorium, and the chaotic ceiling suddenly rippled. Combined with his rough dark gray hair, it gives people a feeling of old rotten wood. The ceiling was quiet, and Barty Crouch continued his work. Moody limped out of the dark corner with a cane. Although this person is not a big deal, flies are always annoying. Alastair Moody, nicknamed Mades, is called the Devil of Revenge by many dark wizards. 013406524 Felu 1912911051. He stood on the podium with a serious expression and began to announce the decision of the Ministry of Magic in a serious manner. Not sure, but I heard that his identity as a werewolf seemed to have been discovered. Although no one in the school had any objections, some parents of students were still worried that a werewolf teaching at Hogwarts would cause problems. After all, they didn't want to be that accident, so Professor Zipping had to resign from his position as a professor. Harry listened to Ronald's words and looked curiously. Then it slowly became quiet. Barty Crouch walked around the professor's seat and walked towards the podium seriously, but at this moment, the whole auditorium suddenly flashed and thundered, and bursts of huge thunder came from the top of the head. To be honest, he doesn't look very good. That's a pity, he is the best defense against the dark arts professor I have ever seen. Luna glanced at Mad-Eye not far away. As a werewolf, he may become very sad if he loses this job. As she said that, she suddenly remembered that when she first met Lupin, he was wearing a ragged old clothes to class, and it was obvious that he was not living a good life. It seems that this semester, Mr. Magic, I will be our defense against the dark arts professor. Luna's tone was very gentle, but with certainty. Do you know where Professor Lupin went? This Mad-Eye man doesn't look easy to mess with. Don't worry about him, Sirius should help him. Shane touched Luna's head and comforted her. Moody has a moving magic eye that can see through, and his nickname comes from this. She suddenly recalled that Harry had mentioned this name when he was investigating Sirius in the guild. But Shane narrowed his eyes when he saw this. To be honest, he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Maybe it's because he has been fighting against dark wizards for many years as an Auror. A large piece of flesh on his nose is missing, and his face is scarred. To be honest, he was really a little afraid that a little Barty Crouch would run out. This TM, even if Voldemort is killed, the world can create a terrorist attack on him after the Quidditch World Cup. What else is impossible? Dumbledore hurried forward to shake his hand and said, "Thank you for coming, old friend." These two sentences caused a huge uproar, and the young wizards in the audience immediately raised fierce opposition. What, those under 17 are not allowed to participate? This is so unfair. What a bullshit decision. We also want to participate in this competition. That's right, why can't we participate? You know, the final winner can get 2,000 gold galleons. The young wizards quarreled and put Barty Crouch, who hadn't finished speaking, on the podium, making the latter look very unhappy. Dumbledore saw this and immediately used, Sonorous, to silence the audience in an instant. Crouch, sorry, please continue. Crouch's face was ashen, and he was as stiff as a robot. He lowered his head and continued to read the rules in his hand. The 5-power tournament is a very dangerous event for students, so the above decision has been strictly discussed by the Ministry of Magic and cannot be changed. However, there are exceptions. The Ministry of Magic has decided that members of the Fairy Tale Guild can make an exception to participate in this event, and if students under the age of 17 want to participate in this 5-power tournament, provided that you can defeat any member of the Fairy Tale Guild in a duel. As soon as this sentence came out, all the students present cast their eyes on the confused figure. Shane sat in his seat in a daze, with cake in his mouth and the question mark above his head pointing directly at the ceiling. What the hell? What does this have to do with my guild? No one discussed this with me in advance. No, when was this decided? How come I don't know? Shane's face turned black, and he slammed the table and started to run away. What? You want to use Fairy Tale as a gun? If you don't explain it clearly today, I will overthrow your Ministry of Magic. As he said that, his hands burst into blazing lightning and flames, and he was ready to blow up the school at all costs. Wow! Calm down, calm down. Master. This is still in school. If you blow this up, we won't have a place to eat. Yes. Luna, calm down, Master. The surrounding eagles immediately rushed over to hold Shane. They knew that if they didn't step forward to stop him, their master would definitely blow up Crouch and the Great Hall together. Crouch, what's going on? Dumbledore also frowned and stepped forward to question. He was completely unaware of the Ministry's decision. What exactly do Fudge and the Ministry want to do? What good is there in angering Shane? Wait a minute, Albus. Crouch raised his hand and pressed it against his chest, then walked to Shane with an envelope. Mr. Dolores, this is a letter from Minister Fudge. Huh? Looking at the letter with the Ministry's seal in front of him, Shane calmed down a little and reached out to take the letter. He opened the envelope, and there was an ordinary letter and a piece of parchment inside. Shane first read the contents of the letter. All the wizards around Hogwarts, including students and professors, did not dare to make any sound, as if they were afraid of disturbing him, which made the students and principals of the other 4 magic schools who had just arrived feel a little incredible. However, as Shane slowly read the contents of the letter, his face gradually changed from cloudy to sunny, and then turned into a sinister smile. This immediately made the surrounding little wizards of Hogwarts shudder, because since Shane showed this smile last time, the school has added a scary pumpkin head and a group of volunteer treatment teams who don't treat patients as human beings. After a while, Shane glanced at the parchment in his other hand, and at the same time squeezed the letter in his hand, and the sourceless fire ignited and burned the letter, and then said expressionlessly, "Tell Fudge, I agree, but it won't happen again. If the Ministry of Magic dares to act on its own next time, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he sat back in his chair, and Luna also took a bite of the pudding she had eaten and gave it to Shane. "I will convey it truthfully." Crouch's eyes twitched, and he forced himself not to get angry and nodded. To be honest, if Fudge hadn't repeatedly reminded him not to offend Shane Doria before he came, he would have started to curse. Even if you are the descendant of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, you are too arrogant, right? Threatening the Ministry of Magic. It's unheard of. In fact, this is not only what Crouch is thinking at the moment, but also the thoughts of the students and principals of the other 4 magic schools except Hogwarts. But it's not their fault. If you don't have enough knowledge of Shane, it will definitely lead to wrong judgments. After announcing all the rules of this 5-strong competition, Crouch sat back in his seat. In fact, Crouch wanted to leave at this point. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. But this is not possible. He came on behalf of the Ministry of Magic and he couldn't leave until everything was over. This kind of snakewood cannot be cut down or destroyed, and later people also found that the leaves of this tree have powerful medical effects. After that, Isolt's husband James Stewart buried the wand in the ground of Ilvermorny. The people from the other 3 magic schools also left sensibly. Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. Seraphina thought that the arrogant Slytherin students would not obey, but unexpectedly, the little snakes turned around and left obediently, although their faces were still indignant. This is an order. In 1620, Isolt Sayre, one of the founders of Ilvermorny, stole the wand from her Aunt Gormlaith Gaunt and traveled to America on the Mayflower. Then the Goblet of Fire will select 5 warriors to participate in this competition. But I remind everyone again that please be careful when registering, because once you are selected, you will have no way out. At this point, all matters for tonight are over. The young wizards began to return to their dormitories, and the guests will go to their resting place to rest. However, just as the students were leaving the auditorium one after another, a voice stopped everyone. "Mr. Dolea, please stay." Shane turned around and found that it was the principal of Ilvermorny School of Magic, Seraphina Pickcore, who called him. "Principal Seraphina, is there anything I can do for you?" Shane asked curiously, and at the same time he was also puzzled as to why the lady in front of him suddenly called him, as if he had no intersection with Ilvermorny. But if there must be, then it may only be Mr. Dolea. Seraphina walked over step by step. "Excuse me, I just want to ask, you got Salazar? When Slytherin inherited the throne, did you get his wand? Students who want to sign up for this competition, please remember that you need to throw the parchment with your name on it into the fire before Thursday night this week. Salazar Slytherin's wand was made by himself. Then we won't bother you. There is no need at all." And long after that, Gormlaith accidentally discovered the whereabouts of Isolt and chased him to America. Snake wood, the core is basilisk horn. This is the Goblet of Fire. As far as I know, Salazar Slytherin's wand is actually buried under Ilvermorny School. So, only Shane, Luna, Dumbledore, Seraphina and one of her students were left in the entire auditorium. Thinking of this, the little snakes of Slytherin who had just heard the conversation between the two began to show hostility in their eyes, and slowly moved their feet to Shane's back. F***K. What does this question mean? After hearing Shane's question, he took another look behind Shane. There were little snakes ready to move. Seraphina smiled bitterly. "Mr. Dolea, this matter cannot be known to too many people. Can we talk alone?" After Slytherin died, his wand was passed on to his children. Because Slytherin's wand is just a symbol in this era. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. During the battle between the two, the snakewood wand entered a dormant state because of the command of the Parseltongue. "Principal Seraphina, can you tell me why you are looking for Slytherin's wand?" Shane did not answer Seraphina's question immediately, but asked calmly. "And a person who has served as the chairman of the Magic Congress of Eagle Sauce and has been in charge of a top magic school for decades, she would not be stupid enough to easily offend a person or a school because of an insignificant wand. But the magical thing is that just 1 year after the wand was buried in the ground, an unknown snakewood suddenly grew at the place where the wand was buried." "Sure." Shane nodded, and then glanced behind him. "Go back to the dormitory. Does this Ivermort dare to covet the wand of our ancestors?" He waved his hand, and a cup half a person's height with blue flames suddenly appeared in front of everyone. After nearly 1,000 years of development, even if a lot of precious knowledge and technology have been lost in the long river of history, in fact, the current level of wand manufacturing is definitely much better than that of Slytherin's era. Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand and started the last agenda of the evening. But Shane was not as simple-minded as the little snakes. This wand is very special. It can enter dormant state after receiving special instructions, and no one is allowed to use it. Excuse me, who is this? Seraphina looked at the blonde girl standing next to Shane with some confusion. This girl is very special, both in temperament and status. Just now, after Shane gave the order, all the students of Hogwarts left, but this girl stood there naturally without moving a step. Luna Lovegood, a member of Fairy Tale. Before Shane could speak, Luna, who noticed Seraphina's confusion, began to introduce herself. It turned out to be her. Seraphina reacted immediately. She had seen this name in the newspaper before. She is the girl who found the Slytherin inheritance with Dora 10 and won the main medal of the Merlin Knights. Hello, Miss Lovegood. Seraphina nodded gently to Luna, and then began to introduce the people around her. This is my student Sylvia Dora Stewart, who is in the 6th grade this year, the best student in Ilvermorny, and one of the most likely candidates to represent Ilvermorny in this top 5 competition. Stewart. Is your ancestor the founder of Ilvermorny? Shane carefully looked at the girl in front of him who was a little too delicate. She was very tall, and her leg-to-body ratio looked a little unreasonable. She had long, smooth golden hair, a pair of clear eyes like morning dew on her smooth and white face, revealing a little cold light. She had a straight nose, pink lips like rose petals, and fair skin. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale kingdom, full of nobility, and every move seemed to reveal a dreamy atmosphere. Hello, Mr. Doria. Nice to meet you. Sylvia gently lifted her skirt and performed a standard aristocratic etiquette. My ancestor is James Stewart, one of the founders of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yes. She is really a princess. A string of ellipses flew over Shane's head. In fact, he hated this kind of communication method full of rules and regulations. It was not a major occasion that required strict etiquette. Wouldn't it be better to be more free and relaxed? I have to stay away from this girl in the future. To be honest, it's a bit creepy to communicate with her. The Stewart family was a royal family hundreds of years ago, and their way of educating their children has continued to this day. Seraphina also saw Shane's involuntary behavior, took the initiative to explain, and then began to talk about her purpose. Mr. Doria, I'm sorry. The reason why I am interested in Slytherin's wand is entirely because of the Life Tree in Ilvermorny. Life Tree. Is it the tree that was born from the Slytherin wand? Althea, also known as snake wood, is the raw material of the Slytherin wand body. Yes, the Life Tree is born from the Slytherin wand buried that year, and the leaves it grows have very good healing effects. But 7 years ago, we suddenly found that the leaves produced by the Life Tree were gradually decreasing, and its healing effect was also declining, so we thought, is there something wrong with the wand buried that year? We dug up the soil and found that after the wand was buried, it had formed a tree cocoon, and the roots extending from it grew into the Life Tree. This is interesting. Shane said that he had read so many books and did not find any records about the wand itself stimulating plants. Moreover, in theory, this wood has been processed into a wand. In theory, it is already a dead object. It is really rare that it can suddenly rejuvenate and grow plants with special abilities. Is there something wrong with the tree cocoon? Shane asked. He basically guessed what was wrong with the Life Tree. This plant is still a plant after all. It doesn't grow wildly in nature and has strong vitality. This tree of life has been able to survive for hundreds of years without any major problems under the so-called protection of humans. Ilvermorny has protected it very well. Yes, the tree cocoon has been parasitized by a kind of white ant since I don't know when. Both the tree cocoon and the magic wand have been eaten quite badly. Seraphina nodded with a wry smile and answered truthfully, although we immediately asked the herbology professor in the school to clean up the ants and try to save it, the damage caused is irreversible. After that, we also found many masters in the fields of botany and magic wand, but the final conclusion was that in order to save the tree of life, we must remove the damaged old magic wand and reimplant a new one. But Principal Seraphina, this has nothing to do with the question you just asked. Shane said. Even if a new wand is needed, it has nothing to do with the question Seraphina asked just now. You must know that under normal circumstances, a wizard will only use one wand in his life. According to Ollivander's words, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. In fact, it is not so easy for a wizard to choose a second wand of his own. And the one in Ilvermorny was given to his children by Slytherin before he died. It is undoubtedly unique to Slytherin. What's more, it's just a matter of implanting a new wand. Just find a wand master to make a new one. There's no need to ask if you have obtained Slytherin's wand. Here's the thing. Seraphina explained, I'm not asking for a wand, but to explore the materials and technology used by Slytherin to make wands, we want to make a new wand. I don't understand this. Slytherin's wand is made of snake wood and the horn of a horned water snake is used as the wand core. This is not a secret to wizards all over the world. Shane was even more confused. But that's not the case. Seraphina shook her head helplessly. The wand master we found that Slytherin's wand has a double-layer body. In addition to snake wood, there is also an unknown material for making the wand. But because this material has been eaten away by the white ants, we can't tell what kind of wood it is. And according to our understanding, Slytherin actually made more than one wand, but 3. That's why we found you who inherited Salazar Slytherin. 3. Is there any basis for that? Shane asked with a frown. Seraphina turned her head to look at Sylvia beside her, who immediately understood and then took out a worn but relatively well-preserved diary to push it over. Shane was very upset when he saw this. Why is it a diary again? Does Slytherin and his descendants like to use this thing to record things? Slytherin himself, Voldemort, and the girl in front of you all like to use this thing to record things. Can't you try another way? This is the diary left by Isolde Sayer. Hundreds of years ago, the legacy that Slytherin left to the Gaunt family was relatively complete. When Isolde was young, she lived in Gormlaith Gaunt's house for a long time. She once saw such a record in a scroll. Salazar Slytherin is a master wand maker. He made countless wands in his life, but only 3 wands really satisfied him. But the scroll only recorded the appearance of 3 wands, one of which can be confirmed to be the snakewood wand that has been buried underground and passed down to this day, while the other 2 are missing. Then I think I understand what you mean. Shane nodded in understanding, and then asked, do you want to recreate an identical snakewood wand by studying the structure of the other 2 wands? Yes, the Alsophila is a precious legacy left by the 2 founders to Ilvermorny. We can't just watch it wither away. So, Mr. Dolea, may I ask if you got his wand in the inheritance of Slytherin? Ilvermorny really needs it, at any cost. Seraphina asked the original question again, with a sincere tone. Shane looked at his lover meaningfully, and Luna immediately understood and drew out her wand, and a Patronus rabbit jumped out of the auditorium. Principal Seraphina, I'm sorry to tell you that I didn't get his wand in Slytherin's grave. Really? Seraphina's face suddenly showed a trace of regret. She didn't think Shane was lying to him, because there was no need for it. Well. But. Shane suddenly changed the subject with a smile on his face. I may know the secret of Slytherin's wand village. Really? Shane's words made Seraphina's face turn from gloomy to sunny immediately. She was trying hard to suppress her excitement. You know, since the incident of the life tree, she didn't know how many people she had looked for and how many ways she had thought of, but in the end it was useless. And now she finally saw the light. Luna, take it out. Shane looked at the girl next to him with a smile. But at this time he found that the latter had already taken out the thing he said. Luna held an ordinary oak cane inlaid with crystals in her hand, about 1 meter long, which looked rotten and broken into 2 pieces. "What is this?" Seraphina asked in confusion. She was curious about how this was related to the question about the wand she asked. Could it be? Principal Seraphina, this snake cane was held in the hands of Slytherin at the time. It was made of oak, Yuan explained with a smile. In fact, it is not surprising that Seraphina did not know about the oak. Shane specially ordered the beetle to modify the content published in the Daily Prophet at that time, and cleverly hid the key and important information such as oak and celts. After all, there is no shortage of smart people in this world. If everything is really announced, the skeleton grave under the pool on the Isle of Man will be found soon within a month. So, let Salazar Slytherin rest in peace. After all, in addition to a large number of basilisks and deep-sea giants' bones, the underground prison now only has the stone statue of Slytherin. Oak. Seraphina looked doubtful and fell into deep thought. She was a little confused. Even if the snake staff in front of her was Slytherin's personal belongings, how could she be sure that the other half of the wand that gave birth to the tree fern was oak? And Shane actually predicted that Seraphina would have such doubts, so he just asked Luna to notify someone to come over. "Principal Seraphina, I can't tell you the specific reason, but the person who will tell you the answer is here." As soon as Shane finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed into the auditorium, and he could be seen holding a thick book in his arms. "President, I'm here," Draco shouted. He had just received the notification of Luna's Patronus charm and immediately brought the memory of Salazar Slytherin here. "Let me introduce you, Draco Malfoy, a member of Fairy Tale, and also the custodian of Slytherin's legacy that I designated." "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." "Oh. Hello, Mrs. Pickcore." Draco realized that there were other people, and quickly bowed like a 040 and performed a noble etiquette. It must be said that as a pure-blood family, Draco did not fall behind in etiquette education in such formal occasions. "Draco, call Slytherin out." Seeing that the two had finished greeting, Shane ordered. "Okay." After agreeing, Draco immediately opened Salazar Slytherin's diary, then took out a small bottle of dark red liquid from his pocket and dripped a little on it. A dim green light flashed, and soon, the old Slytherin appeared in front of everyone. "This person is Salazar Slytherin." Not only Seraphina, but also her student Sylvia and the silent Slytherin not far away. Dumbledore felt a little incredible. A living person who had died thousands of years ago suddenly appeared in front of you, anyone would feel a little dreamy. But in fact, only a few people such as Fairy Tale knew that this Slytherin was actually a robot, or a puppet, who could only answer questions. If you ask him a question, he will try to give a detailed answer to the question. But if you don't ask a question, he will just float there. And if he can't answer the question you ask, he will just float there like a ghost. "Shane, Slytherin, I want to ask you, have you ever made 3 wands that you think are the most satisfactory?" Slytherin, yes. "Shane, tell me more." Slytherin opened one hand, and a black wand with a twisted shape like a snake's tongue and a snake-patterned handshake suddenly floated in his palm. "This is the first wand I made of quillwood and oak, with the heartstring of the dead bird as the wand core, which was later damaged when defending Hogwarts. The wand changed, and a dark green straight wand with mithril and green crystal inlaid at the connection between the handle and the wand body appeared in front of everyone. This is the second wand I made, snake wood and oak, with the horn of a longhorned water snake as the wand core. Before I left Hogwarts and returned to my hometown, I gave it to my daughter Lobelia Brenda Slytherin. It changed again, and the last wand was gilded all over, engraved with patterns like lion mane, and a round red gem was inlaid at the handle. It looked like blood was flowing inside. This is the third wand I made for my good friend Godric Gryffindor, jujube wood and fir wood, with the tail of a chimera as the wand core, and it was also damaged during the defense of Hogwarts." After the introduction, Slytherin fell silent again. But the answer is already obvious. Salazar Slytherin, a wand maker who has mastered the technology of making double-layer wands, and he likes to add the sacred wood of druids, oak to the wands he uses. So if you want to save the Tree of Life in Ilvermorny School, you must master the double-layer wand technology and make a new wand. To be honest, this is not easy. I have to admit that wand making is actually a very profound knowledge. Because in the past, it is not that there were no wand makers who thought of combining multiple woods to make wands, but the final result was without exception. No wand maker could successfully solve the repulsion between the two materials. So as time passed, people gradually began to give up studying this advanced technology. After all, no one wants their wand to explode out of control when casting a spell, right? But on the contrary, if the power of the wand can really be realized, it will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Mr. Dolea, can you tell me your conditions? Serafina asked very bluntly. She didn't think it was so easy to obtain the manufacturing technology of the double-layer wand body, because this technology would be a huge shock and change for wand makers all over the world, say. Principal Serafina, I have a proposal here, see if you can accept it. Shane thought about it, and finally decided not to give this technology away, so he thought of another way. 10 minutes later, Serafina took Sylvia away. When she left, her face was calm, but a trace of unwillingness could be seen in her eyes. It seemed that although the deal was made, the price paid was a bit high. After sending off the teacher and student of Ilvermorny, there were only 4 people left in the auditorium. Draco, Luna, you go back first. Shane glanced at the two of them, he still had some things to deal with. Okay, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, President, Professor Dumbledore. Draco said hello, then put away Salazar Slytherin's diary, and left. I'm going back first, remember the appointment tonight. Luna reached out to adjust the harp necklace on Shane's neck, said softly, and then jumped away. Ahem, you are still young, you can't. Watching Luna's back as she left, Dumbledore pretended to cough a few times, and his tone was full of the tone of an elder advising the younger generation. What are you thinking about all day long, you old bee? Shane turned his head in dismay, and couldn't help but curse Dumbledore's nickname. But at this moment, bursts of dull thunder began to come from outside the castle. Dumbledore and Shane both subconsciously looked outside. Shane, will this method you mentioned really work? Dumbledore suddenly asked, and at the same time a crystal bottle filled with golden red liquid appeared in his hand. The golden red light flowing inside gave people a dreamy color. There is no 100% certainty in this world. But this method is theoretically feasible, but whether it succeeds in the end depends entirely on you. Shane replied calmly, by the way, Professor, I'm very curious, your transfiguration is obviously no less than Professor McGonagall, why didn't you plan to practice animagus in the first place? Oh, actually there is no special reason, it's just because holding the leaves of mandrake in my mouth affects my ability to eat desserts. Just like at the dinner just now, the ice cream was so tempting, but if I hold the leaves in my mouth, I just can't taste its deliciousness. Oh. My God, that's simply a nightmare. As he spoke, Dumbledore suddenly showed a fearful and abandoned expression like an old naughty boy. It was obvious that he hated the mandrake leaves that he had held in his mouth for more than a month a while ago. I have to say, it's worthy of being an old bee. Shane sighed in his heart, then turned his head through the pillars and looked at the dark clouds that kept rolling in the sky. At tonight's dinner, the spell on the ceiling went out of control again, which means there will be a storm tonight. But Professor, are you sure it's tonight? In fact, you can just hold a piece of mandrake in your mouth again. If you can't make it, Hogwarts will be leaderless and the 5-power tournament may be stagnant. It doesn't matter, Minerva supports me to do this. Dumbledore replied with a smile, his face showing no fear and calmness when facing death, and even if I die, Hogwarts will only lose a white-bearded old man. Zeller and Severus will take care of everything. Well, since you have decided, let's go. Shane nodded, but we need to find a more secluded place. The noise you make when you transform may not be any less than when I did. At the same time, in the Gryffindor headmaster's office and the vice headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall was sorting out the teaching materials for tomorrow's class. The first class tomorrow is for the first grade. Newly enrolled wizards are at a stage where they need to lay the foundation, and it is also the most difficult stage to teach. There are so many guests in the school now. As the vice headmaster of Hogwarts, she must not lose face for the school. However, just as Professor McGonagall was working late into the night, a noisy sound distracted her instantly. Dong! 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 There was a knocking sound outside the window. Hearing this familiar sound, Professor McGonagall instantly became angry. I have said many times, Mr. Dolea, the window is not the entrance to the office, and this is on the second floor. Squeak. The window was opened, and Shane flew outside the window and said only one sentence, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore's time is up. As soon as the voice fell, a sound of hair falling came from the dim office. In a valley far away from Hogwarts, this is where Shane once raised the basilisk. At this moment, there are 4 people in the valley, seemingly preparing something. Albus, have you really thought about it? Professor McGonagall looked at her teacher and longtime friend with a worried face. Even though she knew that Dumbledore had to do this, she was still very worried. After all, what he was doing now seemed too unrealistic to her. Don't worry, Minerva. Dumbledore smiled and comforted, if I don't want to die, no one can force me. I have lived long enough. If there are no regrets that have not been resolved, I should be able to welcome the end of my life in a year. Looking at Dumbledore's calm face, Professor McGonagall knew that he had made up his mind. So she nodded seriously, and her eyes suddenly became firm. Okay, in this case, I will protect you by your side. Professor Dumbledore, get ready. At the same time, Shane also came over, with a magic gathering circle already set up behind him. But remember, you only have one chance. If you fail, the probability of survival is infinitely close to 0. Okay, I understand. Dumbledore nodded. At this time, Snape, who was traveling with him, also came over in time and handed over a bottle of silver potion. Drink it, it can increase your chances of success. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore took the Felicity potion, then turned and began to walk towards the magic circle. Shane, let's get started. Professor Dumbledore, won't you leave us a few last words? Shane asked. If I fail, please put more lemon sherbet on my grave. Watching Dumbledore slowly walk towards the magic circle, Professor McGonagall walked to Shane with the Elder Wand in his hand and asked worriedly, Mr. Dolores, can Albus really succeed? For the success of this transformation, and just in case, Dumbledore handed the Deathly Hallows to the person he trusted most. Professor, you are also a master of transfiguration, so you should know that this method is fine in theory, but it is only limited to theory. To remove the death curse on Professor Dumbledore, he must die first, there is no other way. But having said that, Shane is not very sure about his method. Legend has it that when the Dumbledore family members need it, the Phoenix will be summoned. And this will naturally lead to a question, that is, why are the Dumbledore family so special? Why can they summon the Phoenix, while people from other families do not have the ability to summon magical animals? In fact, the purity and high quality of the magic in the world of Harry Potter once made him carefully study why there is a distinction between wizards and muggles in this world. Because according to the theory he learned and researched in the past, in a region, the quality of magic is proportional to the number of magical creatures. This theory is almost an iron rule in a slant, but it is broken in the world of Harry Potter. If we simply calculate based on the population ratio, the total population of the world is about 5.321 billion. Excluding the 1.15 billion people in the flower planting country, among which the number of spirit masters cannot be counted, the number of wizards in the remaining 4.171 billion people is only about 1 million to 1.2 million. In such a high-quality magic environment, the number of wizards only accounts for 0.24% to 0.28% of the world's population excluding the flower planting country, which is incredible to Shane. Therefore, he has a bold guess, that is, in the world of Harry Potter, in a high-quality magic environment, humans continue to adapt and develop, and their spirits and bodies gradually assimilate with the environment, and gradually become unable to perceive the existence of magic. In short, humans have become completely accustomed to the existence of magic during the long years of evolution, so the brain and body think that it is a part of human beings themselves and, no need, to perceive it. But despite this, the evolution of organisms is diverse. Humans use tools and gradually find a way to survive in nature with wisdom. On the contrary, wild animals need to rely on their wild instincts and strong bodies to follow the law of natural selection. In nature, the cruel law of natural selection forces wild animals to need more powerful strength to survive in the life and death struggle in nature. Therefore, in a high-quality magic environment, a small number of them gradually evolved the ability to blend with magic and became magical creatures. At the same time, humans with advanced wisdom but weak bodies also need to find ways to use magic when facing magical creatures with powerful power. Under the effect of the animagus transfiguration, Dumbledore's body began to change gradually. How to achieve it? Now Albus can only rely on himself, and none of us can help him next. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore, who had completely disappeared in the flames, worriedly, and then began to pray, Merlin above. The first step was successful. After a while, a high-pitched cry came from Dumbledore's body, and the flames of the phoenix began to burn around the former. What should we do? So in order to increase the probability of success, Dumbledore asked Fawkes to collect a lot of blood before that. Shane immediately sprinkled the phoenix blood he had prepared on the magic gathering circle, and the unique magic of the phoenix began to merge into the magic circle and act on Dumbledore. However, even if the above inference is true, Dumbledore is still mostly a human being, and whether he can use the innate power of the phoenix is a big question mark from beginning to end. Shane was worried that Dumbledore's animagus was not a phoenix, but some other messy thing, such as a bee, but now this pleasant cry told him that this problem was no longer a problem. It's just that after years of reproduction, the concentration of blood has been greatly reduced. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly votes, please raise your hands, vote for the poor child. 1. Shane guessed that humans, who were in the early stages of civilization development at that time, would naturally think of the most reasonable method in order to survive in the survival competition with magical creatures, and they had not yet developed rationality, that is, blood fusion. So in the end, a small number of humans who abandoned morality successfully gained the ability to master magic by combining with magical animals and hid themselves, while the remaining large number of humans continued to survive as the most primitive humans, gradually assimilated with the environment, and became unable to perceive magic. So, the two live together in the same world, and the law of survival of the fittest begins to apply. But at the same time, another problem has also emerged. 01340652 Felu 1913011011. The answer is, hide ourselves. From then on, wizards and muggles began to be distinguished. Asking for flowers 0. To die once, and then use the power of the phoenix to be reborn from the ashes. Shane hurriedly stepped forward to activate the magic gathering circle, and a huge amount of original magic began to gather continuously, and a magic storm gradually formed. The doomsday scene when Shane transformed into an animagus 2 years ago reappeared. If according to this speculation, wizards are the product of the combination of humans and magical creatures, then the Dumbledore family can summon the phoenix, most likely because they have the blood of the phoenix in their bodies, just like Shane can change into Bifong, or maybe he also has the blood of the ancient divine bird in his body. Dole, it's now. Professor McGonagall shouted hurriedly when he saw that the time had come. The 3 people outside the magic circle immediately became nervous when they saw this. And the solution Shane came up with, the way to remove the death curse on Dumbledore, is to transform into an animagus and become a real phoenix. Oh. Dumbledore raised his hand, and a medicine bottle covered with mud suddenly appeared in his hand. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, monthly votes, and flowers, thank you for your support. This behavior that violates human ethics will inevitably be opposed, resisted, and attacked by most humans. His muscles and bones began to twist, and bulges appeared on his skin. The sourceless golden fire surrounded him, and the cry from his body became louder and louder. The combination of humans and magical creatures may be the most primitive and simplest method that humans would think of at that time. He held an old wand used in his youth and pointed it at his heart, Amato, Animato, Animagus, Animagus. After saying that, he drank the red potion directly. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning flashed through the night sky, and a huge thunder resounded through the sky. The time has come. At this moment, he was standing in the center of the magic gathering circle, and Fox was flying not far away, making a loud cry. However, things did not seem to develop as expected. Merlin did not hear Professor McGonagall's prayer. The Animagus transfiguration had been activated for several minutes. Although the magic storm was still continuing, the three people outside the magic circle heard the cry coming from the flames getting weaker and weaker. No. Shane frowned. Unlike the hasty preparation last time, the magic circle this time must be stable, and the magic power required for Dumbledore's transformation is definitely enough under its blessing, and with the help of Fox blood, it stands to reason that Dumbledore's transformation this time should be less difficult than Shane's Animagus transformation. But what's going on now? Just when Shane was puzzled, Fox, who had been watching Dumbledore, began to move. There was a loud cry that resounded through the night sky, and Fox's whole body was lit up with golden flames. A pillar of fire rushed straight into the sky, illuminating half of the sky red. Fox, what does it want to do? Professor McGonagall's pupils trembled, and he looked at the scene in shock. Shane quickly activated the pupil magic to observe. In the brilliant flames, Fox's feathers were like burning maple leaves, 180, constantly flying, and his flesh was gradually melting. It was forcing nirvana. Shane was shocked. He didn't expect that the bond between the Dumbledore family and the Phoenix would be so deep. The Phoenix has the ability to be reborn from the ashes, but it must also follow the laws of nature. If a Phoenix's life has not come to an end, forcing nirvana is equivalent to suicide, which is real death. Fox is taking a great risk of self-destruction to help Dumbledore complete this Animagus. The Phoenix spread its wings and sacrificed its own life, while its body completely melted and turned into nirvana. The flames surrounding Dumbledore suddenly turned into a hot golden-red liquid, and at the same time, wisps of black smoke floated out of it. Death curse? Shane suddenly realized. No wonder Dumbledore's transformation was getting weaker and weaker just now, it turned out to be because of the death curse. The power of the death curse is insignificant to a real Phoenix. But for Dumbledore, who is still mostly human, it is tantamount to a deadly poison. It can be said that if there is no influence of the death curse, Dumbledore's body plus the Phoenix blood provided by Fox is absolutely enough to support him to complete this magical creature Animagus transformation. The golden liquid gradually formed a slowly flowing vortex, and as time went by, the liquid shrank to the center, becoming more and more condensed, until it turned into a dazzling light cocoon. Then, the heat dissipated, the light cocoon shattered, and the Phoenix was reborn. Dumbledore successfully completed his Animagus and also achieved rebirth. Albus. Professor McGonagall saw that it seemed to be successful, and hurried over. She looked at the Phoenix in front of her and asked, "Albus, how do you feel?" The Phoenix's body squirmed and gradually changed back to human form, and then Dumbledore appeared in front of the three people in high spirits. "I'm fine, Minerva, I feel like I'm decades younger now." Dumbledore's eyes were filled with fire, and he was adapting to the changes brought to him by the Animagus. "Oh, that's great." Professor McGonagall's heart, which had been hanging, finally let go. To be honest, if something really happened to Dumbledore, she didn't know how to explain it to the teachers and students of Hogwarts. "Where's Fox?" Shane looked around and asked. Compared to the old bee who had successfully lifted the killing curse, he was more concerned about the safety of the Phoenix. He had sensed that Fox was not completely dead, and there was still a faint breath left, but he did not see the Phoenix Nirvana egg. "It's here." Dumbledore took out an egg with red spots from his arms. With a trace of sadness on his face, "Fawkes paid a very high price to help me. In fact, my animagus does not have the ability of the Phoenix Nirvana. It was Fawkes who gave me the opportunity of his own Nirvana in this life, so I successfully completed this animagus transformation. Will this affect its hatching and rebirth? Maybe it will take a long time, a year, 10 years, 30 years, or even longer. Oh, poor Fawkes, paying such a high price for his careless master." Shane looked at the phoenix egg and suddenly began to say sarcastically, "You really should thank Fawkes. If it weren't for it, we should now be thinking about where to build a tombstone for you." "If there is a chance, I will." Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. "But don't prepare endless supply of BB's every flavor beans for it after it wakes up. You're repaying kindness with enmity." "How could that be possible? That's Fawkes's favorite food." "That's because you, old bee, never noticed Fawkes' disgusted expression when he ate that thing." "Don't try to refute it," Fawkes told Luna himself. So, after a narrow escape, the curse on Dumbledore was finally solved. After that, Shane said goodbye to several professors and left. He had not forgotten his promise with the girl. The tallest tower in Hogwarts, the Astronomy Tower. Shane used space magic to come here from the valley in an instant, only to see two people waiting for him here. Wait. So, some wizards were the Weasley twins used the confusion charm under the deception, and were directly thrown out of the Great Hall. Those who drank the aging potion were even worse, and the effect of the potion backfired and became older. The first week of school at Hogwarts. This is not good. Those who were over 17 years old and met the requirements naturally need not be mentioned. Shane looked at Luna lying next to him, and a question mark appeared on his head. In order to prevent those students under 17 from putting their names in the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore set up a powerful isolation spell around the Goblet of Fire. The reholding of the 5-power tournament caused the dopamine content in Hogwarts to soar rapidly. In response to this question, the young wizards of Hogwarts gave a bizarre answer, Good. The students of Hogwarts around them clapped their hands. Therefore, based on this situation, the young and energetic teenagers began to challenge the members of Fairy Tale from time to time in order to qualify for the warrior registration and to obey the school's arrangements. The Goblet of Fire was placed in the school's auditorium, and the little wizards stared at it and discussed it every time they had dinner. A spell flew out, and a student from Durmstrang was unable to react and flew backwards and fell on the ground. On the ground. Just like that, Shane slept with 2 girls in the tower with a restless mood for the whole night. Don't think wrongly. 2. Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers. Thank you for your support. The students of the other 4 magic schools invited to participate suddenly discovered that the students of Hogwarts did not seem to want to challenge the Goblin's tale, and then get the right to participate. Hermione, why are you here? Shane stared at the other girl besides Luna with wide eyes, his mouth twitched, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. As long as the wizards who did not meet the age requirements wanted to get close to the Goblet of Fire, they would either be bounced away or be attacked by their own magic. Petrificastatalis. Although they still can't pass it. After all, the Goblin said that we don't have so much time to run to a fixed duel field. In response, Shane only gave everyone in the guild one sentence, give them 1.4, I will torture them to death, but no magic circle is allowed. Because the age limit rule was announced by Barty Crouch at the last minute, the other 4 schools were not aware of it, so a large number of their delegations were not yet old enough. Temporary means that if I catch you anywhere in the school, I will duel on the spot. What's going on? This is the lawn in the courtyard of Hogwarts, which is the venue for the wizard duel temporarily selected. Just when Shane was thinking about how to welcome this sudden Shura field, the reality was completely different from what he imagined. Hermione didn't say anything, but pulled Shane to her side, then pressed him down, and she lay down beside him. All the wizards in the school who met or did not meet the requirements excitedly wrote their names on parchment, dreaming of becoming a warrior in the Five Powers tournament and gaining eternal glory. This directly led to Madame Pomfrey being a little busy recently, while the people in the Hogwarts treatment volunteer team were very excited because there were many more mice. It's over. It seems that the plan to watch the stars tonight has failed. At the same time, a very interesting phenomenon appeared after the registration began. The key point is that those wizards who were not old enough were constantly looking for side doors. Just now, 2 Durmstrang students were walking in the corridor on the first floor with their new friends, and suddenly heard that the girl who was reading in the corridor in front was a member of Fairy Tale. So the 2 guys suddenly got excited and rushed up to challenge, but they were beaten up by Zhang Qiu and fell to the ground before they could even hold on for the third move. It was really embarrassing. And Crumb, who came over, looked at his 2 juniors and felt annoyed and embarrassed. Durmstrang School of Magic is a special school. It never recruits students of Muggle origin and is notorious for highlighting black magic in its courses. Dark magic such as evil spells, poison spells, curses, and even spells such as the unforgivable curse that are expressly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic are common knowledge in Durmstrang. And this teaching model also means that students of Durmstrang will have stronger single-person combat capabilities. But what's going on now? It doesn't matter if you lose the duel, they are Durmstrang and can't afford to lose, but you should at least lose gracefully. Facing a girl, the 2 of them couldn't last 2 minutes. If this gets back to the school, the whole delegation will probably be scolded to death. So there is no choice, although I don't want to cause trouble, but for the honor of the school, I have to get back on the spot. Stop! Crumb suddenly stopped Zhang Qiu who was about to leave. Are you going to duel too? Zhang Qiu turned around with a cold face and frowned. These guys are really annoying, disturbing her reading. Yes. I want to challenge you to a duel. Then Crumb pulled out his 24 wand from his waist. What a trouble. Zhang Qiu took the still warm wand in her hand again. She didn't want to fight, but for the glory of Hogwarts and Fairy Tale, she had to fight. Lest others say that the people in her school and guild are cowards. However, just when Zhang Qiu was about to attack again, a little eagle pulled her back. Wait a minute, Zhang Qiu. Lisa Dupin suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Qiu. Lisa, what are you doing? Zhang Qiu looked at her friend in confusion. She was still thinking about finishing quickly and going back to read. You don't have to do it, I'll do it. Lisa Dupin drew out her wand with a firm look in her eyes. It's impossible for you to fight these people every time you meet them. If I want to challenge you, I have to get past me first. Are you also from Fairy Tale? Crumb frowned. No. Lisa took a step forward. Then I don't want to fight you, I only look for people from Fairy Tale. Don't look down on people. Lisa held the wand in front of her. I'm a student of Ravenclaw. After that, a silent spell was cast instantly. Crumb dodged to the side as planned, but before he could stand firm, 2 more spells followed. Aguamenti. Hurry up and freeze ice. A slippery piece of ice instantly appeared where Crumb was standing. Seeing that he was about to slip, Crumb quickly lowered his center of gravity, supported himself with one hand, and rolled over to avoid being embarrassed. It must be said that he is worthy of being a seeker who can lead the team into the Quidditch World Cup finals. His reaction is really fast. You. Crumb stared at Lisa, trying to suppress his anger. What do you mean you? I have given you time to react, otherwise do you think you can avoid these spells? Lisa's face was full of disdain. Just now, she raised her wand to tell her opponent that she was going to attack. Hearing Lisa's ridicule, Crumb was immediately furious. At this time, he didn't care whether the other party was from Fairy Tale or not, he raised his wand and cast a spell. Incendio. Obscura. The 2 spells collided, sparking brilliant sparks. Afterwards, countless spells began to fly around the 2, directly forcing the surrounding little wizards to retreat. When the battle started, the two fought evenly. Lisa was 3 grades lower than Crumb. If this gap was placed in ordinary students, the strength gap would be very large. Because no matter which magic school, 5th graders have to take an ordinary wizard level test OWLS, and then take the ultimate wizard test NEWT in the 7th grade. Crumb has just been promoted to the 7th grade. He has passed the OWLS exam with excellent results. In everyone's opinion, it is almost certain that he will pass the NEWT. Lisa Depan is only a 4th grader now. She has not even started to learn about OWLS. Many advanced spells and spell derivatives are unknown to her. So in theory, Lisa is definitely not Crumb's opponent. But by chance, except for the newly enrolled Little Eagle, all other members of Ravenclaw have received the inhumane practical training of Truan. So although Crumb's attainment in spells is better than Lisa's, Crumb is much weaker than Lisa in applying spells to actual combat. At the same time, the former is much worse than the latter in silent spells. Therefore, this complementary strength and weakness caused Crumb to not take any advantage when facing a student who is 3 grades lower than him. Just now, the little wizards watching the battle saw that when Crumb used a puño, Lisa cleverly used Glicio on her robe to make the stone bullets that hit her slide away. The duel between the two wizards lasted for several minutes and gradually came to an end. Both of them simultaneously issued the final spell that determined the outcome. Confringo. Expecto Patronum. An incomplete butterfly Patronus dragged a silver light and collided with the lightning-like red spell. A dazzling white light flashed, and the little wizards watching the battle slowly put down their hands that were blocking their faces. On the lawn, 2 figures stood upright at both ends of the lawn, leaning on their wands and pointing at each other. A draw. The students of Durmstrang looked at Lisa on the lawn in disbelief. They are the most outstanding students of Durmstrang, while the opponent is just an unknown Ravenclaw of Hogwarts. Are all the students of Hogwarts monsters? Oh nice. The little wizards of Hogwarts all jumped up excitedly. Everyone should know that I am an Auror who specializes in catching dark wizards. I have seen many young wizards like you who can't even hold their wands when they meet those guys outside. Good morning, Professor Moody. That's it. That's it. The little lions looked at Alastair Moody limping in with a cane with curiosity in their eyes. Moody greeted everyone first and stood on the podium. But Professor, dark wizards are concentrated in places like Nocturne Alley. Can we avoid meeting them by not going to such places? Facing a girl who was obviously younger than him and whose attainments in spells were obviously lower than his, the result was just a tie. On the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle, defense against the dark arts classroom. The new year is here. I wish all my friends good health, happiness every day, good food, good drinks and big money in the new year. At the same time, I also hope that I can write better works and be recognized by more people. Thank you. For him, this was a loss. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote, please give me flowers. Thank you for your support. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen. Coincidentally, the class was taught by Gryffindor 4th graders. I may be different from the defense against the dark arts professors you have met before. Principal Dumbledore invited me here to make some changes. This is the most powerful student of your Durmstrang. Looking at Lisa who was surrounded by the crowd not far away, Crumb's face was a little dark. He glanced at 043, his eyes moving around, and began to say, I think you all know me through your classmates, so I won't introduce myself. The 3rd day of school, there is a defense against the dark arts class today. Literally, the first class in the whole school. Hee hee. Moody sneered, glanced at the little lion who asked the question with his magic eyes, and then slowly walked to his side. Do you know why I rarely go to Nocturne Alley to arrest people? That's because the people in that place are at best a group of rats in the gutter. As long as the Ministry of Magic conducts a random raid, those guys will scatter like birds and beasts. Compared with the real dark wizards, they are nothing compared to the big wizards. Then prepare for class now, but before that, can you let me know if there are any fairy tale people here? Harry and others looked at each other and raised their hands in confusion. Okay, put it down. Moody nodded. I heard from Dumbledore that there are a group of special students in Hogwarts, and ordinary teaching doesn't work for them. I hope you won't let me down. After that, he took out the teaching materials prepared in advance, a long-legged bird-eating spider, and placed it on the table next to him. I have a question. Does anyone know the unforgivable curse? The gentleman and lady who raised their hands just now do not need to answer yet. He was not unwilling to admit defeat, nor was he unconvinced, he just hated himself for losing. U. But there was no way. The fact was that the students of Durmstrang had to leave in disgrace. After this battle, the 4 magic schools had a better understanding of the current Hogwarts and fairy tale. As soon as the voice fell, the little lions immediately began to discuss in a low voice, but after asking each other, no one understood. It's not their fault. Let alone students from Muggle families, even many little wizards born in wizard families don't know the answer to this question. There is no content related to the unforgivable curses in the textbooks of Hogwarts now. The reason has been mentioned before. It is because Voldemort appeared more than 10 or 20 years ago. Dumbledore deleted many black magic from the textbooks, leaving only the names and simple text descriptions. Even some very vicious spells don't even have names. The unforgivable curses are one of them. Moody saw the silence in the classroom, and couldn't help showing a look of confusion on his face. Oh, compared to when I was in school, the current Hogwarts is really much worse. So, who can answer this question? As he said, he cast his eyes on Harry and the others who had just raised their hands, and stepped aside to reveal the cage containing the long-legged bird-eating spider. The meaning was self-evident. The people below looked at each other, and after a mutual encouragement, Ronald took out his wand first. Imperio. Suddenly, a visible, smoke-like afterimage suddenly appeared on the bird-eating spider's body and overlapped with its body, as if the soul was pulled out. The Imperious Curse is a very evil black magic. When used on a person, it will make the other party lose their mind and do things completely according to the caster's intentions. Ronald briefly introduced the Imperious Curse, while controlling the bird-eating spider to jump onto his hand, and then jumped back onto the cage to weave a web. In fact, Ronald would never let this huge spider get close to him, but he had a devilish president. After all, no one knows what it feels like to live and eat with a group of 8-eyed giant spiders for a week, but Ronald knows. Wow! It's really surprising. Except for dark wizards, few people can be so calm when using this spell, especially at your age. It seems that what Principal Dumbledore said is true. Moody was surprised while praising Ronald. Even though Dumbledore had prepared him psychologically before, he still didn't expect that the student in front of him would use the unforgivable curse without hesitation in class. It seemed that he equated the unforgivable curse with ordinary spells. Then who can introduce the other two? Moody continued to ask. Neville took a deep breath and stood up from his seat. He pointed his wand at the bird-eating spider, Crucio. The originally calm bird-eating spider first began to make a numbing cry, and then struggled to the ground. I saw its 8 long legs waving wildly and disorderly, sometimes curling up into a ball, and sometimes stretching its legs straight, scratching the floor and making a squeaking sound, which made the little lions at the scene numb. It can be imagined how much pain this bird-eating spider endured when it was hit by the Crucio. Okay, put the wand away. Moody said, and then stared at Neville with his magic eyes. Longbottom, tell me, what do you feel when you use this spell? Sorry, Professor, I don't feel anything. Faced with this sudden question, Neville showed a trace of confusion. Then why did you learn this spell? Moody frowned and continued to ask. To heal my parents. This answer was beyond many people's expectations. Although most people present didn't know what happened to Neville's parents, what does learning an unforgivable curse have to do with curing diseases? Listening to the whispers of the people around him, Neville suddenly recalled what Shane had said to him. Neville, everything has its opposite. If you want to cure your parents as soon as possible, I suggest you try to study the unforgivable curse. You may get some inspiration from it to help you develop potions. Everyone has something he fears in his heart, but you are a Gryffindor and a wizard of fairy tale. I believe you can overcome the fear in your heart. In the classroom, Moody was stunned when he heard the answer, and then quickly came back to his senses. He walked up and patted Neville on the shoulder, saying, "Give my regards to Frank and Alice." Neville was stunned for a moment when he heard that Moody actually knew his parents, but then he nodded with gratitude. "Thank you, Professor." Moody nodded, and then stood beside Neville and put his arm around his shoulder, his magic eyes constantly turning and staring at the other little lions. I think everyone has seen the effect of the Cruciatus curse, so who can answer the last unforgivable curse for everyone? While saying this, his expression suddenly became more serious than before. As soon as the voice fell, a girl with long brown hair raised her hand. "Miss Granger." With the professor's permission, Hermione stood up and uttered the spell of Cadavra to the bird-eating spider neatly, Avada Kedavra. A green beam of light hit the bird-eating spider directly, knocking it out and falling to the ground, dead. Cadavra, the most cruel spell among the unforgivable curses, can kill the target immediately without even leaving a scar on the target. Very good. But please tell me, Miss Granger, why you learned this spell. Moody nodded. He was no longer so surprised that the people of Fairy Tale knew the unforgivable curses, but he was still very curious about the reason why the girl learned this spell. Or, he was more like testing whether the Fairy Tale students in front of him had enough ability to master the unforgivable curses. "I learned this spell in an accident, I can't elaborate." Hermione's face flushed, but she recovered quickly. "What I want to say is, the spell itself is not wrong, the wrong thing is the person who uses it to do bad things." "Then how do you explain why so many people in the past gradually lost their minds and became crazy after using this spell?" Moody narrowed his eyes and asked. "Professor, someone once taught me a sentence: if a person does not have enough will, the powerful power he possesses will backfire on himself. The killing curse can make a wizard feel the fragility of life, and the feeling of holding the power of life and death of others will make people addicted to it. If there is not enough will, the killing curse will make a wizard gradually become indifferent to life and become crazy and bloodthirsty. This is also the fate of most wizards who abuse the killing curse." Hermione's explanation immediately made the whole classroom fall into silence. Except for the people of Fairy Tale, no one expected it to give such a high-sounding answer, and it didn't seem like something a 14-year-old wizard could say. After a moment of silence, Moody glanced at everyone in the classroom and suddenly said, "What are you doing? Miss Granger deserves your applause." The little lions finally reacted and waved their hands. "Pa! Pa! Pa! You have a good person by your side, is he your boyfriend?" Amid the loud applause, Moody looked at Hermione teasingly, his eyes full of unknown smiles. Moody is an old fox. Years of fighting with dark wizards have made him extremely sharp in observing people's words and expressions, so the red on Hermione's face just now could not escape his magic eyes. 0134065244 follow 1913014111. Ah. No. He is me. And hearing Moody's question, Hermione blushed and was embarrassed. She tried to deny it with a stammer, but her mouth was honest. Just like that, the first defense against the dark arts class of the new semester at Hogwarts ended in this strange atmosphere. And what happened in this class, including everything Hermione and the other two said, was spread throughout the school through the little lion who was in the class together. However, the professors and students of Hogwarts said that they didn't feel anything about what happened in this class. It seemed natural for the people of Fairy Tale to master the unforgivable curse. Even the Ministry of Magic turned a blind eye to it. But some parents suddenly couldn't stand it and took the opportunity to make trouble. Albus, these are the letters received by the Ministry of Magic today. They are all asking for the expulsion of Ronald Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger. Some of them also ask for the expulsion of Alastor Moody. In the principal's office of Hogwarts, Fudge, who came to attend the announcement ceremony of the warrior list tonight, put the letters on. Dumbledore argued. "Thank you, Cornelius, I will take care of it. Hogwarts will make a statement in 2 days." Dumbledore picked up the letter, glanced at it and gently threw it aside. "Just a statement." Fudge felt a little incredible. "Aren't you afraid that those parents will let their students drop out?" "They won't, Cornelius. I can see what the owners of these letters are thinking," Dumbledore said calmly. "As long as Hogwarts wins the 5-power tournament, those parents of students who are suspicious will not be willing to let their children leave Hogwarts." "Why?" "Because by then, Hogwarts will surely become the best magic school in the world, the king without a king." Time soon came to the evening. Tonight, the Goblet of Fire will select the long-awaited list of the top 5 warriors, and Hogwarts has also prepared a very sumptuous dinner for this. In the Great Hall, the young wizards are bustling. Everyone is talking about it, and they are all discussing who will be qualified to fight for that honor tonight. Dumbledore looked at the pocket watch in his hand, and the time was up. He hurried to the Goblet of Fire, facing everyone, holding the magic material against his vocal cords and shouting loudly, "Please be quiet." Everyone was quiet in an instant, and looked forward to Dumbledore and the Goblet of Fire behind him. "Students, please return to your seats. The Goblet of Fire will soon select the warriors who will win the top 5 championships." As soon as the voice fell, the little wizards hurried back to their seats and sat down, nervously waiting for the announcement of the list. Dumbledore waved his hand to extinguish all the braziers used for lighting in the auditorium, and the blue light of the Goblet of Fire shone on everyone's face, and then looked up at the Goblet of Fire. "At this moment, it is the warrior selection that everyone has been waiting for a long time, and the list will be announced soon." After speaking, the blue flame suddenly shrank into a ball and turned into rose red, and then Zhang Shu's parchment with sparks flew out of the fire. Dumbledore reached out to take it, glanced at the name on the parchment, and announced loudly, "Victor Krum, the champion of Durmstrang." Applause broke out from the Durmstrang seat. Krum also clenched his fists, and a flame of desire for victory ignited in his heart. He walked down from his seat with firm steps, shook hands with Dumbledore, and turned to walk towards the underground lounge prepared for the warriors. The flame of the rose-red flame ignited again. Dumbledore held the second parchment and shouted loudly, "The champion of Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour." A beautiful and proud girl walked out of the seat of Beauxbatons surrounded by applause. With deep blue eyes, long silver hair like a waterfall, very neat and white teeth, and a quarter of her Vila blood, everyone's eyes were attracted by her. Then, the third and fourth parchments were spit out by flames one after another. The champion of Ugadu, Unamuno. The champion of Ilvermorny, Sylvia Dora Stewart. Finally, it was Hogwarts' turn. With a rose-red flame, Dumbledore finally got the list of the 5th champion. The champion of Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. Oh! Thunderous applause rang out in the auditorium, and the students and professors of Hogwarts were waving their palms with all their strength. Now they only have one thought, that is, they will definitely win. Let alone Cedric is a member of Fairy Tale, even if you only look at his usual performance, he is a very outstanding existence. At this time, Shane also clapped his hands with a smile, and he did not restrict the people in the guild from participating in the top 5 tournament. After all, for many wizards, winning the competition is definitely a great honor. Now, the 5 participating warriors have been selected. Dumbledore spread his palms excitedly and began to announce, "Now, all the warriors have been selected, but in the end only one can go down in history. Only one can lift the championship trophy in the end. The symbol of victory is the Dragon Cup." As he said, "Seth," he turned around and pointed his finger backwards, and everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of his finger. See, Barty Crouch unveiled the red cloth covering the trophy, and a dazzling trophy came into people's eyes. The transparent and pure crystal was completely hollowed out and made into a pentagon. Each edge had a dragon made of mithril attached to it. The whole trophy was emitting a dreamy ice blue light. Oh! The little wizards all shouted excitedly, and the professors also applauded. But there was one exception. K. Dumbledore heard someone calling him, turned his head and looked at Snape, only to see that the latter was frowning and staring at the direction behind him with a strange expression. And just at this moment, bursts of hissing sounds of burning flames came to his ears. Dumbledore turned his head and looked. The flame on the goblet of fire was still jumping, and it turned rose red again under the shocked eyes of everyone. A piece of parchment flew out. Dumbledore looked at the name on it in surprise, Harry Potter. Harry Potter. The great hall suddenly fell into silence. Pound sad-faced 0 asterisk, alas. I knew it. Shane sighed helplessly. Since the beginning of the school year, he had a feeling that the World Correction Force might be powerful again, and Harry and Cedric would most likely be elected as the champions of the 5-strong competition together, just like in the original book. But in fact, the development of things was still a little beyond his expectations. Before everyone could react, the flame turned red again. Dumbledore announced the 7th champion in shock, Draco Malfoy. Everyone was stunned, but it was not over. The goblet of fire spit out 2 more pieces of parchment. Hermione Granger. Luna Lovegood. Everyone stared at the goblet of fire as if they were under a petrification spell. After waiting for a few minutes, seeing that it finally stopped moving, the heart was finally relieved. 0134065245 Philo 1913011571. In the end, the Goblet of Fire selected 9 champions. This is simply incredible. Even Dumbledore, who is usually calm and composed, can't sit still now. The trophy is given to you directly, just play it yourself. After more than 10 seconds, Dumbledore said to Professor McGonagall beside him, Minerva, please ask Shane to come over. Dorea took the 5 of them out, and he said the problem would be solved soon. Professor McGonagall replied. Mr. Dorea, please come with me. Just like that, the principals returned to the auditorium. After comforting their students, they waited together silently. If there was only one more Harry, it would be understandable, but now there are 4 more people than the required number. Students from the 4 magic schools all looked at the young wizards of Hogwarts unfriendly. This is definitely unacceptable to the other 4 magic schools. Minerva, where is Shane? Dumbledore looked at the empty space beside Professor McGonagall, and couldn't help but look puzzled, and where did Diggory go? Ilvermorny will never accept 5 Hogwarts students participating in the competition. This is unfair to all of us. Serafina also expressed her opinion on behalf of the school. Too much. Dumbledore listened to the words of several headmasters and fell into deep thought. They all thought that Hogwarts was using some unkind means. Dumbledore, what's going on? You must give an explanation. Karkaroff began to question first. What harm is there? Has the Goblet of Fire been tampered with? Asked Madame Maxime. The lounge suddenly fell into silence, leaving only the matches in the fireplace. Seeing this, Dumbledore quickly pulled the 4 headmasters, Fudge, Barton Crouch and others to the underground lounge to discuss. The 5 people who were already in the lounge looked at their own school headmaster who walked in with a curse in their eyes. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote, please give flowers, thank you for your support. They just watched people disappear on the spot. In the underground lounge. Albus, we must come up with a solution now, otherwise we can only reselect the warriors. Badged looked very serious, even worse, the competition will be suspended indefinitely. No, I know what you want from me. All 5 of them are from Fairy Tale. I have nothing to do with this matter. Shane said helplessly, then slowly stood up, tell the 5 principals that I will handle this matter. It will be done in a while. After that, he used 2 space magics to take away Cedric in the lounge and the 4 people in the auditorium. No one knew where they went. The Goblet of Fire was a powerful alchemy tool created by Nico Flamel in combination with Goblin alchemy, and Nico personally enchanted it with a spell. Even I cannot interfere with it. Dumbledore replied. The 5 warriors looked at each other, and no one knew what happened. At this moment, everyone saw Professor McGonagall hurried back and walked straight to Shane. Happy New Year, everyone. I wish all my friends good health in the new year and happiness every day. In the Great Hall, everyone was whispering. You have more people participating in the competition from Hogwarts than the 4 schools combined, and everyone who can be selected by the Goblet of Fire must be a good player. I don't know, the Goblet of Fire should not be wrong. Dumbledore frowned and walked back and forth on the red carpet. But as soon as the voice fell, everyone in the basement suddenly felt a series of vibrations and muffled sounds coming. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then immediately thought of something and nodded. Okay, I understand. Then he said to the other principals, please wait patiently, it shouldn't take too long. Okay. Professor McGonagall turned and walked out of the lounge quickly. This means that the probability of Hogwarts winning this competition has reached a terrifying 55.5%. After waiting for more than half an hour, finally. Squeak. The door of the Great Hall was slowly opened, and the young wizards looked over curiously. Shane walked in with the people who had left, 2 of whom looked a little embarrassed, and came to the 5 headmasters. Cedric Diggory and Hermione Granger will participate in this 5-strong competition. After saying this, Shane turned around and sat back. This made everyone present stunned. Why does it feel like it's not asking us to choose, but like it's notifying us of something? Albus. Karkaroff frowned and looked at Dumbledore. What is this? Are Hogwarts really going to send 2 students to participate? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, thought for a few seconds, and turned to face the headmasters. Everyone, I think this is the best result. Hogwarts will send 2 warriors to participate. Listen to me, Alan. Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt Maxim's words. Hogwarts will have 2 warriors participating in this competition, but I also propose that the organizer of each subsequent competition should also be able to have an extra warrior quota. What do you think? This is a very tactful compromise. After listening to Dumbledore's suggestion, several headmasters looked at each other and began to discuss in a low voice. After a while, Seraphina nodded on behalf of the opinions of the 4 schools. Okay, we agree. Corneli. Dumbledore turned his eyes to the Minister of Magic who had been playing a supporting role from beginning to end. The Ministry of Magic's function is only to supervise. If you all think it's okay, the Ministry of Magic has no objection. Fudge replied. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him. In that case, let's announce it to the students. Dumbledore nodded, and the muscles on his face that had been tense finally relaxed. In this way, a total of 6 warriors were confirmed to participate in the 5 strongest tournament, namely Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Cedric Diggory or Hermione Granger. Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Fleur Delacour. Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Victor Crumb. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Sylvia Dora Stewart. Vigato School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Gappa Unamuno. The little wizards at Hogwarts were of course very happy about this news. They all knew that these 2 were the 2 leaders of Fairy Tale, and their academic performance was already amazing, not to mention their extraordinary strength. But for this, the faces of the students of the other 4 magic schools were obviously not very good. Because this means that the probability of their school's warriors winning has decreased a lot. But compared to the beginning, this situation is at least acceptable now. After all, the selection of the Goblet of Fire is sacred and cannot be changed. They were really afraid that all 6 people from Hogwarts would participate in the end. Then why would they play ball at that time? They could just go home and sleep. This might be the so-called demolition effect. However, the list of warriors has been determined. The principals have no objections, and the students can't say anything. After that, everyone began to wonder what the 5 warriors from Hogwarts had just done. Why did they look so embarrassed when they came back? The clock went back more than half an hour ago. If you want to solve the problem of selection, the answer is actually very simple. All of them just go and fight. Whoever wins goes. So Shane brought Cedric and the other 5 to the suburbs not far from Hogwarts. There is a relatively large open space here, which is very suitable for fighting. I think you have guessed the reason for coming here. Without further ado, whoever stands at the end will go to participate in the top 5 competition. Shane turned around and looked at the others and said, "Is it clear?" The 4 people looked at each other and nodded, "Clear." "Luna, what about you?" Shane looked at the girl who was motionless and looked like a fairy. "I don't need it. Zoe originally put my name in for me because she thought it was fun." Luna directly refused this battle. "Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder." Shane suddenly realized. At first, he felt strange when he heard Luna's name in the Great Hall. It was natural for Harry and Draco to want to participate in the competition. He was not surprised that Hermione, a girl who was born to be strong, put her name in the Flame Forest. 18 St. This girl has a cold and casual personality. Sometimes she is crazy. She doesn't seem like someone who would participate in these things. It turns out that Zoe's unlucky child did it. Well, the 3 of you prepare yourselves. Don't worry about the other party getting hurt during the battle. I will take action if there is danger. Luna, Cedric. Let's go to another floor first. After saying that, he took Luna's hand and prepared to turn around and leave. Wait, President. Cedric suddenly stopped Shane, who was about to leave, and then pointed at himself with a question mark on his face. "Why should I leave too?" "Huh? What, you want to fight too? Shame on you." Shane turned around and looked down on him. "Except for me, can they withstand your skyscraper? They will all fall asleep as soon as you turn on the magic. Bringing you out is just to avoid suspicion from people from other magic schools." You're right." Cedric scratched his head awkwardly, and then looked at the other 3 partners around him helplessly, then Harry, Draco, Hermione. "Come on. I'm leaving first." After saying that, he followed the heavy figure. On the lawn, the 3 people left looked at each other. "What should we do next?" Draco asked, a little at a loss. To be honest, he didn't know how to start. At the same time, he glanced at Hermione next to him cautiously. "Why don't we just have a big fight like we usually do in the guild?" Harry suggested. "You decide, I don't care." Hermione shrugged and answered with a relaxed look, exuding confidence from head to toe. "I think we should forget about the big fight. Your sky magic has an absolute advantage in the air. You fly into the sky, and we can't change our shape. With your speed, we can't do anything to you." Draco objected with a bitter face, and then suggested, "Let me and Scarhead fight first, and whoever wins will fight you." "I agree." Harry also felt that what Draco said made sense. Although both of them can also use the Wingardium Leviosa to fly, compared to Hermione's sky magic, they actually have no speed advantage whether on the ground or in the sky. Although it is very likely that no matter who wins, they will not be able to beat Hermione in the end, but no matter what, for the qualification of the top 5 competition, a one-on-one fight may be able to show something. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, with such a decision, Hermione temporarily stepped aside as a spectator, while Harry and Draco were ready to start a big fight. The 2 stood on the grass facing each other, holding their wands, and neither wanted to take the initiative. The magic attributes they practiced were water and fire, which were naturally mutually exclusive. If they took the initiative, they might be the ones who were defeated. However, as time passed, Draco, who was a little impatient, could not hold back and took the initiative. Settling water. The aqua-blue magic circle unfolded, and then under the effect of magic, the water vapor in the air began to condense into white mist and continued to spread around. Draco was very smart. In the mist, Harry would be very eye-catching once he used the fire dragon killing magic, and he practiced water flow magic, which gave him a clear home advantage, with both offense and defense, and at the same time hiding himself. However, Harry was certainly not a pushover. He and Draco had been fighting for several years, and he could basically see through the opponent's moves and ideas. Then, in the fog, flames burst out, and the blazing flames suddenly burst out in all directions, shattering several water halberds that attacked him, and evaporating all the fog. Fireblast releases flames with itself as the center and forms an instant impact force, causing physical damage and fire damage to the enemy. This magic can be used in many ways, such as using shock waves for defense, resistance, or reverse impact like a rocket version of robbery. The grass around Harry turned into a scorched earth, and not far from him, Draco also released Water Shield to resist the explosive attack just now. At this time, Shane and others who were watching the battle not far away were watching this duel with interest. "President, who do you think will win between the two of them?" Cedric asked. "Whoever can hold on to the end will win," Shane replied. "Why is that?" "I think Draco has a better chance of winning. His water magic can restrain Harry's Dragon Slayer magic." "Cedric, when two people compete with each other, we can't just judge the winner based on the superficial things like the so-called attribute restraint." Shane began to teach, the strength of a person should be considered comprehensively in terms of his strength, wisdom, spirit, willpower and other aspects. Although Harry's Fire Dragon Slayer magic is restrained by Draco, his temperament is more stable than Draco, so when the two have similar strength, the final test is the competition of willpower and wisdom. "So you have been letting Draco practice pouring water with a small teapot, just to temper his impatient temper?" Cedric suddenly recalled that Draco had been staying in the guild every day for a period of time before, with red eyes, using water magic to pour tea into the teapot through the thin spout, without leaking a drop of water. Presumably, that should be the training that Shane arranged for him. Shane's words were indeed correct. In the next 10 minutes or so, the duel between Harry and Draco gradually became white-hot. In the duel field centered on the two of them, the plants were either crushed by the strong water flow, or burned to charcoal by the fire, or burned yellow and withered by the scorching steam. Although Draco's water flow magic had a certain restraint on Harry's fire dragon killing magic, his attack on Harry was not well connected and coordinated from beginning to end. At best, he just poured out his magic all at once. On the other hand, Harry could always use his flexible mind to resolve Draco's attacks, and sometimes he could even fight back. It was just a pity that his so-called counterattacks could not do anything to the reckless Draco. So after this back and forth, the two fought evenly in the end. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the magic power in Harry and Draco's bodies was almost exhausted. They were seen standing on both sides of the grass panting, looking at each other unwilling to be outdone. Even though they were speechless, both of them understood that the next move would decide the final victory or defeat. Big Flame Explosion. Faucet 040 Orn. Two energies, one red and one blue, collided with each other. In an instant, the hot steam exploded and quickly spread everywhere. Who won? Cedric asked subconsciously with a nervous look on his face. But no one answered him, because the person who could see clearly in the hot water mist had disappeared beside him at some point. After a while, a hurricane suddenly erupted in the center of the water mist, dispersing all the water vapor, revealing the exhausted two people and Shane inside. Just now, Harry and Draco had used up all the magic power in their bodies. They no longer had any ability or means to protect themselves from being hurt by the hot steam, so Shane had to take action. But now, looking at the two people lying on the ground, it is obvious that this duel is a draw. So, he waved his hand to restore the two's physical strength and magic power, and then Shane began to say, "You two, since the winner is not immediately determined, just fight Hermione directly. If you two can defeat Hermione together, then we will have another duel in a 2-win-1-loss format. If you can't win, then you will obediently give up the place for the warriors in this 5-strong competition." Harry and Draco looked at each other and thought that this was the only way, so they both nodded and agreed to Shane's plan. Then, Hermione came on the court, and in less than 10 minutes, she beat Harry and Draco to death with her absolute air advantage and speed advantage. So in the end, of course, although Harry and Draco did cause some trouble for Hermione, the latter still won the victory relatively easily and obtained the qualification for the Warriors in this 5-strong competition. However, when preparing to return to Hogwarts, Cedric couldn't help but express his concerns. "But President, Hermione and I will both participate in the competition. Is this possible? The principals of the other 4 magic schools will definitely not agree. This is very unfair to them. Nothing is possible. I think Professor Dumbledore will help us deal with this matter." Shane looked at the land that was slowly being repaired by natural magic, and said calmly, "Okay, we should go back. We have been out for long enough." Then, the subsequent events in the Great Hall happened. 2 weeks later, Hogwarts is getting more and more lively now. The Triwizard Tournament was originally founded more than 700 years ago. It was a friendly competition between the 3 major magic schools in Europe. It was once famous all over the world. But I don't know since when, the intensity of this competition has become higher and higher, causing the students participating in the competition to often die or be disabled, so it was suspended at the end of the 19th century. Although the 3 major magic schools have tried several times to resume the competition, they all ended in failure. The reason why this event was resumed this year may be the correction force of the world, and on the other hand, it may be because of the effect of the wind fanned by Shane's butterfly. Because the 1994 5-Power Tournament involved 5 magic schools in 3 continents, it had to attract the attention of the International Confederation of Wizards. After consultation with the British Ministry of Magic, the rules of this tournament were adjusted significantly compared with the previous ones. First of all, the competition items were increased from 3 to 5. The main purpose of the project content is to test the magic talents, advantages, courage, theory, reasoning ability and ability to overcome danger of the participating warriors. The competition is held monthly. If a warrior is eliminated in 2 consecutive rounds, she will lose the qualification to participate in the subsequent competition. The quality of each warrior's completion in each project will determine their final score. Only the one with the highest score can get the Dragon Cup and 2,000 gold galleons. But at the same time, the content of the competition has become a big problem for the Ministry of Magic. This year's Top 5 tournament has become a grand event for most of the magical world, and it has also attracted magical media from many countries to come to Hogwarts to report on it. The 6 students who participated in the competition became stars. Although I don't know what the letter said, the parchment seems to be a certificate for the president. In the first month of 2024, book friends who have monthly tickets, please give them a hand, please give one to the poor child. Thank you everyone. In early October, the long-awaited first round of the competition finally arrived. Come and choose one. What? Thinking of this, she quickly sat up and looked around. Where is Shane? Where did he go? In this way, after more than half a month of absolutely confidential closed-door design, he finally completed the design, transformation and construction of all competition projects before the start of the 5-Power Championship. If according to the original book, the 3 items of the Triwizard Tournament should be: in order to better promote the 5 Powers Tournament, the Ministry of Magic asked the 6 of us to take some photos for publicity. Hermione turned over and turned into a bitter face. You don't know how many poses I posed in the whole morning to take those ghost photos. I heard that these 2 guys also made a lot of money in the last Quidditch World Cup, and they are still looking for people to pay their debts. At this moment, she got goosebumps all over her body when she thought of those shameful actions, and she wanted to find a wall to kill herself. The design of the 5 competition items of this 5-Power Tournament has been fully covered by our guild. The president just pulled a group of people out in a hurry, as if to prepare the first competition venue. At this moment, Hermione can already imagine Shane rolling on the ground with laughter when he sees the newspaper. 01340652441913111291. They all had a dilapidated wooden box hanging around their necks, and a stack of receipts in their hands, recording something. That's right, the three living treasures are shamelessly opening a betting market. The first item, picking up the golden egg from the dragon, mainly testing the courage and talent of the warrior. And naturally, they also had to help with some troublesome work. After taking promotional photos for a whole morning, Hermione dragged her tired body back to the fairy house. As soon as she entered the door, she banged and fell face down on the sofa, burying her face in the pillow. Hermione, what's wrong with you? Zhang Qiu, who was reading a book next to her, saw her like this and asked curiously. I really regret why I want to participate in this top 5 competition. This is simply torturing me mentally. Hermione's muffled voice came from under the pillow, with a very resentful tone. What happened? The third project, to find the Triwizard Cup in a maze made of hedges, mainly testing the comprehensive ability of the warriors. And Shane will laugh to death when he sees it. 2.9 At this moment, all the students and professors in the school gathered together to prepare for the exciting game. Shane said that these 3 projects were too simple. He planned to modify them and put them behind the entire competition. Because Fred and George play with props, they usually consume a lot of funds for their research. With the funds provided by the guild alone, their research is still a little full, so they took advantage of this game to get some research funds. The Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium was temporarily transformed into a viewing area. On the viewing platform, the Weasley twins and Zoe shuttled through the crowd, shouting loudly. So now, Shane's current task is that he must design 2 other new competition projects in a short time so that his bad taste can be. No. It is to let the little wizards participating in this event have a good enough viewing experience. So thinking like this, Shane felt that his brain was constantly jumping out. Place your bets quickly. As for why Zoe participated in it, it was purely because she thought it was fun and could make a little money. Everyone, the bloody battle is about to start, bet a little money. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. The second item, diving into the Black Lake and rescuing the hostages from the mermaid, mainly testing the moral character and wisdom of the employees. Will she be socially dead if this newspaper is published? At this moment, Shane is worrying about how to design the 5 items of this 5-power tournament. Don't you know? Zhang Qiu was surprised and puzzled. On the first day of school, didn't Barty Crouch, the director of the International Magical Exchange and Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Magic, give a letter and a piece of parchment to the president? Gradually, the time for the game quietly came. Dumbledore closed his pocket watch, stood up from the chairman's seat and walked to the podium to start the pre-game warm-up. Please pay attention. Today is a great day. Each event in the top 5 competition may cause great danger, but we will ensure the safety of the 6 warriors, so please stay calm in any situation that occurs in the game. Next, please ask Mr. Shane Dolea, the chief designer of this competition, to explain the rules of today's game. After that, he left the podium. Then, Shane stood up from his seat and flew straight to the center of the court, facing the 6 warriors who were ready to go. Please listen carefully to the following rules. You must have seen that there are 6 bronze doors behind you. You will draw lots to decide the challenge you will face in the first round. Behind each door is a huge underground maze. There are 6 floors in the maze. The challenges you face from the 2nd to the 6th floor are the same, but the challenges on the first floor will be different. So, if you want to win this round of challenges, the biggest prerequisite is that you must overcome the different challenges of the first week of the maze. Although some people will say that this is a bit unfair, my answer is that luck often it is also a reflection of a person's strength. Your goal is to get out of the maze, 24, and the exit of the maze is on the 6th floor. Please note that you will face a very dangerous and difficult challenge, so please remember. If you are judged to have suffered a life-threatening injury during the game, you will be eliminated. If you fall into a coma for more than 30 minutes during the game, you will be eliminated. In addition, you all have a protective spell cast by me, which can passively allow you to resist 3 fatal attacks in the maze. Please use it with caution. The game time is 9 hours from 9 AM to 6 PM. The only thing you can rely on is the wand in your hand. The first person to get out of the maze will be the winner of the first round. After announcing the rules, Shane drew out his wand and waved it, and 6 exquisite keys were suspended in the air. Finally, I remind you again, all the things you did in the game will be broadcast live to the Quidditch field by the golden snitch beside you. So, when people are in urgent need, please pay attention. Now, everyone, please get on the road. The Little Nightmare Big Maze welcomes you. After the words fell, the 6 people looked at each other. At this time, the 6 participating warriors were all nervous and excited. They walked forward with a firm face, each chose the key they wanted, and opened the corresponding door behind them. In front of the 6 people, the bronze door slowly opened, and it was pitch black inside. After walking into the door one after another, they heard the door behind them close with a creak. The 6 people only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and instantly came to an extremely strange place. Where is this? The 6 people asked the same question in their hearts. There are 4 roads in front of them, and it is pitch black all around. The walls on both sides, the road above and under their heads, are all made of yellow bricks and stones and extend infinitely to the surroundings. The endless darkness gives people the feeling that it comes from the abyss of hell, and you don't know when the terrifying and indescribable things will appear. In this mysterious darkness, the 6 contestants only had 2 candles on the walls to provide a little light. So, in order to continue exploring, the 6 raised their wands and began to use lumos. At this time, the audience in the Quidditch field outside the stadium looked at the gloomy and mysterious maze and talked about it. What kind of test is this? Why does it feel like walking in a maze? Didn't Dole just say that this is a maze? But didn't he just say that the challenges of the first level of the maze are different? Why do the warriors now look at the same environment? The game has just started for a few minutes. Why are you in such a hurry? You will know it slowly. At the same time, in the Little Nightmare Labyrinth. The perspective of Gappa Unamuno, the warrior of Vagadu. Gappa's face and arms were painted with some colorful paintings made of mud and special plant dyes. This is the tradition of their Unamuno family. Because he had been focusing on the mysterious darkness just now, Gappa didn't pay much attention to his feet, so now he was leaning back, so no matter how he adjusted his posture in midair, his hands obviously couldn't reach the edge of the trap. Gappa explored forward cautiously. Self-transfiguration magic, the unique magic of the Wagadu Magic School. It is similar to Animagus, but not. Otherwise, flying around like a blind fly will only put oneself in a passive position. Sure enough, before everyone could react, a strange noise came from behind Gappa. The latter turned his head suddenly, not noticing that when he turned around, the foot he used as the center of gravity stepped heavily on the ground. Living in the wild African continent, his 6th sense of danger is different from that of ordinary people. So, Gappa began to fall rapidly. Self-transfiguration allows a wizard to achieve the only self-transfiguration. The biggest difference between it and Animagus is that it can be chosen by the wizard, and it cannot turn into a real animal. It can be detected by the Master of Transfiguration and some alchemical props. Compared with ordinary transfiguration, it can enable wizards to have the abilities that animals should have, such as the flight of a falcon and the bite of a crocodile. So facing this situation, he could remain calm enough and come up with a way to deal with it. He took a light step forward. With each step into the darkness, the candle behind Gappa went out, and the candle in front of him lit up again. But in fact, Gappa was not panicked at all at this time. He wore a bat-sleeved gray-brown linen garment on the upper body, and a pair of fat-legged linen pants on the lower body. His knees and elbows were protected by knee pads and elbow pads made of rhinoceros skin. This is obviously trying to force people to death. At a depth of more than 20 meters, at a speed of 9.8 meters per second for the human body to fall freely, the reaction time from stepping on the trap to falling to the ground may be only 3 to 4 seconds. Then, Gappa began to show the unique self-transfiguration of the Wagadu magic school. So, he did not rush to find the entrance to the second floor of the maze at first. He first wanted to figure out what the challenge of the maze he chose was. Gappa held the magic wand and carefully leaned against the wall to explore the darkness ahead. Because before entering the Wagadu magic school, he was actually a child from a tribe on the African savanna. There is a trap. Gappa only felt his left foot sink, and he shouted in his heart. I saw that Gappa was now in a square shaft with a depth of more than 20 meters. The walls of the shaft were irregular and rugged, and at the bottom of the trap, there were countless steel needles with cold light. With the dim light, the people in the audience who were paying attention to Gappa saw the picture on the screen and took a deep breath. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. The dim candlelight could only let people see a few meters ahead. Even with the blessing of lumos, its brightness did not play a big role. At best, it could provide an extra field of vision of about 2 or 3 meters. From childhood to adulthood, he would occasionally encounter or even fall into traps left by hunters in the wild, including some large pits that could catch wildebeests, bison and antelopes. Unfortunately, it was too late. In an instant, there was nothing under his feet, and Gappa began to lose his balance and fell backwards. Seeing that he had stepped on a trap, Gappa subconsciously adjusted his body in mid-air and instinctively stretched out his hands to grab the edge of the trap. Turning his head to glance at the darkness behind him, Gappa quickly used a wandless spell, and a ball flew quickly under the trap. Although this trap looked simple, once a person fell into it, he would definitely become a string of candied haws and die. Moreover, although wizards have magical powers, people need a certain amount of reaction time when facing emergencies. With each step, his hair stood up. He felt that his intuition was telling him that the challenge was coming soon. At this time, in order to facilitate his activities, Gappa had taken off the animal tooth necklace he carried with him. Although he had not been in this maze for a long time, his intuition told him that the place in front of him was not as simple as he imagined. Gappa's self-transfiguration is exactly what people call a big beast in the animal world, a badger, also known as a flat-headed brother. The reason why Gappa chose to become a badger is entirely because the badger has the pride and tenacity that ordinary animals do not have. Moreover, badgers can survive in almost any place: rainforests, grasslands, plateaus, low mountains and hills, plains or canyon cliffs are all the range of badger survival activities. Badgers can even climb trees, climb mountains, dig holes, and swim. Therefore, as a child who grew up on the African savanna, this animal with strong survival ability is deeply loved by Gappa. So, in the vertical shaft trap, less than 3 meters away from the steel needle below, a figure with black and white hair all over his body opened his arms, intending to grab the protruding part of the well wall with sharp claws. However, just when people thought that Gappa was about to escape danger, the fluffy hand on the screen suddenly slipped, and the flat-headed brother's claws did not successfully hook the well wall, but continued to fall down. Oh no! Don't! People screamed in fear and covered their eyes, not daring to continue looking at the bloody scene. But a few seconds later, the audience who covered their eyes did not hear any strange sounds from the people around them, but there was a dead silence. So, they began to slowly open their fingers in front of their eyes. On the huge screen, Gappa, who had turned into a flat-headed brother, was holding 2 steel needles with one hand and 1 foot, his abdomen was tight, and 1 steel needle was hidden in the hair on his abdomen. At this time, he was on the verge of life and death. Nice! Nice! Gappa Unamuno! Gappa Unamuno! The students of Wagadu cheered first, and then people gave warm and admiring applause one after another. In their opinion, the warriors on the screen successfully avoided the fate of being eliminated with their superb abilities. But in fact, it is not easy to be in a trap. Even with the ability of the flat-headed brother, it is impossible to keep this posture. So, Joppa began to adjust his body, using all his strength to slowly avoid the danger in front of his abdomen, and then landed in the narrow gap between the two steel needles and turned back into human form. Joppa took a deep breath, looked at the shiny oily substance on his hand with fear, and his back was full of cold sweat. He never expected that the walls of the shaft were all covered with lubricating oil, which made it impossible for it to save itself through the walls. At the same time, Shane, who was sitting on the rostrum watching the game, was looking at his masterpiece with a smile on his face. As a second-time traverser, although many memories of the first life are blurred, those crazy games are something he can never forget even if he travels through 800 times. The design idea of the maze challenge that Joppa is facing now comes from a game he played, a game that made him smash a mouse. Iwana, friends who haven't played it can try it. This is a game that ultimately tests people's patience and hand disability. In this game, you will know what it means to be caught off guard, what it means to be unexpected, and what it means to want to kill the designer. So, the game is just beginning. In the shaft, Joppa used the flying spell to get back the wand that fell to the side, and quickly used a spell on himself to make himself float. He felt that he could not stay in this trap any longer, and his intuition told him that it was not over yet. Just as Joppa slowly floated up to the mouth of the well, he suddenly felt a huge shadow appear above his head. Holy shit! Dolea, you are such a heartless guy. Isn't this forcing the warrior to death? A huge iron ball suddenly fell from the sky, and its diameter was just the length of the side of the shaft. The sudden mechanism made Joppa's fear infinitely magnified, and his scalp exploded instantly. He quickly made himself stick to a corner of the shaft, which was the only place to avoid the iron ball. A strong wind and a strong smell of rust flew in front of him, and he successfully avoided this break. But it wasn't over yet, because he didn't hear any loud noise coming from under his feet, so he looked down. He saw that the iron ball that had just fallen had disappeared for some reason, and the original jagged well wall suddenly became unusually smooth and shiny, and the steel needle trap at the bottom of the shaft was rising rapidly, forming an ultimate death elevator. Dolea, ow you! Joppa cursed in his heart when he saw this, while controlling the magic wand to quickly send himself out of the well. Just as he had just retracted his feet, he heard a loud noise behind him. Bang! A square stone column suddenly rushed out of the shaft. The stone broke and the steel needle bent. Joppa lay on the ground, panting wildly, and the adrenaline in his body was secreted wildly. It was less than 2 minutes from the time he stepped on the trap to the time he lay here. But in such a short time, he felt like he had walked back and forth several times in the gates of hell. Joppa planned to lie down and calm himself, but this maze didn't seem to want him to rest so easily. Joppa suddenly felt like he was moving slowly. He opened his eyes suddenly, and saw that the stone road that was flat just now suddenly turned into a steep slope. Because he had just avoided the iron ball, his back was now covered with lubricating oil. So, with the friction almost gone, he was sliding down the passage quickly. And the endless darkness under my feet was no longer there. The countless candles on the walls on both sides had been lit up at some point. What the hell were those huge blades on the slope that were shining and reflecting the fire? Dolea, Joppa cursed directly, and he didn't curse in his heart, but everyone in the audience heard it. So, in the huge Quidditch stadium, the curse full of resentment echoed throughout the stadium. #E. Well, it seems that there is more than one person cursing. The first floor of the underground tomb of Little Nightmare, a very bright corner. A graceful figure was slumped there, her chest kept rising and falling, and she was panting. Her hair was messy, her body was wet, and she was covered with unknown liquids. At the same time, her snow-white skin was exposed through the torn holes on her purple casual clothes and black skirt. Shane Dora. Damn you. After experiencing all kinds of traps just now, even Sylvia Dora Stewart, who had been educated in the interests of the nobility in the Stewart family since childhood, couldn't help but curse Shane at this time. Time goes back. As soon as she entered the maze, Sylvia relied on her intuition to walk through the long maze passages, and finally came to the side of an abyss. Looking down, the endless abyss was pitch black and there was no end in sight. Sylvia felt that even without Lumos, she could guess, as long as she fell, elimination was the inevitable outcome. Then she looked up and saw that on the other side of the abyss, 100 meters away, she could see a huge wall extending from the deepest darkness above her head until it reached a position parallel to where she was standing now. The wall seemed to be cut off by something, and there was nothing to rely on below. At the same time, there was an obvious gap in the middle of the wall. There was nothing there except a candle. Seeing this situation, Sylvia immediately subconsciously thought whether there would be clues to the entrance to the second level of the tomb. So, she waved her wand, let her body float up, and planned to fly to the other side of the abyss. Today's game only lasted for 9 hours. She had just wasted almost 10 minutes wandering around in the maze. If she continued to waste time like this, she didn't know when the team could break through the first level. So, Sylvia wanted to speed up. But unfortunately, she obviously underestimated someone's sinister intentions. Outside the field, Shane looked at Sylvia on the projection screen, and his eyes suddenly turned into a crescent, with a perverted smile on his mouth. And Serafina on the other side accidentally caught a glimpse of this chilling smile, and suddenly had an infinitely bad premonition in her heart. Sure enough, Sylvia on the screen seemed to hit something suddenly during the flight, and the whole person began to fall straight into the abyss. Sylvia! Serafina couldn't help but shout out worriedly. At this time in the maze, Sylvia, who had just flown to the center of the abyss, suddenly felt that she had hit an invisible wall. Her head was buzzing and she immediately began to fall backwards. Although she didn't know what mechanism she had encountered, Sylvia only felt that her consciousness was constantly sinking and she was about to faint completely. I can't fall down like this, or I'll be eliminated. Thinking like this, Sylvie used her last bit of consciousness to forcefully break through the feeling in her head and cast a spell on herself, quickly revive Enervate. The spell fell. Then, the whole person woke up instantly. Sylvia opened her eyes suddenly and saw that she was doing free fall. On the left-hand side was a wall extending from the abyss, and on the other side was endless darkness, so she quickly used the floating spell to stop herself from falling. But at this moment, a sound like metal objects being squeezed came from under her feet, which immediately attracted her attention. Sylvia looked down and saw 10 oval objects of Chinmu with no visible edges flying quickly from the abyss under her feet in 10 random rotation postures. What is this? The people in the audience roared in shock. The orange flying from the bottom of the abyss in front of her was an orange, literally. Sylvia felt her scalp tingling instantly. This huge size, coupled with the visible rotation speed, if she accidentally touched it, she would definitely be thrown out. So, without thinking too much, Sylvia immediately flew upwards at the fastest speed. She wanted to return to the maze. But at this moment, as soon as she took a step, she saw an equally huge shadow flying out of the darkness above her head. It was a red apple of the same size as the one under her feet. Oops! Seeing this, Sylvia suddenly felt a chill surge. Without any hesitation, she quickly rushed in the direction she came from. But after a while, she found that the passage back to the maze had disappeared at some point, and her way back was completely blocked. The apples and oranges were getting closer and closer, and their random collisions created gaps in the wall on the side of the abyss. Scattered rags were falling like raindrops. Faced with the approaching danger, Sylvia's mind was working fast. She guessed that since the challenge of this level of the maze was designed in this way, there should be a way out for people to avoid these two huge fruits. It is impossible to block people like this. So, she hurriedly observed the surroundings. Suddenly, she saw in her peripheral vision that the rubble falling from the top of her head seemed to hit something during the falling process and bounced to the other side. Is it an invisible transparent wall or obstacle? Thinking of what she seemed to have hit when she passed through the abyss just now, Sylvia suddenly realized it. Perhaps can I find an exit from it? But now the problem came again. She had no idea how big this invisible wall was. It was like a blind fly, and there was no time for her to find an exit. So, she started racking her brains again, and soon a flash of enlightenment flashed through her mind. Sylvia quickly raised her wand and fired a spell at the apple above her head, Reducto. Bang! The apple was immediately blown into a big hole, and then the juice flew and stained the invisible wall. It works! Seeing this, Sylvia hurriedly shouted excitedly in her heart, and then began to continuously fire spells to smash the apple above her head. After a while, with a lot of juice splashing, the invisible wall was covered with sweet juice, and relying on the traces of its flow, Sylvia successfully found the only exit and quickly got in. Bang! I heard a huge muffled sound behind me. The slightly rotten apples and oranges collided with each other, bursting out countless mixed juices, soaking Sylvia's whole body. Feeling the sweetness of the fruit on her lips, Sylvia's face kept changing. She had never been so embarrassed since she was a child. This challenge was broadcast live throughout. The Stewart family paid great attention to the upbringing of etiquette and posture. If her appearance was spread out, it would be a shame for the family. But at this moment, Sylvia, who was still at the challenge point, didn't care about these rules and regulations. She used magic to take care of herself a little, thinking about continuing to go. Looking at the flying fruit pieces behind her, the way back was blocked, so she could only find another way to the entrance to the second floor. In front of her was an earth-colored brick wall, on which hung a candlestick, the dim candlelight emitting a faint light without wind. Sylvia took a few steps forward as if she had sensed something, and the beast touched the wall. The next moment, the bricks on the wall began to tremble, and then the entire brick wall began to split from the middle, and the stone bricks kept rotating and shrinking to both sides to form 10 dark entrances. Seeing this, Sylvia took a deep breath, calmed down her nervous mood, and stepped into the door. Bang! With a muffled sound, the entrance behind her suddenly closed, indicating that there was no way out after entering here. Just like the maze she had just entered, the environment here was very dim, with only candles lighting both sides. But it was also different. The new maze in front of her was very narrow and short, and Sylvia could only bend down and move forward. If she maintained this posture for a long time, her physical strength would be consumed very quickly. This was only the first level of the maze, and there were still 5 levels of challenges to come. Unfortunately, Sylvia thought for a while and didn't have any good way to keep herself strong enough. In fact, transfiguration can make Sylvia smaller and save physical strength, but although her overall performance is very good in Ilvermorny, she can only barely reach the level of excellence in transfiguration. Transfiguration of living beings is a more advanced transfiguration, so she is not sure that she can change back immediately when needed after she becomes smaller. So in order to avoid accidents, Sylvia finally decided to choose to bend forward like this, while hoping that this might be just a short distance. But the truth is cruel. After walking for several minutes, the passage still did not change at all. Sylvia only felt that her waist and legs were very sore, and she also faintly heard some messy noises coming from the deep darkness. A spell was cast, and the head of the human-headed centipede instantly exploded into pieces. The huge fear was washing her brain, and she no longer cared about the Stewart family's useless etiquette. She only wanted to blast all the monsters in front of her into slag. But it was obvious that things were not as simple as she imagined. 01340652 Felu 1913211181. That's right, Sylvia went berserk. The next moment, countless powerful destructive spells began to be madly and randomly shot at the human-headed centipedes, and explosions echoed in the passage. The pride of the Stewart family made Sylvia muster up the courage to raise the magic wand, Reducto. In the deep darkness, a series of dense rustling sounds began to be heard. I saw it in a dark and narrow passage. Dozens of sharp legs grew on both sides of the long spine, and the sound just now was caused by the friction between it and the stone. A naked, white bone, as big as an adult king cobra crawled out of the darkness. After a while, I saw a white bone like a centipede leg gradually stepping out of the darkness not far from the passage, followed by the second, the third, countless. And this is exactly Shane went out to find someone to design and create a monster called human-headed centipede. Bang! 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 Dumbledore quietly came to Shane, looking at the perverted smile in front of him. He whispered, "Where did you find this magical creature?" The small body and the huge head gave people an indescribable sense of fear. "I say, where did you find this weird magical creature? I have never seen such a weird thing." They never expected that the usually elegant and noble Sylvia Dora Stewart would have such a side of losing control. On the other side, the podium was. Listening carefully with her ears, the sound was like something sharp rubbing against the stone. The strange sound became louder and louder, and it seemed that something was coming. Sylvia squinted and looked carefully. The human-headed centipede's neck twisted more than 180 degrees, the whole head turned upside down, the eyes were bloodshot and stared at the person in front of it, and the upper and lower jaws kept hitting each other, making a gurgling sound that made people's scalps numb. One end of the body was still hidden in the darkness, but the other end was hanging a creepy human skull, a skull without skin, exposed flesh, and bulging eyes. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for me, please give me flowers, thank you for your support. Instantly, he looked at Dumbledore with an idiotic look, and said, "Professor, have you eaten too much sweets and your brain is clogged with sugar? This is not a living thing at all." So just in case, Sylvia stopped and held the magic wand in full view. In the audience outside, Seraphina and the students of Ilvermorny stared at the projection screen in the distance in amazement. In the first month of 2024, please give me a monthly ticket for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. Thank you. Facing a terrifying monster that she had never known or encountered before, Sylvia tried hard to suppress the fear in her heart and constantly built up her mentality. Countless red pupils emerged in the darkness like bloody ghost lights, and the heads of dozens of human-headed centipedes slowly stretched out from the darkness and danced gracefully in the air. Ha, ha. Sylvia raised her mouth slightly and laughed, being played with, all die. This time Shane finally heard it clearly. This is a competition, and people outside are watching her performance, so she must not be cowardly. What? Shane was still immersed in his own world and hadn't reacted yet. Sylvia pursed her lips and showed a reluctant smile on her face. Laugh. Not a creature. Dumbledore turned his head and looked at the projection above the court. After observing carefully for half a minute, he realized that although these human-headed centipedes were very flexible, they seemed to have only a few movements, but the combination gave people an illusion that they were living creatures. Human skull snakes look scary, but these things are actually just simple alchemical props. This thing is called a human-headed centipede. I asked a muggle who writes horror novels to help design it. As for the maker, it's over there. Shane used his eyes to signal the audience seats that belonged to the fairy tale not far away. Dumbledore looked in the direction and saw two red-haired boys who looked exactly the same jumping up and down with excitement on their faces, obviously proud of their work that could trick people. Oh, I understand. Dumbledore nodded knowingly, and then suddenly admonished again, but this is not okay for girls. The old bee began to speak in the tone of an elder advising the younger generation again. Shane rolled his eyes and ignored Dumbledore, and began to appreciate the wonderful pictures on the screen again. In the passage of the maze, the human-headed centipedes are still pouring in. Sylvia, who gradually calmed down, used a powerful, flaming incendio, to instantly turn hundreds of bone snakes into ashes. Through the firelight, she seemed to see an upward passage not far away, and she intuitively felt that she might be able to leave this hellhole through there. So, Sylvia released the spell while slowly advancing to the exit, she thought. A floating spell was thrown on herself, and Sylvia flew up along the passage at a very fast speed. Leave this hellhole, the sooner the better. With this thought in mind. After more than 10 seconds, Sylvia rushed out of the passage and came to a brand new scene. But Sylvia did not relax immediately, because this place was very abnormal. Too bright. Blindingly bright. Compared to the mazes she had been to before, this place was a little abnormally bright. Although it was not to the point where she could not open her eyes, this abnormality made her close her eyes and not dare to take it lightly. However, after observing for dozens of seconds, Sylvia did not find anything strange here, and nothing strange happened. So, she gradually relaxed, silently chose a corner and slowly sat on the ground. Because the nervousness was released at once, Sylvia sat there and began to close her eyes to rest. But as soon as she closed her eyes, a terrifying scene happened. What she saw was not darkness, but the eyes of a human-headed centipede facing her closely. Ah! Sylvia screamed, opened her eyes suddenly, and looked around in horror. What happened? Could it be that the shadows left by those monsters just now were too big? Sylvia swallowed her saliva and closed her eyes again in disbelief. The original brightness instantly turned into darkness, replaced by countless human-headed centipedes entangled in the snow-white flesh. Feeling the tingling sensation on her skin, Sylvia trembled all over, and she slowly raised her right hand. Incendio, the flames are blazing. Reducto, the shattered bones. A puño, the bullets are fired at once. The wand was waving randomly, and the glowing rocks around were shattered by the spell. Outside the stadium, strange question marks kept popping up above everyone's heads. What is Sylvia Dora Stewart doing? Why is she running wild again? There is nothing around her. What happened to Miss Stewart? Dumbledore asked curiously. Oh, she needs to close her eyes to walk out. Someone smiled brightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crumb felt that he had never been at peace since he entered the maze in front of him. Unlike the challenges faced by Gappa and Sylvia, Crumb did not encounter any so-called organs that made people unable to help but curse. He only faced one thing, facing endless skeletons that could release magic in the maze. The maze that Crumb chose was the only one in Shane's Little Nightmare underground maze that required warriors to fight continuously. At this moment, Crumb was facing countless necromancers, and he also needed to constantly avoid countless unexpected traps, finding the entrance to the second maze. These necromancers were very clingy. They all held a crystal ball, and the empty eye sockets were burning with eerie ghost fire. Whenever the ghost fire in the pupils changed different colors, the magic released by the necromancer was also different. Necromancer, it is actually an extremely simple alchemical product, made of resin and white dye, covered with a rag found in an unknown corner of Hogwarts, and holding a crystal ball that can fire weakening spells. Crumb used Glissio on his shoes. This spell can make the friction of his soles disappear. If he slides, he can save a lot of energy. What's going on? These skulls can fire 3 kinds of spells, Petrificus Totalis, Tarantaligra, Incendi. A skeleton instantly turned into fragments, and the subsequent necromancers continued to pour in, stepping on the corpses of their companions. Whenever the ghost lights in the eye sockets of these skulls change color, they will fire spells corresponding to the color, and these spells usually only last for about 3 seconds after hitting the human body, and the person will return to normal after 3 seconds. Unlike the previous 2 contestants, the tool used for lighting in the maze chosen by Crumb was not candles, but braziers, and the flames would not go out and light up again as people moved. 0. I saw that in the chase, Crumb had just dodged a glaring trap, and several spell beams passed by him, and he waved his wand 10 times at the same time. The above is the lesson Crumb learned when he was caught off guard. Fortunately, these spells are not fatal, otherwise the 3 life-saving spells on him would be wasted. Just now, when Crumb turned the corner behind him, he accidentally passed by a brazier, but strangely, he did not feel any change in temperature. In Shane's design, this thing is considered low attack and low defense. Even ordinary muggles can smash it with a hammer, but there are too many of them. Why does he use his hands when he can just use a spell? If he continued to run around like this, he might be caught up by these guys behind him and beaten up before he found the entrance to the second floor, and finally be eliminated. He'll get hurt like this. However, even though he basically figured out the attack patterns of these strange skulls, Crumb still felt that he could not cope with it. He felt that his physical strength was consumed very quickly after entering the maze for less than 20 minutes. He designed this area like this not to test the warrior's fighting ability. Crumb noticed something was wrong, because it couldn't be set up like this for no reason. There must be some key clues in it. In the first month of 2024, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. Thank you all. Next. Even without a flying broom, facing those bright traps and attacks behind him, coupled with some of his own defensive magic, the necromancer chasing behind him could not do anything to him for a while. Huh. What does Crumb want to do? Does he want to knock down those braziers to stop the demons behind? Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for a monthly ticket, please give a flower, thank you for your support. With many years of experience in Quidditch games, Crumb's nerve reaction speed is beyond ordinary people. Please give me flowers. 013406524 follow 19132131. However, after dodging the attack again, Crumb unexpectedly found something wrong this time. There's something strange. From the time he encountered these fragile skeletons to now, Crumb has discovered the secrets of these necromancers. So, after dodging another attack from behind, he stretched out one of his hands to the nearest brazier without hesitation. At this time, Shane, who was on the podium outside the field, saw Crumb's, not knowing what to do, look and shook his head. As a person who can lead the team to the Quidditch World Championship and serve as an important seeker in the team, Crumb's nerve reflexes and physical fitness are ranked first among the 6 warriors, but facing the continuous attacks in front of him, he is still a little overwhelmed. A sound of breaking air came from behind him, and Crumb adjusted his posture and squatted down, pressing the center of gravity downwards. At the same time, he used Quidditch skills to turn sideways into a corner with his palm as the central axis, and then 2 shining spells passed by behind him. He should have discovered the characteristics of these skeletons. Luna, who came to Shane at some point, said this. From her god's perspective, she could easily see the weaknesses of the necromancer. The people in the audience discussed Crumb's move, not knowing why. Swoosh! Swoosh! As for Crumb's performance, Shane suddenly smiled. Finally found that this muscular boy from Durmstrang was not a simple-minded man with strong limbs. Crumb's hand swept across the flames and grabbed a piece of charcoal with sparks in the brazier. There was no pain and barbecue smell as imagined, and his hand was intact. This is fake. But why? Why not just use the real one? Crumb was sure that there must be something wrong. He thought about it, then turned his head and began to observe the back carefully, thinking that he might get some clues from those skeletons. Sure enough, after observing for a while, Crumb found that when the crystals in the hands of some necromancers chasing behind him lit up, the will-o'-the-wisp in their eye sockets turned fiery red, and the fireball of flaming incendi was released. The will-o'-the-wisp in the eyes of all necromancers would move along the trajectory of the fireball until the flame was completely extinguished and returned to normal. Crumb suddenly had some guesses in his mind. So he took advantage of the fact that no attack was fired at him, and casually released a flame incendi in the direction of 730 with his wand. At this time, the necromancer behind him also launched an attack at the same time, but their target this time was no longer Crumb. Bang! There was an explosion, and dozens of spells hit the flame incendi that Crumb had just fired. Crumb saw this and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. So that's how it was. He had made a mistake from the beginning. It must be said that this Dolea is very good at taking advantage of people's hearts. According to common sense, if a person is being chased and running away, it is unlikely that he will deliberately turn his head to observe the thing chasing him from behind. At most, he will quickly glance back to determine the distance. At the same time, it is even less likely to notice that the brazier used for lighting is fake. In this case, things will be easy. Crumb quickly tore off a piece of his clothes and threw it back. Defindo, tear into pieces. Engorgo, grow faster. Incendio, blazing fire. A puño, fire all the bullets. 4 spells were cast in succession. The cloth floating in the air twisted and turned into pieces of rags, and under the blessing of the spell, the rags grew larger and ignited, and finally turned into a barrage of flames and shot behind him. Boom! 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 After a while, the whole maze passage was suddenly filled with blazing flames, and the necromancers began to attack each other, while Crumb took the opportunity to quickly slide to a corner and stopped. Listening to the explosions coming from not far away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground to take a tactical rest. The combination of magic just now should help him by some time, and also give him some time to think about how to find the way to the second level of the maze. In fact, he could release the fierce fire to burn the skeletons behind him at once, but this approach is very risky. Although Durmstrang School of Magic is famous for teaching black magic, there is one very strange thing about this school, that is, it does not care about discipline. The black magic that is taught to students is taught, as for how to remove the curse. Sorry, you can go to the library to find the method of removing the curse. If you can learn it yourself, learn it yourself. If you can't learn it, just forget it. Anyway, professors at Durmstrang rarely teach students how to remove curses. So, although Crumb can release fire, he is not very good at finite. Using fiend fire in such a small space, it would be bad if he burned himself. Outside the stadium, many spectators saw Crumb get rid of the predicament and applauded and cheered one after another. Shane also said that Crumb's performance was pretty good. Because he cleverly avoided another trap he designed and successfully caused a chain reaction. The rags on the bodies of the necromancers are actually a mind trap. According to common sense, if a necromancer's weakness is discovered, most people should first think about how to use it, and the rags on the necromancer are obviously flammable. So people's inertial thinking will make them directly use these rags to divert attacks. However, the rags on the bodies of these necromancers are Shane did something. First, it needs a flame with a high enough temperature to be ignited. Second, it burns very quickly, and it will be burned out in about 4 or 5 seconds. Third, it will not produce any sparks, which means it cannot be blown by the wind to ignite other flammable materials. So, if someone wants to divert the attack by igniting the rags on the necromancer, this can only buy themselves a few more seconds to escape, and it cannot solve the actual problem. Moreover, this method also requires the challenger to accurately grasp the gap between the necromancer's attacks to do so. Otherwise, when you set the rags on fire, but the necromancer's attack has already been launched, it is highly likely that the attack will not be diverted. So, although it is not known whether it was intentional or a blind cat met a dead mouse, Crumb successfully avoided the above 3 settings. The fire ignited by his combined magic caused a large number of necromancers to attack each other. Often, a necromancer who was set on fire would definitely be attacked by more than one at the same time. After one of them was hit by an attack and fell apart directly, the remaining attacks naturally fell on other unlucky people. And so on, magic beams flew all over the sky. A large number of necromancers died in internal fighting. However, this situation of killing each other did not last long. After a few minutes, the explosions in the distance gradually subsided. Crumb quietly stuck his head out to observe and found that the internal fighting of the necromancers had stopped. They were gathering together again, wandering in the maze that extended in all directions, and continued to perform their duties. I have rested for several minutes, and it is time to move forward. Crumb stood up and tidied himself up again. It has been almost half an hour since he entered this maze. Apart from the skeletons that can cast weakening spells, he has not encountered any other monsters. So now he guessed that the maze in front of him should be full of the same kind of monsters, at least in the area where he is. However, although he knew the weaknesses of these skeletons, there were too many of them. It would waste a lot of time to use combination magic to attack them every time, so he had to find a way to avoid these guys. Crumb pondered for a while, and an idea gradually emerged in his mind. In the huge underground maze of the Little Nightmare, the passages were crisscrossed, and countless human-shaped skulls holding purple turbid crystal balls were constantly wandering around. And in a corner of the maze, a strange figure suddenly walked out of the shadows. Crumb was soaking in a water jar at this time, whither the bubble-like hood sways with the movement of the human body. Aguamenti, summon water. Wingardium Leviosa, maintain the form of water. Bubblehead Charm, allows you to breathe in water. A very beautiful spell combination. As long as there is water isolation, those skulls that can sense temperature should find it difficult to detect you. But guesses are guesses, and we need to experiment to know. Crumb, holding a wand, stood in front of a team of necromancers without moving. His heartbeat was very fast now, and his whole body was tense and ready to escape at any time. And outside the stadium, everyone looked up at the screen nervously, especially the students of Durmstrang. Even without commentary, they roughly guessed what was going on through Crumb's various performances just now. I hope he is right. But Shane showed a teasing expression at this time. The boy is still too young and has not suffered the beating of society. How could it be so simple? Inside the maze, 4.4. Seeing the tall skeleton slowly floating in front of him, Crumb breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense mood slowly relaxed. His guess was right. If this is the case, then he only needs to face those troublesome traps. So, after waiting for the last skeleton to pass by him, Crumb turned around and walked in the opposite direction of the necromancer, and he did not fail to notice some abnormalities behind him. Oh no, be careful. Crumb, behind you. Behind you. Outside the court, the students of Durmstrang looked at the screen in the middle of the court and suddenly shouted anxiously, hoping that the warriors representing their school could hear their voices. IXED. Crumb hadn't even taken a few steps when his heart, which had just been put at ease, suddenly became heavy again. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did his back seem a little cold? Crumb, who had reacted, turned his head suddenly. Behind him, he saw that the demon holding the crystal had turned into a skeleton warrior holding a giant sword, and the huge sword was raised high at this time, and it was about to chop down in the next second. Crumb couldn't help but spit out foul language when he saw this, and subconsciously rolled backwards to avoid the oncoming attack. Bang! A loud noise came. Crumb didn't even need to look up to know that a big hole had been cut into the brick-paved road. Without much hesitation, he stood up and quickly pulled a certain distance from the undead warrior. What on earth is going on? Crumb was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. If he hadn't felt that it was a bit too quiet behind him just now, he would have looked back and this by then, the head of the person might have been torn off. Confringo. Crumb, who was a little angry, fired a powerful spell to vent his anger, but the next moment, the undead warrior raised his shield and blocked the spell, but in contrast, the shield was also blown into pieces. What a joke! Crumb's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he cursed in his heart. The shield in their hands can block one of his attacks. If so, plus the sword, then this skeleton holding a sword at least has a life. Sure enough, Crumb cast several spells in succession, and it was confirmed that this newly appeared skeleton monster must be dealt with by 3 spells. If the number is added, there is no need for him to find the entrance to the second-level maze, and these scattered skeleton fragments can be buried directly. But after a while, Crumb quickly discovered the weakness of the dead warrior in a few rounds of fighting. Unlike the thin skin and low attack of the necromancer, the dead warrior has thick blood and strong power, but the movement speed is relatively slow. So, Crumb actually he could have chosen to run away directly. At present, the undead warriors in front of him could not catch up with him at all. However, he was still in the water and had to unload the weight first, otherwise he would not be able to run fast. So, he withdrew the spell on his body, and the water suddenly disintegrated and fell to the ground, and the color of the bricks under his feet suddenly darkened. However, just when Crumb turned around and wanted to run at full speed, a shocking scene happened. The sword-wielding demon suddenly twisted his body and turned back to his original appearance of holding a crystal. Shane Dolea, I'm so big for you. At this time, not only Crumb who was in the maze, but also the students of Durmstrang and those who supported Crumb outside the field also cursed in their hearts with strong resentment. What the hell is this? Can't people play well? The two monsters have their own weaknesses, but when you want to target them, they change into another form, and this form can also restrain the challenger. Who can win this challenge? Yes, in fact, Shane designed two types of undead monsters in total. One is the necromancer, and the other is the undead warrior. It's just that when the maze was just built, Shane looked at Harry and others who tried the maze and successfully passed it violently, and felt that these two undead monsters seemed too simple, so he and the equally black-hearted Weasley twins studied it a little, and finally decided to combine these two undead monsters into one, the undead warrior. Undead warrior, the initial state is a wizard, with fast speed, and will launch magic attacks on the highest heat source in front of it. But if there is no heat source, the necromancer will go into standby mode, and then if it finds a moving object or hears a sound, it will immediately transform into a necromancer to attack. So, if Crumb wants to find the entrance to the second floor safely, he must first ask the necromancer whether he agrees or not. Shane looked up at the big screen teasingly, saying, "The boy is still too young." In fact, it is relatively easy for Crumb to pass the level. As long as he adds the buffs of invisibility and silence spells to himself on the basis of the original method of soaking himself in the water bag, he can completely ignore the necromancer, walk around in the maze at will and find the entrance to the second level of the maze. Unfortunately, this method can only be based on his ability to discover the transformation rules of the necromancer's form, otherwise he can only be reckless and continue to fight wits and courage with these difficult skeletons. While Crumb was busy fighting the necromancer, on the other side, the warrior of Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. The area she faced was a very normal maze. Yes, that's right. A very normal one. Furong has a quarter of Vila blood, inherited from her grandmother, and is very beautiful. However, perhaps because of her Vila blood, she has never dared to dress herself up too beautifully since she was a child to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, at this time, she was just wearing a very ordinary grey sports suit and carefully exploring the maze. The maze where Furong was located was an extremely bright place, surrounded by countless mirrors 360 degrees without dead ends, all around, above the head, under the feet, all were bright mirrors. As far as the eye can see, countless selves are neatly lined up, looking at the infinitely extended and constantly shrinking farthest away. Since entering this mirror maze, the countless mirror images around her have made Fleur develop a false sense of space. As time goes by, she even feels that she is fake and is also an image in the mirror. But even so, as the most outstanding student in Beauxbatons, Fleur did not let herself panic. At the same time, she found this place very interesting and novel. In fact, not only Fleur, but even the audience who were watching the game all the time outside the field gradually developed a strong interest in the mirror maze on the screen. Oh my God! I really want to enter this maze to play, it must be fun. I have played this kind of mirror maze before. My parents took me to the amusement park at that time. Someone at the entrance would give you 2 sponge sticks to explore the way to prevent you from hitting your nose or breaking the mirror. However, the mirror maze I went to was not as big as the one in front of me, and there were only mirrors on 4 sides. But then again, I finally saw a more normal challenge. I saw all kinds of traps and mechanisms encountered next door, and each wanted the warrior's life more than the other. I really don't know how this guy Dolea came up with it. Is his conscience black? Well, I think so, it's hard to disagree. At the same time, in the special VIP seats of Fairy Tale, the Weasley twins heard the conversations of the people around them. They suddenly looked at each other, and then their eyes began to shine. Because they seemed to have found a way to make money again. In the mirror maze. Furong stretched out her hands, and her slender fingers gently passed in front of her body. When her fingers suddenly felt a void on the left, her human subconsciousness made her confidently take a few steps to the left. Duong the mirror shook violently, making a loud tremor. Furong hit the mirror head-on. This is actually a dead end, but it just extends a little bit of space inside. Chong'an used this method as a way to conceal and deceive challengers. Feeling the bump on her forehead, Furong couldn't help but make a sound of pain. She frowned and rubbed the place where she was hit just now, and then glanced at the golden snitch, who had been following her from the beginning, and a hint of angry 877 expression appeared on her face. She actually made a fool of herself in front of a mirror, and it was broadcasted. This made Furong, who was naturally proud, a little unacceptable. But even though she was angry, she also knew that she seemed to be too addicted to this fascinating mirror maze. Now it was still a competition, so she had to concentrate. So, after getting herself together, Furong started to explore again. This time she changed her method. She stretched out a hand and slowly groped forward along the mirror beside her. Regardless of whether the touch from her hand was real or not, she chose to just walk along the mirror, so that she would not bump into the wall. But as she walked, Furong found that her method was not working at all. Because just now, she took dozens of seconds to walk a few steps, and she was now in a huge maze. According to the rules of the competition, she only had 9 hours in total. She had been in this mirror maze for almost half an hour, but she seemed to have no signs of being able to get out. If she continues to waste time like this, even if she is not eliminated directly, she will die in the maze in the end because of lack of time, let alone thinking about winning the first round of the competition. No. We must speed up. Furong began to get nervous. She raised her wand and pointed it at the mirror in front of her and shouted, "Confringo." She wanted to try to see if she could break the mirror directly and find a way out of the maze. But unfortunately, how could Shane design the mirror maze so simple? At the moment when the spell was released and launched, Furong suddenly felt alarmed. The instinct of survival made her squat down subconsciously. Puff hiss. A tearing sound like an electric current came from her head, and Furong opened her eyes and slowly raised her head. She looked into the eyes of herself in the mirror and could see the horrified look in the other's eyes. The self in the mirror just now cast a spell to attack me. No. It shouldn't be. I attacked myself, and I am also me in the mirror. My attack on the mirror is equivalent to attacking myself. Furong guessed in her heart. This means that the mirror cannot be destroyed, and any action on the mirror will be reflected back to herself. So, in order to confirm her idea, Furong stood up and tried to cast a magic on herself in the mirror. Evanesco. Outside the stadium. Everyone stared at the screen in amazement, and the hairband on Furong's wrist suddenly disappeared, and they were speechless for a long time. After a moment of silence, everyone began to criticize Shane, a madman. I admit that what I said just now was too early. Dolea is not a black heart, but he has a very bad conscience. He completely does not regard the warriors as human beings. If Delacour had not reacted in time, the spell would have hit her face. To be honest, compared with Unamuno, Stuart and Victor, the challenges they faced were very sinister, but at least there were traces to follow, but the challenge Delacour faced was like a stagnant pool of water, and he did not work hard at all. Yes. Although this mirror maze does not seem to be dangerous on the surface, but this chaos is a simple visual deception, and the mirror cannot be destroyed and will rebound attacks. This setting is to drag time to death. And I have to say that this duo Lee's intentions are really sinister. He must have calculated that when people know that there is a time limit rule, they are likely to destroy the mirror when they are anxious. If they don't react in time, this will consume a life-saving spell in vain. Listening to the discussions around him, and feeling the unfriendly eyes from the beautiful ladies of Beauxbatons. Shane's mouth corners slightly raised, and while he was complacent in his heart, he was also proud of himself for deceiving everyone. Until now, everyone has been thinking with their own inertial thinking. In fact, the mirror maze he designed is the simplest and most advantageous compared to the previous ones. Fleur doesn't need to find the entrance to the second underground floor specifically. As long as she can find the secret, someone will naturally take her out of the maze. However, in the next hour or so, if Fleur still can't find a way out of the maze, then the frustration and despair in her heart will begin to magnify infinitely as time goes by, and she may become the first one to be eliminated among the 6 warriors. Perspective change, inside the mirror maze. After realizing the characteristics of the mirror, Fleur began to look for other ways to find the exit of the maze. She found a mirror at random and sat down with her back against it, covering her temples with both hands, burying her head between her knees and closing her eyes. The surrounding environment was too bright, and this posture allowed her to temporarily immerse herself in the darkness and think better. But many times, the more anxious a person is, the more clueless she will be. Fleur only felt that her mind was a mess, and as time went by, the irritability in her heart made her mind even more empty. Faced with such a dilemma, as a warrior of Beauxbaton's school of magic, she couldn't think of a solution now. The arrogance she usually showed was worthless at this moment. Time passed slowly. Many people outside the venue looked at Furong on the screen with both heartache and anxiety. Even if they were from a god's perspective, they couldn't think of any way to escape from this mirror maze. But in fact, Shane had already given everyone the answer, but they just couldn't see it. In fact, just after Furong cast a spell on herself in the mirror again, Shane had already given everyone the answer to get out of the mirror maze. *A. Because there was no time-keeping tool in her hand, Furong had no idea how much time she had spent here, and it was precisely this unclear that made her feel the passage of time more realistically. My mind was still a mess. Furong raised her head from between her knees. I can't just sit here. Since I have no clue, I can only try the old method. Pull herself up again, Furong stood up suddenly and cast a Protagos on herself. At the same time, she wrote a 1 on the mirror next to her, then trotted a few steps to the side. Bang! A huge tremor came, and Furong hit a mirror directly. Because of the magic she cast on herself, her shoulder didn't hurt much. But Furong didn't stop, but quickly explored the surroundings. After confirming that it was just a dead end, she drew a big cross on the mirror and walked back quickly. Bang! Another sound, this time there was a passage on the right, so she drew a right arrow. Just like this, back and forth. Furong wanted to use the conventional method of marking to eliminate those dead ends and finally find a way out. However, Shane, who was watching the game from the sidelines, could not help but sigh with regret when he saw her doing this. The method used by Furong was fine for ordinary mazes, but it was not very effective in the mirror maze where the sense of space was extremely disturbed. Furong had not yet figured out that some of the places she had passed through were actually an octagonal space, which meant that once she returned to the place where she had made a mark, she would have to spend a lot of time to determine whether the mark was true or false. Was the mark really written on the mirror? Or was it just the image of the mirror? There was a constant huge tremor in the mirror maze. Furong staggered and made a mark on a new mirror, and walked around a corner again. She was already a little dizzy from the collision, and she only hoped that her simple elimination method would work. Even if it took a lot of time, if she could find a way out, she was confident that she could make up for the time she had wasted in the subsequent challenges. However, Shane did not do as she wished, and the thing that made Furong desperate and worried still happened. Suddenly, she saw 4 identical marks that she had made before, which meant that she had returned to the original place after going around in circles. This time, Fleur could no longer hold back, and she began to curse, plus Chong en Dole. You. After cursing Shane, although she was still very uncomfortable, Fleur could only choose to continue moving forward to confirm the authenticity of the mark, and then choose a new direction. Shane shook his head helplessly when he saw Fleur's appearance, and at the same time, he had basically sentenced her to death in his heart. It was probably a matter of time before this beautiful lady of Beauxbatons was eliminated. Why did he set up mirrors all around, on the top of the head, and on the floor of the entire mirror maze? The purpose is not only to create a three-dimensional chaotic sense of space and give challengers an illusion. It also gives everyone a hint. This maze created by mirrors is three-dimensional, and the mirror man on the side can walk directly up without magic. To get out of the maze, you must first realize this. Otherwise, if you keep looking for the exit on the same plane, you will just be going around in circles for your whole life. At the same time, he also set up another mechanism, which is the key to help challengers get out of the maze. But no one has discovered it so far, except she can ask herself in the mirror. Compared with the only truth, countless falsehoods can quickly help her find the exit. Look. Only people with wild imagination can see the mystery of the mirror maze, and Luna is such a person. Pray for this beautiful French lady who is still in panic and confusion. Then, Shane turned his eyes to another big screen. Cedric Diggory, vice president of the Fairy Tale Guild. And it was this person who was praised by everyone and had great hopes for him, but now he was in a very troublesome situation. Time went back more than half an hour ago. Cedric had just stepped through the bronze door and came to the maze, and he began to explore carefully. After several minutes, he suddenly accidentally stepped on a slightly protruding stone brick under his feet, and naturally triggered the hidden mechanism. Bang! Cedric felt his feet sink, and his heart skipped a beat. Oops, I'm trapped. There's danger. This was Cedric's first thought. He immediately stepped back a few steps, holding his wand tightly and observing the surroundings, while being on high alert. But unlike what everyone imagined, there was no danger. Instead, the color of the soles of his feet and the surrounding walls began to deepen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and water slowly began to seep out. Cedric frowned at the sight, and a big question mark popped up in his mind, and then he began to use his hands and feet carefully to test forward. Although nothing very dangerous happened, based on his understanding of his president, the mechanism he accidentally stepped on just now might not be that simple. With the president's erratic personality, if there was no trick in this mechanism, he would be willing to eat canned herrings raw. While betting with himself in his heart, Cedric suddenly felt that the temperature around him seemed to be a few degrees lower. So he reached out and touched the soaked wall. The feeling from his hand was ice. Very cold. This wall was like an ice cube. Cedric quickly retracted his hand, only to see that his hand was already covered with water and was wet. Water droplets were visible in the gaps between the bricks and stones on the wall, and some of them had even condensed together to form small streams of water flowing to the ground. And looking at the ground under his feet, in a very short time, there were puddles, and the sound of squeaking could be heard when he stepped on them. Cedric began to vaguely understand what his president wanted to do. 950 at the current speed of water coming out of the walls, it would definitely be no problem to fill the entire maze in a short time. But this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that the water will slow down his speed, and the cold water will cause his body temperature to drop rapidly in a short time. Cedric still remembered that once on Christmas, he and his friends went to an ice lake to play. They dug a big hole in the ice, and then took turns to take an ice bath. Whoever lasted the longest would get the right to pack takeout from the Hogwarts kitchen, and someone would deliver it to them without having to run errands. When people soak in that kind of extremely cold water, their hands and feet will quickly become stiff and numb, and they will feel so cold that they can't breathe. So, recalling the past, Cedric immediately decided not to waste time here. The 3 life-saving spells on his body were probably not able to keep his body temperature. He had to speed up to find the entrance to the second-level maze, otherwise he would be drowned in ice water soon. Waterproof and moisture-proof impervious. He cast a spell on himself, waterproof and moisture-proof impervious. This spell can ensure that he will not get soaked, and prevent the cold water from sticking to his body, but it can reduce the rate of temperature loss. Although this is a bit of a temporary solution, it is better than nothing. The maze where Cedric is located, Shane named it, Water Maze Maze. As the name suggests, it is a maze full of water. The cold groundwater is led to the maze mechanism, Sita, and many cute little guys are placed in the maze. Tat! 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 Water splashed in the maze passage. The water has already covered the heels. Cedric panted slightly, and mist kept coming out of his mouth. the temperature in this maze dropped very quickly. He began to feel that his hands and feet were a little bit out of control, and his body was a little stiff. Looking at the endless darkness of the maze passage in the distance, Cedric knew very well that he must try to get to the second level of the maze in the shortest time, otherwise he would completely lose his ability to move. But judging from the current situation, he is like a blind fly with no purpose, bumping around everywhere. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered something Shane had said to him before. Cedric, when practicing skyscraper, you must understand one thing, that is, when you enter a dead end or encounter a problem that you can't figure out, don't just use your eyes to see, that will only be blinded by intuitive feelings. People have more than just eyes. People have more than just eyes. Cedric actually didn't really understand the meaning of this sentence, but at this moment, he always felt that this sentence could help him get out of the current predicament. However, just when Cedric was thinking hard, a strange sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Snap! 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 Cedric stopped immediately and looked at the darkness in the distance with vigilance. He heard a rapid but concentrated sound, like a large arthropod crawling in a group. As expected. After a while, small figures crawled out of the darkness one after another. It was a reptile that looked very similar to a turtle. Although it had a turtle carapace, it had gems of different colors on it, like jewels, shining brightly, very tempting and lovable. At the same time, it also had 8 pointed crab legs, and 2 huge crab claws were constantly waving, as if it was demonstrating. This is a fire crab. Although Cedric was not a fan of magical animals, he was among the top students in Hogwarts, so he recognized what this strange and beautiful creature was at a glance. Fire crab, a magical creature that looks like a turtle, native to Fiji. Although it is a fire-related magical creature, it is an aquatic amphibian. When it thinks it is under attack, it can spray flames from its tail. 0134065245 Philo 1913311301. The flames sprayed by the fire crab are extremely hot. Once a wizard was accidentally burned when catching it. As a result, in less than 10 seconds, a hole was burned in his hand and bones. Therefore, it was also rated as a third-level, XXX, magical creature by the Ministry of Magic. What is interesting is that the fire crab has jewels of different colors growing on its back. Many muggles hope to get their valuable shells, and some wizards even use their shells to make crucibles, but that is actually just a special kind of coral. And in the fairy residence, in Shane's private seafood pool, there are some fire crabs. Needless to say, they are for eating. Let's get back to the point. There are a lot of fire crabs in front of us, and they crawled out of the darkness one after another. Cedric knew the characteristics of this kind of guys, so he turned around and wanted to leave this place and find a new way around the fire crabs. Fire crabs move slowly, and they will not attack him as long as he is not provoked. Of course, Cedric can also choose to wave his wand to kill these weak little guys easily, but there are so many fire crabs. Just in case he still didn't do that, if he accidentally burned a part of his body to ashes, it would not be fun. But unfortunately, what Cedric didn't know was that fire crabs are actually very timid and sensitive magical creatures. Even a little insignificant movement or sound is enough to cause them to attack. Cedric turned around, and the ripples that were not above his ankles reverberated, and directly bumped into the fire crabs walking in front. Puff! 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 The fire crabs were disturbed, and a stream of liquid sprayed out from their tails, and the liquid was instantly ignited the moment it came into contact with the air. Feeling a burning sensation burning the back of his head, Cedric quickly rolled forward. Hiss hiss. The flames fell directly on the water surface not far away, and a large amount of steam rose up. In such cold underground water, the flames of the fire crabs could instantly turn the same volume of water into steam, which shows how high its temperature is. President, do you want to be so cruel? Cedric lay in the water and looked up at the white mist rising not far away, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He smelled the smell of burning protein coming from above his head. If he hadn't dodged in time just now, I'm afraid that this head would have been burned directly. I have to leave here quickly. These fire crabs are not to be messed with. I stood up quickly and wanted to leave. But as soon as Cedric stood up, he suddenly found that the part of his body that was touching the ground seemed to be stuck by something, and there was also a tingling sensation. He looked down quickly, and a silver light came into his eyes, and his scalp suddenly went numb. I saw that it was a huge disc sucking on his body. F***K. Lemora fish. Lemora fish, level 2, XX, magical creature, semi-parasitic aquatic animal, a silver fish that lives in the Indian Ocean and has special magical powers. The biggest feature of this fish is that it cannot move and has a huge suction cup on its head, which is very similar to the crucian carp with a shoe horn on its head. The suction cup on the top of the Lemora fish's head can be used to attach to other large fish to move quickly, and at the same time suck the food residue of the parasitic fish. When it eats, its body size will become larger and larger, and its weight will become heavier and heavier. It has been tried once before. A group of Lemora fish mistook a luxury tanker for a big fish. They parasitized on the bottom of the ship and kept eating the food and kitchen waste that people threw into the sea from the ship. As a result, in a short period of time, the size and weight of this group of Lemora fish expanded rapidly, and a large hole was torn in the hull of the entire luxury tanker, which eventually led to the tanker sleeping forever on the bottom of the Indian Ocean. The fire crab was not far behind. The suction of the Lemora fish's suction cup is very strong, and in order to better parasitize the host, their suction cups will have a circle of small barbs on the edge. So now the group of Lemora fish on Cedric's body are sucked on the former's skin and flesh with people and clothes. If he tried to tear them off his body, he would definitely not be able to escape, so Cedric had no choice but to run away with the fish. F***K. They are so heavy. Cedric ran in the water maze, complaining with tears in his eyes. At the same time, outside the stadium, Luna saw Cedric in a miserable state on the screen, and couldn't help but ask curiously, why doesn't Cedric use skyscraper? He should be able to control the fire crabs and Lemora fish with this magic. It's not that he doesn't want to use it. Skyscraper does have the ability to control these magical creatures, but this magic is essentially a spiritual magic. The higher the level of intelligence, the greater the impact of skyscraper on it, and vice versa. Low-intelligence magical creatures such as fire crabs and Lemora fish only have the instincts of their own species since birth, and they don't have much mental power to manipulate or influence. Cedric wants to control these creatures, but his current cultivation is not enough. Shane touched Luna's head lovingly and explained patiently. In fact, in this top 5 competition, Cedric's practice of skyscraper may not be of much use in many occasions. Unlike Hermione's high comprehensiveness of Sky Dragon Slayer magic, skyscraper magic always lacks physical attack means. In the water maze. After running for more than a minute, Cedric finally pulled a certain distance from the army of fire crabs behind him at the expense of some hair. He slowly stopped and touched the burnt hair on his head with heartache. Although he was not a beauty-conscious person, this half-bald head burned by the fire crab was broadcast live, and he had to say that it was really beautiful. He looked down at the Lemora fish stuck to his body. In fact, for him, these little things were not very difficult things, but the suction cup barbs left in their bodies were a big trouble. Pa! 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 The sound of Lemora fish hitting the water. The crowd outside the stadium gasped as they looked at the oval sucker that had been embedded in Cedric's skin. It looked so painful. The Lemora fish is not a rare magical animal, and some people even like to keep it in a fish tank as a pet. So any wizard knows what the barbs of the disc of this fish look like. According to the normal process of handling Lemora fish, Cedric must endure the pain and rotate the sucker embedded in the flesh, cut off the roots of the sucker barbs exposed outside the body one by one, and then slowly pick out the remaining hooks in the body at a certain angle with tools. This is a way to minimize the damage. But this is still a competition, there is a time limit. Even if the healers from Street Mungo come, it will take 2 or 3 hours to clean the 4 suction cups on Cedric's body. If they waste time treating these wounds, can they walk through the maze behind? So, those who support Cedric are also very worried at this time, especially Cedric's father, Amos Diggory, who is clenching his fists, looking up at the screen with worry and nervousness, and muttering, "Come on. Cedric, my child." As an employee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures of the British Ministry of Magic, Amos knows his son's condition better than anyone else, but unlike his nervous mood, Shane on the other side is very relaxed. There is a small folding table in front of him, on which is a steamed crab with garlic vermicelli and some desserts and snacks. Shane directly crushed the shells of the 2 large pans of the fire crab, gave one to Luna, and then began to stuff the white and sweet crab meat into his mouth. Feeling the freshness stimulated by the garlic in his mouth, I have to say that this thing is not as delicious as ordinary lobsters. It's just that the fire on its tail is a bit difficult to handle. The liquid inside seems to be a substance similar to white phosphorus, which will catch fire when it touches the air. Therefore, in order to cook fire crabs, Lulu often hits his head because he burned another chopping board. At this time, not far away, a familiar and strange figure suddenly came over. He came straight to Shane and called him, "Mr. Dole, long time no see." Shane turned his head and looked at him. Why does this person look so familiar? It seemed to be the reporter who interviewed him when the Wizard show was held 2 years ago. He remembered that his name seemed to be Bryce Calhoun. "Hello, Mr. Calhoun. Long time no see." "Oh. That's great, you haven't forgotten me." Bryce saw that Shane still remembered him, and hurried over excitedly. 2 years, time has passed so fast. "Did I disturb you?" As he said, he looked at Luna meaningfully. "No, please sit down." Shane replied indifferently, then hooked his finger behind him, and a chair flew over. "Thank you." Bryce thanked him and sat down directly. Shane forked a piece of fire crab meat and raised it to indicate, "Would you like to try it? It tastes good. You'll know if you look further." "Mr. Calhoun, what are you going to interview this time?" Shane asked with his cheeks puffed out as he stuffed a large piece of crab meat into his mouth. Did he cast a spell to block the pain? But I didn't see any spell casting action just now. It's not accurate to say it's an interview. Bryce replied with a smile, "After all, I came to watch the game today as an individual, not as a reporter for the Daily Prophet." Shane nodded in agreement, and at the same time looked at the distance with understanding. No one dared to stop him among the Ministry of Magic officials around him. Shane might be the only one in the whole of England. They were constantly looking up and down, writing something frantically with a feather pen in their hands, and asking questions to the people around them from time to time. "See, I told you," Shane said with a smile on his face, and the latter was shocked when he saw this. It was the first time he saw someone eating magical animals in such a public place, and they were listed in the protection catalog. In the audience, reporters from various newspapers had no time to watch the game. Inside the water maze. "Aren't you worried?" Blaze looked up at Cedric on the screen. "As far as I know, he is a member of Fairy Tale and the vice president. Compared to others, he should be more worthy of your attention. In the first month of 2024, please give me a monthly ticket for the poor kid if you have a monthly ticket. Thank you. Chuan. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for me, please give me flowers, thank you for your support. Everyone is worried about Cedric. There is so much blood, what should we do? And in the maze. Haha. Shane waved his hand nonchalantly, and replied with a smile, "Mr. Blaze, it is precisely because Cedric is a member of Fairy Tale that I don't worry about him. But compared to the crazy special training of his own president, this level of injury is nothing." "Oh. You didn't come as a reporter for such a big event?" Cedric looked down at the sucker of the Lamora fish that was tightly embedded in his body, took a deep breath, and waved the magic wand in his hand. In fact, it was not just Bryce, the audience who were watching Cedric were all stunned at this time. 0. Please give me flowers. 013406524 follow 191331441. Several suckers were pulled off abruptly, and blood immediately flowed. Shane once went to the Amazon rainforest to catch a large nest of bullet ants in order to improve the poison resistance and willpower of the fairy tale members. No, I just had breakfast. Bryce shook his head violently and refused, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Of course it hurts. You ask Cedric if it hurts. No one thought that Cedric would choose this most direct but extreme method to solve the lamola fish on his body. Hiss this. This is too cruel. Doesn't he feel pain? That's right, even in the game, there is no need to fight so hard. Yeah, that's right. You're right. I'm not the only employee of the Prophet, and I have to take a break, right? Bryce smiled, and you also said that for such a grand event, I think it would be better to be a spectator. Why? Bullet ant, one of the top 10 most poisonous animals in the world. This ant is half the size of a finger, and the toxins in its body can cause severe pain to people. According to people who have had the honor of experiencing it, the feeling after being bitten by a bullet ant is like being shot by someone, and the name of the bullet ant comes from this. In some primitive tribes in the Amazon, bullet ants are totems. Whenever the men in the tribe need to hold a coming-of-age ceremony, people will pin the bullet ants in a glove woven from palm leaves. Men need to put their hands into the gloves and accept the bites of bullet ants. The pain caused by bullet ants will last for about 3 days, and will cause several wave-like pain peaks in succession and then gradually decline. Men participating in the coming-of-age ceremony must not cry, shout, or pull their hands out of the gloves during the ceremony. This will be regarded as a weak will, the ceremony will fail, and in serious cases, they will be expelled from the tribe. If you are not bitten by hundreds of bullet ants at the same time, the toxins of bullet ants are not fatal, of course, unless you have underlying diseases such as high blood pressure and heart disease. After the men in the primitive tribes have been bitten by the toxins of the 077 bullet ants, their resistance to various poisons in the rainforest will be significantly enhanced and their physical fitness will indeed be slightly improved. There are even some rumors that mosquitoes will not be attracted after being bitten by bullet ants. Although there is no scientific basis for these things, they are also the experience summary of the local primitive tribes for hundreds and thousands of years. And Shane naturally took this experience over. From 1 or 2 at the beginning to dozens at the end. Everyone in the entire fairy tale, including girls, has been bitten by bullet ants to varying degrees. Of course, as the president, Shane has been bitten by dozens of ants more than once. Cedric's actions shocked everyone, but his subsequent actions made all those who studied spells buzz. Cedric pointed his wand at his wound and said a spell, Reparo. As soon as the words fell, the wound began to heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood stopped flowing. This scene immediately made everyone's eyes fall. Every wizard knows the spell, Reparo, but what do they see now? Isn't this spell only for dead objects? When will it be able to heal wounds? Everyone is puzzled, but everyone in Fairy Tale knows the reason. As the president of Fairy Tale, Shane used Origin to transform and upgrade several basic spells in order to enable the people in the guild to have a certain self-help ability. In addition to Reparo, there are several other spells with similar healing effects, such as Scourgify, which can clean wounds, etc. So if there were no such treatment methods, Cedric would not choose to use this method to treat the Lamora fish. Asterisk. After cleaning the blood on his body, Cedric, who had already treated the wound, looked down at the water level that had already submerged his calves. It is obvious that he does not have much time left. Soon the water level will reach waist level, and his movements will be further hindered. If there are any magical aquatic animals running out, he will have difficulty escaping. Fortunately, he has now thought of a way to get to the entrance of the second level of the maze. Hagrid squinted and looked at it, and immediately said, "Oh. That looks like a swamp digger." Swamp digger, a magical creature that lives in swamp areas, commonly found in Europe and the Americas. When it is motionless, it looks like a piece of wood, with finned claws and sharp teeth. It can slide freely in the swamp, feed on small animals, and occasionally attack the ankles of humans who break into its habitat. The favorite food of the swamp digger is mandrake, so in the wild, people often encounter a situation, when the mandrake is pulled out, there is no death cry, only a bloody, messy and tangled gelatinous substance, which is the residue regurgitated by the swamp digger after eating the roots of the mandrake. And Cedric certainly knows what the wood in front of him is. It is simply a fool's dream to want to find the direction of the water flow in such a complex situation. Oh, it's mud, that's fine, that's weird. Cedric exhaled white mist and trembled as he came to a water column on the wall. He stretched out his hand to feel it. Compared with the pressure he felt underwater just now, the feeling on his hand was basically equal to nothing. Because the magic world has been out of touch with the outside world for a long time, many children born in wizard families have gradually fallen behind those born in muggle families in their cognition and understanding of things in the past 100 years. President. Are you so stupid? Cedric subconsciously raised his feet to check and found a layer of sticky mud on the soles of his feet. This means that soon, the entire maze will become a swamp. Not far away, at some point, a few woods suddenly appeared, lying upright in the water, dark, with 4 branches. Cedric looked at the small water columns that kept spraying out of the walls on both sides, and the water surface that kept surging. Cedric wailed again in his heart. In the first month of 2024, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. Thank you. But it is easier said than done. Could it be another Lamora fish? And Cedric was one of the people who were arrested. Not to mention that the door of the entrance is probably blocked, such cold water will make him hard in a short time. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. What was even worse was that he seemed to have vaguely seen a new magical animal that was very suitable for surviving in the environment behind. The water flows to the lower part, and if you can grasp the direction of the water flow, you should be able to find the entrance. How could wood suddenly appear in this maze? In the audience, many people had a big question mark on their heads, looking puzzled, but the few wizards who were engaged in the protection of magical animals knew what it was at a glance. The purpose is to open up their minds and broaden their horizons. I understand. I understand. Cedric suddenly realized. He finally figured out the mechanism set by his head in this maze. Moreover, why did he feel as if there was a pulling force pulling on the soles of his feet? But the thighs soaked in the water felt that the water pressure from the same 0.0 wall seemed to be a little greater. He pressed the outlet of the water column directly forward, and there was no great resistance. Cedric then realized that the bricks under his feet were softening and dissolving in the water. Therefore, out of the high requirements for the all-round development of guild members, Shane regularly catches the members of the guild who were born in wizard families to go to the school in the Muggle world for classes. Shane had said at the beginning of the game that this is an underground maze, and he is now in the underground level of the maze. I can outrun a fire crab in the water, but I really can't outrun a swamp digger. The speed of this thing in the water is not inferior to that of a mermaid. Fortunately, the swamp digger is not a ferocious magical creature. As long as you don't provoke them, you should be fine. But I can't run around like I did just now. Before I think of a way to get out to the second floor, running around is meaningless. The water has already flooded to my thighs. What should I do? What should I do? To calm down his agitated mood, Cedric bent down and scooped up a splash of cold water to wash his face, calming himself down. Then he closed his eyes, frowned tightly, and entered the brainstorming session. 01340652 Felu 1913410001. At this time, he once again recalled what his president had said to him, "People, it's not just the eyes." Although he couldn't understand, this sentence gave him a hint of inspiration. TL. Cedric slowly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, pinched his nose and quickly dived underwater, while completely relaxing his body. Cold. Very cold. Cedric felt his body temperature was rapidly losing, but his attention was not on it at all. He was floating back and forth in the water, and then he felt a force under the water pushing his body up. He turned over passively and floated to the wall, and then another force pushed him away. This is the power of the water flow. Repeatedly, Cedric flipped in the water. Gradually, he seemed to realize something. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He quickly stood up from the waist-deep water. In fact, he didn't need to deliberately find the direction of the water flow. And it was under the water. Why didn't I see it just now? He finally remembered at this time that the teacher in the Muggle school had taught them a class called physics. Water has pressure. When a nearly sealed container is continuously filled with clean water, the water in the container will press against the weakest part of the container due to the pressure. When it reaches a certain limit, the water will break directly from the weak point. The entire water maze in front of us is actually a large container, and the entrance to the second underground floor is the only outlet of this container, which is also the weak point. The outlet above the water surface is nothing at all, and the real secret is hidden under the water. Once the outlet is flooded with water, the pressure of the water will increase accordingly. This is the setting that the president gave to this maze. So in summary, as long as the entire maze is filled with water, when the water pressure reaches a certain threshold, the water flow will naturally take him to the second floor. But now he has little time left. What should he do? The only way is to speed up the filling of the entire maze with water. Thinking of this, Cedric picked up the wand without saying a word and shouted at the water outlet on the wall in front of him, "Reducto." Bang! A loud bang was heard, and a big hole was blown out of the wall, and the amount of water output also increased a lot. Cedric was immediately happy when he saw this, so he began to continue his destruction action in a hurry. Bang! 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 The violent explosions echoed in the water maze. The spectators were very puzzled by the behavior of the people on the screen at this time, but Shane knew that he didn't have to worry about Cedric anymore. Then he turned his attention to the last of the 6 warriors, Hermione, 24 Granger. Different from the challenges encountered by the previous warriors, she was trapped in a very strange maze at this time. What kind of place is this? What is the challenge? At this time, the spectators were full of similar questions and puzzled. Since Hermione stepped into this maze, she has attracted the attention of many people. It is very different from the blade mechanism, scary monsters, mirror maze and magical animals encountered by the previous warriors. The maze in front of them was surprisingly quiet, which made everyone feel strange. In fact, not only the audience, but Hermione was also full of question marks at this time, and she was getting more and more anxious. Time went back to more than half an hour ago again. Hermione, who had just entered the bronze door, was facing another brand new bronze door, but different from the one she entered. This door was obviously more luxurious and heavier. There were extremely complex patterns carved on the door, and the whole looked like an open book, and the 2 corners of the book were engraved with a pocket watch hung on a chain. This made people think of the time converter. Hermione saw this and immediately confirmed that this was a test leading to the second floor, otherwise it would not be set so obviously. So, she pushed open the bronze door nervously and confidently. The door was very light and opened with a push. But at the moment the door was opened, Hermione felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and she instantly came to a brand new space. Books, endless books. The passage in the maze was very bright, and there was nothing that could not be seen at a glance. The regular brick and stone walls on both sides turned into tall bookshelves, on which many thick books were scattered. And between the bookshelves, there were many books that were open. They turned themselves open, turned the paper into wings, and flew around like little birds. Some of these flying books flew down from the bookshelves, and some flew into the bookshelves and arranged themselves. At the same time, the ceiling above and the floor underfoot also turned blue, with countless clocks ticking, and the hour, minute and second hands turning rapidly, giving people a feeling that time is passing quickly. What is this place? Hermione looked at everything in front of her in shock. How did Shane come up with all these things in such a short time? But the next second she suddenly thought of something, and then frowned. No. That feeling just now. This strange scene in front of her, coupled with the process of black and then bright in front of her eyes just now, is very consistent with the characteristics of magic of illusion. After all, the experience in the Department of Mysteries last time was too profound, and she has been alerting herself not to repeat the same mistake. But now she has no way to determine whether she is in an illusion or has come to a new space. So, she began to walk forward tentatively and grabbed a flying book. Blank. Hermione turned a few pages of the book in her hand and found that there was nothing on it. Then she grabbed another one, still blank. After that, she grabbed more than a dozen books in a row, even using, Reveal Your Secrets, and they were all blank from beginning to end, without even a trace of ink. So Hermione could basically conclude that the books here were probably just for show. But why? She frowned again and looked up at the sharp needles ticking above her head. What are these clocks used for, and what is the connection with these books? Hermione couldn't think of any clues, so she planned to explore forward to see if there would be any clues. At the same time, outside the arena, everyone was talking about it. What exactly is the challenge of this maze? Why do I feel uncomfortable looking at it? Blank books and the ceiling of clocks, what should be contained between the two? Or what is the connection between the two? Isn't this obvious? I just don't understand it, but I always feel like I've overlooked something. Aren't you Ravenclaws the smartest people? Why can't you figure it out? Assholes, do you want to fight? You Ilvermorny plagiarists. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Plagiarists. Gradually, for some reason, the young wizard students from Hogwarts and Ilvermorny seemed to get angry during the discussion. But at this moment, Shane, as the designer, suddenly became expressionless, and his eyes revealed an indescribable emotion, which immediately made Blaise, who was sitting next to him, feel very strange. Mr. Dolea, what's wrong with you? Nothing, just worried that Hermione might not be able to pass this test. Shane sighed and shook his head and replied. Worried? As far as I know, although Miss Granger was born in a Muggle family, she has excellent grades in Hogwarts and is second only to you in the status of fairy tale. She is a very good witch. Blaise didn't understand where this so-called worry came from. Mr. Calhoun knows it very well. After all, she is one of the 6 warriors. Blaise scratched his head awkwardly. He felt that he seemed to have said too much. Actually, you are right, but it is precisely because Hermione is excellent that I am worried. Shane explained, she is a very smart girl, which means she is full of confidence in what she knows. But this is a curse of knowledge. She will rationalize everything in front of her, and this may also make her face elimination. Curse of knowledge. Blaise was shocked and asked with wide eyes, is Miss Granger cursed? But how is this possible? I think Miss Granger is normal. In Blaise's cognition, curses are not good things, so people with curses will look sick. Seeing Blaise's shock, Shane stared at the latter with dead fish eyes. I bet so sometimes it is really tiring to chat with these wizards who are basically out of touch with the Muggle world. The calls are not on the same channel at all. But it's not his fault. Even in the Muggle world, many people know little about the term, curse of knowledge. So Shane didn't want to explain anything to Blaise. He was very tired. So he sighed and said helplessly, you can also understand it this way. So, Shane made Blaise inexplicably believe Hermione is a poor person with a curse. Back to the main story, inside the maze. After walking around a few times, Hermione found that there was nothing else in the entire maze except books, bookshelves, and the clock ceiling. So she was basically sure that no matter whether the maze in front of her was real or an illusion, the key to get out of here was on these books and clocks. Hermione recalled the bronze door when she came in, which was also a combination of books and clocks. She guessed that she had to find the connection between the two, maybe she could discover the mystery of this maze. So, she reached out again and grabbed a book flying in the air. Turning over the blank page, Hermione began to try to write on it with her wand. She first tried to write, fire. There was no movement around, but Hermione didn't notice that the candlelight under the glass cover of the candlestick hanging on the bookshelf beside her had just moved slightly in the absence of wind. He wrote, water, on the blank paper again. This time, he seemed to feel something, and the air around him seemed to be much cooler in an instant. Hermione was thoughtful, so she repeated writing, water, on the white paper again. But nothing happened this time. Is it an illusion? Hermione frowned and doubted herself, then raised her hand and wrote the third word again, soil. All around was quiet. Fire, water, soil, only water reacted, and she was not sure if it was an illusion. The other two were either too quiet for her to notice, or the words she wrote did not touch the rules hidden in the maze. Hermione thought for a while, looked around, and seemed to notice something. The 3 words she had just written were all around her. There were lit candles on the bookshelf, scattered soil under her feet, and water vapor in the air. Is it to write something that does not exist in this maze? Thinking of this, Hermione raised her hand and wrote, clock, on the page again. But things did not go as she wished, and there was nothing in front of her. This made Hermione frown. It seems that it is not a simple embodiment of the original meaning of the text, so what is it? Shane looked at the white pages in Hermione's hand that were gradually stained black, and the irritability on her face, and shook his head helplessly. Although Hermione is very smart and outstanding even among her peers, she is more impatient than others. If she can't calm down and find a breakthrough and the rules of the maze, she will be trapped in it until the end of the game today. The curse of knowledge actually means that once you have mastered a certain knowledge or information, it is difficult for you to look at the problem from the perspective of the unknown. This cognitive bias is called the curse of knowledge. To put it bluntly, you are imprisoned by what you know. For example, if you have learned to ride a bicycle, you will not understand what it feels like not to ride a bicycle. The maze where Hermione is staying, Shane named it, the Maze of Years. The inspiration came from a sentence in a novel that he would never forget in his 8 lifetimes, give civilization to the years, not give years to civilization. The development of human civilization from ancient times to the present can be roughly divided into 4 different stages, namely, primitive social civilization, agricultural civilization, social civilization and ecological civilization. Primitive social civilization, a development system in which humans completely accept natural control. Life depends entirely on nature, adhering to the natural law of survival of the fittest. Hunting and gathering are the most important production activities of civilization, and tools such as stone tools and bows and arrows are also born. Agricultural civilization, the main production activities are farming and animal husbandry, and civilization begins to have writing and a variety of tools such as bronze and iron. Humans during this period will actively create conditions and begin to reduce their dependence on nature so that species can reproduce better. Industrial civilization, a stage in which human civilization begins to use tools on a large scale to transform nature. It is a modern social civilization state with industrialization as an important symbol and mechanized large-scale production as the dominant force. Ecological civilization, it is a social system that achieves coordinated development between humans and nature. It emphasizes that nature is the cornerstone of human survival and development. It makes it clear that human society must interact and develop with nature on the basis of ecology, so that human economic society can develop sustainably. In the continuous development of human civilization, the most important condition for the continuation of civilization is culture. Humans explore and transform nature through labor and production, accumulate knowledge and experience, and record them in books in the form of text. The inheritance and development of civilization are all based on this. However, the continuous development of civilization needs to be based on the scale of time. The existence and change of anything are blessed by time. Simply put, that is the meaning of civilization given by time. What is hidden in the maze of years? The blank pages represent the civilization of nothingness. The ticking clock face represents the invisible and intangible years that are constantly flowing. The combination of these two is to give everyone a hint: the years are blank. The entire maze clock of years has no real exit. No matter where you run, you can only see books, bookshelves, clock faces, and bricks. There is only one way to get out of the maze: give civilization to the years. And the conditions have already been given. The maze contains soil, water, air, people, and time. If Hermione wants to go to the second floor, she must first throw away most of the existing cognition of things in her mind, start from scratch, and become a primitive person, exploring natural food step by step. Writing a civilization on a blank page and letting this civilization give her the power to go to the second underground floor is the only way to leave the maze of years. This challenge is difficult and simple. It is difficult because Hermione must realize what the challenge she is facing is, and it is simple because it only takes one page of paper to create a civilization that meets the conditions. To be honest, Shane was a little regretful when he finished building this maze. After all, among the 6 challenges on the first floor of the entire Little Nightmare Underground maze, the Maze of Years is obviously a challenge beyond the scope. But at that time, he didn't think so much, and his mind was full of how to cheat people, so he got so excited while building that it was too late when he reacted. Compared with the other warriors, Hermione is the smartest and most rational. But because of this, her curse of knowledge will be infinitely magnified in the labyrinth of time. As a modern human being born in Muggles, can she really give the years a new civilization? In the labyrinth of time. The ticking sound from above made Hermione feel extremely irritated, because this continuous sound not only interfered with her thinking, but also made her feel very clearly that time was passing quickly. As the strokes fell, a very primitive bow and arrow appeared next to money. Is it the power of time acting on the axe handle? How could an axe suddenly appear? But unfortunately, she has not found any content that fits the logic of the scene so far. Wood will quickly decay and turn into soil as time goes by, but stone will not. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, stone will still be stone in many cases. As long as there is no external force to destroy it, stone will not change its form even after a long span of time. Hermione looked at the axe on the white paper and fell into deep thought. Everyone looked up at the screen, and in just a dozen seconds, there was only a stone arrowhead lying next to the stone axe on the screen. Looking at the dozen pages in front of her that were already filled with writing, and the 2 stones, one large and one small, beside her. Oh. You have this feeling too? In just a few minutes, 0134065244 follow 1913411291. Hiss, I seem to understand a little bit. Is it possible to go to the second floor by writing a door in the book? Her mind was in a mess, and her irritable mood also made Hermione start to scribble on the blank pages. A flash of inspiration flashed through her mind. Hermione pondered for a while, then lowered her head and tried to write the words, bow and arrow, on the page. Write whatever you think of. And then, Hermione suddenly felt that something vague seemed to float in her mind. She subconsciously wanted to catch it, but this thing was hazy in an instant and gradually disappeared in her mind. In the first month of 2024, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be kind and vote for the poor child. Thank you. Astronomy, Cursed Blood, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Herbology, History of Magic, Potions, Transfiguration, Protection of Magical Creatures, and even all the knowledge learned in the Muggle primary school before entering Hogwarts, all went through Hermione's mind. At the same time, outside the maze. But why do I always feel like I have overlooked something? ETS. Many viewers' CPUs have begun to overload. In the perspective of the other dimension, their heads are constantly smoking. This moment made Hermione calm down a lot, but at the same time she was full of doubts. How can it be so simple? Didn't you see that Granger wrote so much just now? Is it just like that? The bow body was made of wood, the bowstring was made of unknown plant fiber, the arrow shaft was made of wood, and the arrowhead was made of stone. At this time, her mind was running fast, and she was using the knowledge she had learned throughout her life to connect with the only clues in front of her. However, I don't know if it was luck or the exhaustive method worked. But before she could figure out what was going on, she found that the wooden handle of the axe on the ground was decaying and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it turned into invisible dust. What's going on? Hermione was stunned when she saw this, and then raised her head and looked at the clock ceiling above her head. Could it be time? Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. Hermione stared at it intently. Why? You have it too. It was surprising that when Hermione accidentally wrote the word axe on the white paper, a stone axe suddenly appeared beside her inexplicably. Everyone was talking about it. Many people's CPUs were burned out, and they still hadn't figured out the rules of the maze manifesting items. Looking back at the labyrinth of time, Hermione took the book and began to integrate what she had written in the past 10 minutes or so. Now she knew that the clock above her head represented the fast-flowing time. Axe, and bow and arrow. These two terms have been successfully materialized. And unlike what Hermione imagined, the two materialized items were in a very primitive state, without any modern technology. This made Hermione suddenly recall some of the history of the development of primitive human society that her school teacher had taught her when she was in elementary school. Slashing and burning, eating raw meat and drinking blood. It was a pity that the teacher just skipped this knowledge as a supplementary common sense and did not explain it in detail. And since she came to Hogwarts to study, she had basically not been exposed to Muggle courses. If Shane had not sometimes organized people in the guild to supplement their studies, she would probably be out of touch with the Muggle world. Hermione tried her best to recall the only relevant knowledge in her mind. The earliest humans were no different from animals. Like wild animals in nature, they followed the law of the jungle. But as time passed, everything changed with the environment, and sapiens was born. Humans began to have a strong learning ability that was different from the instincts of wild animals. Humans began to use tools, began to discover and use the laws of the world, drill wood to make fire, carve stones to count, and create characters. The prototype of civilization was born. Of course, Hermione, a little witch who has been out of touch with the Muggle school, is not clear about the concept and process of civilization development, but this does not prevent her from thinking about the current clues. Stone axes and bows and arrows, then. Hermione pondered for a while, and suddenly began to wave her wand and wrote on the blank page a word she could think of, pray. The reason why she wrote this word was because she thought of stone axes and bows and arrows as tools used by humans for hunting in the past. As the golden words like burning flames fell on the page, nothing happened around, which was a bit beyond Hermione's expectations, but she looked at the clocks that were still turning around, and then looked at the stone axe on the ground that seemed to have lost weight, and felt something in her heart, so she wrote the two words, spear, and pray, together. The magic wand embellished the last stroke on the page, and the corpse of an unknown beast appeared in front of Hermione. This beast looked like a large ostrich, but it was not. It had long and thin feathers all over its body. The feathers on its abdomen were yellow, and the rest of its body was yellow and black. It had a fat body, degenerate upper limbs, short and thick lower limbs, and 3 thick toes on its feet. Hermione looked at the terror bird in front of her that had been extinct on the earth for hundreds of years. A long stone spear was inserted into the prismatic wound on its abdomen, and blood slowly flowed out of it. Seeing this, she now basically understood that the words to be written on the blank page of the book must have a certain cause and effect relationship. But why can only this person's primitive things be thickened? And what does this have to do with whether she can reach the second floor of the underground maze? Primitive, hunting for food. Hermione held her wand against her chin, frowned and fell into deep thought again. She kept sorting out the logic of the existing clues in her mind and making inferences about them. After a while, Hermione suddenly opened her eyes, as if she had thought of something. In order to confirm her thoughts, she immediately waved her wand and began to write. In addition to the stone spear, and the pray, another, phi, appeared on the yellowed page. After writing, Hermione looked up and saw the candle flame hanging on the bookshelf surge and expand, suddenly turning into a gorgeous and hot fireball, and suddenly pounced on the newly manifested beast corpse. It was cooked, and there was a strong smell of burning and fishy smell. Obviously it was roasted with hair, blood and internal organs. The unpleasant smell in the air rushed into the nose, and Hermione's stomach could not help but have a physiological reaction. A feeling of nausea rose straight up to her chest. She quickly covered her nose with her sleeve and showed a disgusted expression. But then, Hermione ignored the roasted meat that was quickly turning into ashes, because the situation just now had basically verified her idea. She quickly waved her wand and started writing again, adding a digital to the previous 3 words. I understand. I understand. Hermione danced with joy and shouted excitedly. Tiers of request for subscription, monthly votes, and flowers, thank you for your support. Ravenclaw was trying to maintain the orthodoxy of his academy, while Horned Serpent was trying to maintain the honor of his academy. The little wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin were also discussing how to crack the answer to the maze at the beginning, but it was unknown when or from which direction. It seemed that because of the conflicting opinions during the discussion, someone came out to mock, and the students from Thunderbird and Wampu, the minefield of Ilvermorny, suddenly quarreled with the little lions and little snakes. The audience was tense, and the students of the other 3 magic schools also turned their attention to these 2 schools with deep historical origins and contradictions. They all wanted to see the excitement. Why should I think about it? I'm not a warrior in the top 5 championship. The little snake who answered picked his nose. All she needs to do is to constantly create conditions on the blank pages to help herself create a path or door that can lead to the underground Tukong maze. What are the conditions for creating a path or door to the second-level maze? The verbal war was evenly matched, and the resentment in their hearts could not be vented. Naturally, some of the hot-tempered wizards from the 4 academies could not help but take out their wands, and they felt like they wanted to start a fight. Hermione has basically guessed the secret of the maze she is in now. A smoothed stone slab appeared in front of her eyes, with messy and dense hieroglyphs engraved on it. However, unlike Bryce's idea, Shane didn't mean to stop it. Instead, he smiled and said, Calhoun, isn't this good? The holding of the 5-power tournament is originally a collision and competition between the concepts and strengths of the 5 magic academies. This can be reflected not only in the arena, but also outside the arena. However, unlike the eagle and serpent who used their wisdom, some students from other academies seem to have gradually deviated from the direction. Outside the maze, the little wizards watching the game saw Hermione's series of actions through the huge light screen. Many smart little wizards have guessed the rules of the maze and the way to break the game, but at this time, they are also troubled by the curse of knowledge like Hermione. You know, there are at least more than 200 students in the 2 magic schools in front of you. If there is a conflict between so many students, the consequences will be unimaginable, and the top 5 competition will probably be suspended. And the number of scratches were concave. On the other hand, Shane, the initiator, still looked indifferent, watching the chaos in front of him with relish. The moment Hermione figured out the rules of the maze, the students from the 2 academies, Ravenclaw and Horned Serpent, seemed to have a telepathic connection. They glared at each other fiercely and then began to burn their CPUs. They all wanted to find the answer before the other. This time, there were not only stone spears and roasted beast bodies in the time corridor, but also a stone slab with several scratches, the number of beast bodies that appeared. The rules are understood, but what about the conditions? What about you? Have you figured it out? After understanding the rules of the maze, the event will be much simpler. Hermione can't wait to pick up the wand to break the situation, but as soon as she raised her hand, a sense of emptiness swept over her mind. She suddenly felt that her mind was empty and she couldn't think of anything. From the beginning, it was limited to the debate on the answer to the maze, to personal attacks in the middle, and finally to mutual scolding to maintain the honor of the academy. At this time, the curse of knowledge began to show its power. The known cannot understand the feelings of the unknown, but the unknown can form the known through imitation and learning. Until here, Hermione's confused eyes gradually became clear, and a smile hung on the corners of her mouth. She quickly added another condition to the page: words. The goblins and badgers who had been standing aside all moved away. After all, the philosophy of the Pukwudgie Academy is kindness, and the badgers also said that they don't like fighting. The world is big, and food is the biggest. Think about it quickly. What are the conditions for getting out of the maze? A little lion asked anxiously. Don't yell, don't you see what I'm thinking? A little eagle of Ravenclaw kept writing and drawing on a blank notebook, with a look of urgency. Gradually, the quarrel between the two sides became more and more fierce. In the first month of 2024, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have monthly votes. Thank you. Mr. Dolea, won't you stop them? Bryce asked in horror. In the spectator seats, the smell of burning brains gradually began to waft through the air. Bryce knew that with Shane's high status in Hogwarts, if he could stop it, the students of Hogwarts would be restrained. Good. What's good about this? Bryce had a puzzled face, and a question mark popped up above his head. He had seen some little wizards start to raise their wands. For Shane, everything is normal. Competition is not harmonious. Young people should be a little angry and arrogant. Otherwise, they will be suppressed every day. Don't be unaware when others step on your head one day. Don't worry, Mr. Calhoun. These idiots can't make trouble. Idiots? Bryce didn't understand. As Shane finished speaking, Bryce saw that the dozen little wizards who led the most violent trouble in the audience were directly hung up by the professor of their own academy with magic, and many other students were scolded by angry parents. See? I'm right. Shane spread his hands with gloating. Mr. Calhoun, at this age, teachers and parents always have absolute control. Well, maybe you are right, Mr. Dolea. At this moment, Blaise suddenly remembered that a long time ago, after graduating from Hogwarts, he gave up the opportunity to become a professional Quidditch player and became a reporter. At that time, his mother, a veteran Quidditch fan, wanted to stab him with a look, and he still remembered it vividly. In a very short time, the little wizard's temporary playfulness was quickly suppressed by the professors and parents, and the discussion returned to the main topic again, but the smell of burnt brains in the air became stronger and stronger. At the same time, in the chairman's seat, Bryce was looking at the grill in front of him with horror, and the hot tin-foil bowl was bubbling with red oil soup, and the mouth-watering spicy smell was coming. Of course, if the thing cooked on it can't sell horror. Mr. Dole, what are you doing? Roasted pig brain, do you want to try it? Shane replied, and casually scooped a mouthful of dense and spicy brains, and handed over a fork. He missed this taste so much. No, no thanks. Bryce's mouth twitched, and he quickly moved himself back. In his cognition, there was no difference between eating pig brains and eating human brains. In fact, it was not only Bryce himself who could not accept it, but many other Westerners might also find it difficult to accept food like pig brains. On the other side, the CPUs of the little wizards were constantly burning in another dimension. As more and more speculation possibilities were listed, some little wizards had begun to find the direction to solve the puzzle of the maze of time. History of magic. History of magic. Who has a book on the history of magic? Give it to me. Terry Boot, a Ravenclaw, suddenly shouted to the people around. It is a tradition for Ravenclaw's little eagle to carry books with him. Before, because of Cuthbert Binns, the knowledge of the history of magic at Hogwarts can basically only be learned by students themselves. Although the History of Magic course at Hogwarts has been changed to World Magic History and Moral Politics, after all, this course has been offered for 2 years, the new textbook is not yet perfect, and Ms. Gray's teaching method is still relatively immature and stiff, so in order to pass the final exam, most young wizards will still use the old History of Magic for review, and the young eagles often carry the old version of the History of Magic textbook with them. I have it here. A first-year young eagle who had just entered school handed over the book in his hand. Terry snatched the book and flipped through the pages frantically at a very fast speed, but after a while, he suddenly said angrily, "No, this book doesn't have it. The wise master is really right. This kind of textbook that has been used for 200 years without any changes should be thrown directly into the furnace and burned. What on earth did you think of?" Just after accepting Mrs. Molly's family law, Ronald rubbed his ears and asked. The method to crack the maze is actually very simple. As long as you follow the logic of historical time on the page and combine the development history of the wizarding world with the question of creating a way out, Granger can reach the second level of the maze. Terry looked up at the light screen in the air in the distance and explained. In the picture, various new and old things are constantly appearing around Hermione. Obviously, she, like Terry, has found the direction to crack the maze of time. Now that you know the answer, write it quickly. Wait and guess off those guys in Ivermer. Ronald glared at the people from Thunderbird Academy not far away. It's not that simple. Bathilda Bagshot's History of Magic can only be traced back to more than 1,200 years ago. The European wizarding world itself has no habit of recording history. Except for some major events and prominent figures, we don't have enough information to deduce and restore the historical development process and conditions of the wizarding world. Will there be any in the restricted book area? Ronald asked immediately. What? Terry didn't hear it clearly. I said the restricted section. Since it's not in the history of magic, it doesn't mean it's not there. Hogwarts Library is the largest in Europe. Ronald naturally expressed his idea of going to the restricted section. I'm not sure about this, but it's not good to go to the restricted area. Madame Pants will skin us alive if we are found out. Terry shuddered when he remembered the cold and ruthless eyes of Madame Pants, the librarian. It's okay, leave it to us. Ronald patted his chest, turned around and went to find Harry, completely forgetting that he had just been almost pulled off the ear by Madame Molly. Time passed slowly, and more than half an hour passed. In the maze, Hermione was like a tourist who had walked into a dead end, constantly watching the same things appear around her again and then turn into dust, then appear again and destroy again, as if she was trapped in a dead loop. In just over half an hour, she had created no less than 20 incomplete and destroyed civilizations in the corridor of time. Continuously deducing and rewriting, let Hermione's mind gradually fell into chaos, with disorganized information running rampant in her mind. She always felt that at the end, a thin membrane would appear in front of her eyes to prevent her from getting the only correct answer. No matter how hard she tried, she could never break through. What is missing? Hermione paced back and forth anxiously. She felt that she was still one key condition away from breaking through. As long as she found this key condition, she could quickly open the way to the second floor of the underground maze in a short time. Family, tools, language, writing, literature, religion, city, country, etc. 013406524. Hermione had racked her brains and wrote down all the key elements she could deduce and think of, and she also wanted to create a way out based on this, but so far, all the objects around her were concrete and ordinary objects, and there was nothing that could help her open that door. No, calm down, calm down. Hermione took a deep breath and rubbed her face vigorously, then slowly slowed down her accelerated heartbeat and sorted out the mess in her mind. She closed her eyes, frowned, and her mind began to work rapidly again. But as time passed, the curse of knowledge began to exert its power again, and the emptiness in her mind made Hermione afraid and impatient again. Hermione began to pace back and forth habitually and subconsciously, without noticing the stone that had materialized under her feet before. Ah! Hermione screamed, stumbled and fell forward, and her head hit the ground directly. Hiss, it hurts. Hermione rubbed the place where she was hit, and subconsciously wanted to see what tripped her, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she was attracted by the things in front of her. A purple clock face caught her eye, and the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand on it were rotating at a very fast speed, and the ticking sound was filled into her ears in an extremely cold way. Looking at the clock face so closely, Hermione seemed to have time materialized in front of her, and at this moment she suddenly felt that her brain seemed to be hit by something, and the film that had been blocking her seemed to have a crack. Hermione suddenly realized that she had done so much before, but she seemed to have always ignored the most important thing, that is, in this maze, time is not a simple additional condition, it is the premise of all things. Without the blessing of time, nothing has the meaning of existence. At this moment, she suddenly remembered a conversation she had with Shane a long time ago. At that time, she was still in the first grade and had just entered Hogwarts not long ago. One day outside the library, Hermione suddenly asked Shane a question. "Shane, why do you think there is such a thing as magic in this world?" She has been receiving modern scientific education, and suddenly she is in a magic school. It feels very unrealistic and has a great impact on her worldview. "I don't know, but according to my understanding, whether it is science or magic, it is just the result of human exploration of the unknown in the history of time. It's just that for various reasons, these two results have derived two different historical civilizations." Shane took a bite of chocolate and answered vaguely. "Can you explain it more clearly?" Hermione frowned and pursed her nose. The boy in front of her started to talk about something that was difficult to understand. "How should I put it?" Shane stared with dead fish eyes. "In the world we live in now, from a certain perspective, human civilization can be generally divided into scientific civilization and magical civilization, but no matter which one, their birth has the same foundation, that is, the existence of higher intelligent life and time. Time is the premise of everything. Without time, everything is nothing. With time, higher intelligent life like humans can explore all things in the world, and gradually learn to use tools, create text, inherit and develop, and form their own civilization. In the long-term development of civilization, humans will develop different paths due to various accidental or inevitable factors. Differences in ideological fields and regional environments will cause these two paths to separate again and form different branches. Some of these branches will go to destruction, while others will come together again, until finally gradually forming the scientific civilization and magical civilization in our world now. I still don't quite understand." Hermione frowned even deeper. She was only 11 years old. Even if she was very smart, she was not yet able to understand this kind of thing. "Then I'll give you an example, 830. Shane waved the wand that appeared in his hand at some point, and then a heavy gold suddenly appeared in front of Hermione, who quickly reached out to catch it. "What is this?" Shane asked. "Gold." Hermione looked puzzled. "But in essence it is still a piece of stone, but civilization has given it the so-called precious meaning." Shane explained, "Whether it is science or magic, it is created by humans through time, and civilization will also feed back to humans to improve itself. You don't understand because you don't look at the two civilizations from the perspective of time. Time goes back to the present." At this time, Hermione finally began to understand what Shane said at the time. With the blessing of time, humans explore everything and create civilization. As for science and magic, it doesn't matter at all, because they are just two paths that humans have successfully taken in countless explorations. If time goes back, humans encounter other accidents in history, even one or two, not to mention science and magic, even civilization may not be born. If that's the case, the time conditions in the maze are already there, so what about the higher intelligent life? "No, I am not." Hermione thought about it and suddenly realized, the method of cracking the maze is not that complicated, I just need to make myself able to create the next 10 mazes, right? Thinking of this, Hermione quickly got up, pulled a book in the air, opened the page and started writing. After a few minutes, all the conditions were written down. Hermione trembled and put down the wand in her hand, looking around nervously. At this time, she felt that her heart was about to jump out of her body. As the golden font on the page gradually faded, an ordinary wand was seen lying on the ground of the corridor of time from blurry to clear. Hermione quickly ran over to pick it up, took a few deep breaths, and then said a spell in front of her, Alohomora. As the spell fell, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the corridor of time, and a simple and heavy wooden door with a clock dial engraved on it suddenly appeared in the corridor and opened with a bang. The door to the second underground maze was finally found. In the spectator seats, the little wizards who were still writing furiously and burning their brains looked up at the big screen in amazement when they heard the sound. Opened. What challenge did you encounter? Hermione asked doubtfully. She was very curious about what Cedric had experienced. She originally thought that the difficulty of the first-level maze should be similar, but now it seems that it is probably not. But in the end, he finally passed the level without any danger. By the way, where is this? Cedric took a few breaths and realized that he did not go directly to the second-level maze, but came to an unknown place. Everyone was full of doubts. He was covered with a thick layer of gray and yellow mud. If people could not vaguely see his black skin, even the students of Wagadu would not recognize him. The man in front of him was actually the strongest warrior of Wagadu, Gappa Unamuno, who could play with lions on the prairie. Not to mention the fire crabs, lamola fish and swamp diggers encountered before, there was even a 4x level man-eating magical animal such as the horse-shaped water monster in the maze. When Cedric met it, he almost thought he was going to meet Helga Hufflepuff. After entering the door, Hermione instantly came to a very bright room. The overall design style seemed to be a fusion of the common rooms of the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts. It not only had red, green, blue, black and other colors, but also had patterns of lions, snakes, eagles and badgers. Hermione couldn't figure out why Dumbledore liked to eat this kind of thing. And what was the mindset of the owner of Honeyduke's candy store when he invented this candy that made people's hair stand on end? It's Hermione, cough cough. Thank you, I'm fine, cough cough. Cedric trembled and replied with a trembling voice. At this time, Cedric only felt that his whole body was stiff, his hands and feet were frozen, and there was ice water dripping on his clothes. He looked pale and looked like he was about to die. In the lounge, a clay man with a slight fishy smell staggered to his feet. Cedric looked in the direction of Hermione's finger, and a hot chocolate fountain first caught his eye. The little badger soul in his body instantly awakened, and then he shouted, "Hot cocoa," and then rushed over. Hermione shuddered when she saw the densely packed little figures crawling around in the glass jar. She quickly rubbed her arms to smooth out the goose bumps on them, and then took out the pocket watch she was carrying in her pocket. She found that she had been in the maze for more than an hour in the first week. Next to Gappa was Crumb. There was no good part of his body. There were many flat scratches and burn marks on his clothes. A piece of rags fluttering in the wind blocked his most embarrassing part. It is conceivable that if there was no rag, he would definitely be the headline of the entire Western magic world media the next day. How did they do it? Hermione shouted excitedly while walking quickly towards the door. He didn't know the head-soaking spell, so he choked on a few mouthfuls of water in the maze just now, and the temperature of the underground water was too low, which caused him to look like this now. Cedric. Hermione saw that the person who came was actually a guild partner, and quickly put down the toast and ran over to help him up. Are you okay? However, just when Hermione was about to enjoy the delicious food, suddenly, in the direction where the door just disappeared, a ripple appeared in the void, and a figure suddenly flew out from it. So, she put the pocket watch back into her pocket, and Hermione walked to the round table and picked up 2 slices of toast at random, spread a thick layer of chocolate sauce on them, and added some hazelnut crumbs, ready to take a bite. The people in the spectator seats felt a little incredible when they saw this scene, because the 4 of them arrived at the same time. There should be some time left, so she should take a break first. What are the conditions? In the water maze, although he cracked the rules of the maze, he needed to soak in the groundwater with a temperature of only single digits before the cold water filled the maze, and fight against various aquatic magical animals. Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. 10 minutes later, Hermione and Cedric were ready in the lounge, and they planned to move on. Because the golden snitch following Hermione only captured Hermione materializing a wand, but did not capture what she wrote in the book, which resulted in the little wizards not seeing the conditions for breaking the deadlock at all. Yes. Yes. However, less than 5 minutes after the two entered the second level of the maze, ripples appeared in the void again, and suddenly 4 figures flew out of it at the same time. Don't mention it. Cedric smiled bitterly. Cough, cough, cough. The figure fell heavily to the ground, coughed violently a few times, and there was a big circle of water stains under him. However, the most eye-catching of these foods was the transparent glass jar, which contained a group of cockroaches crawling around. This should be a place for the participating warriors to rest. Hermione replied, and then pointed to the long table not far away. Do you want to eat something first? The wooden door behind her slowly closed, and there was another wooden door on the other side of the room, which should be the entrance to the second-level maze. There was a stove on one side of the room, and next to the stove was a large round table filled with various foods and drinks, which were obviously used to replenish the warrior's physical strength. But this was no longer important to Hermione. Seeing the door open, her nervous mood was finally relieved, and she began to jump in the corridor of time. Ilvermorny's warrior, Sylvia Dora Stewart, had her exquisite purple casual clothes cut open by the stone, revealing her snow-white skin, and her black dress could no longer cover her snow-white long legs. Although she didn't seem to have suffered any physical injuries, her messy beggar-like hair and lifeless pupils made everyone guess what kind of mental torture she had suffered. Among the 4 people, the best condition was Bosbaden's warrior, Fleur Delacour, because she accepted the challenge of the absolute mirror labyrinth. Except for not knowing the rules at the beginning and casting a few spells on herself in the mirror, she didn't suffer any physical or mental damage. But to be honest, Shane was still a little surprised to see Fleur appear in the lounge, because according to Fleur's previous performance, it was obvious that it would be difficult for her to find the exit of the absolute mirror labyrinth in a short time. So, out of curiosity, Shane directly used the authority of the game administrator to look through Furong's challenge process, and found that the 3-dimensional mirror maze he set up, the sense of spatial confusion, inadvertently helped Furong pass the level. As soon as he closed his eyes, he did a somersault, and then opened his eyes. The unexpected reset of the sense of space actually made Furong accidentally discover the secret of the 3-dimensional space of the absolute mirror maze, and found the only exit in the chaos. In this regard, Shane can only say that luck is also a part of experience. Although the challenge of the first floor of the underground maze of Little Nightmare made these warriors suffer physically and mentally, 24 was fortunate to be safe and sound, and no one was eliminated shortly after the start of the game. Time was tight, and there was no excessive communication. The 4 people hurriedly tidied themselves, stuffed some food on the table into their mouths and pockets, and immediately prepared to go to the second floor. In Shane's design, except for the first floor maze, the challenges of the next 5 floors of mazes are the same for everyone, and it depends on how these 6 people perform. On the other side, Hermione and Cedric, who had entered the second-level maze earlier, had already begun to face new challenges. At this time, the two had been separated. In the spectator seats, everyone stared at the light screen with interest, wanting to see what the challenge of the second level was. On the big screen, Hermione and Cedric were standing alone in the middle of a dark and strange wasteland, surrounded by low dark yellow weeds. Under the extremely dark night sky, the fog was heavy, a small wooden house and a windmill were looming in the darkness, countless death birds shuttled through it, making a heartbreaking cold, sound, and the colors of death and withering were everywhere. Oh no! Seeing this scene, at least half of the little wizards in Hogwarts wailed at the same time, and their faces turned livid instantly. They should not be too familiar with this style of painting, because no one has ever been able to pass that game. Its entrance is set in the huge pumpkin head on the first floor of Hogwarts. Ghosts like to gather there to chat every day, and the brave little wizard can enter a game called Silent Hill only by crossing the big mouth of the pumpkin head full of sawtooth. So far, no little wizard has ever come out with a normal face after entering, and no little wizard has ever been able to sleep at night without nightmares after entering the pumpkin head. So gradually, it became the new forbidden area of Hogwarts. Just when the other 4 magic schools were wondering why the Hogwarts students had such expressions, the 4 warriors who had just been devastated had already entered the second-floor maze one after another. In fact, unlike the guesses of the little wizards of Hogwarts, Shane did not move Silent Hill into the maze as a theme, because he felt that it was a bit crazy to use this horror game as one of the challenges of the top 5 competition. So, Shane chose a small game he played on Blue Star. The Little Nightmares Underground Maze, as the name suggests, is inspired by the horror puzzle game called Little Nightmares 2. Shane moved all the 5 levels in the game, Woodland Cabin, School, Hospital, Pale City, Dark Tower, into the maze, so the 6 warriors will face a dimensionality reduction attack from Otherworld, and they will face difficult challenges they have never experienced before. At this moment, on the big screen, the scene of the Woodland Cabin level is a gloomy and towering dense forest. After leaving the transit lounge, Hermione felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and then the whole person instantly came to a narrow and short cave with many thick tree roots. A humid breeze with the smell of rotten leaves blew, and a dim light could be seen not far away, penetrating into the cave through the only exit. Hermione looked around with some doubt and caution. The environment here made her feel uncomfortable, especially the narrow space gave her a sense of oppression that made her feel a little breathless. Lumos. Hermione took out a spell to illuminate the surroundings, and then began to bend over and carefully move forward. Slowly walking out of the short cave, the first thing that caught her eye was countless incredibly tall trees. Where is this place? Hermione looked at the forest full of mystery and primitive atmosphere in front of her with a little shock. But the opposite happened. As Hermione slowly flew over, the hands and feet in the bag suddenly began to wriggle. They suddenly jumped out of the bag like snakes and rushed towards the only prey in the air from all directions at various weird angles. After flying for more than a minute, a huge black shadow that was as big as half a giant tree suddenly blocked Hermione's way. It's intestines, and it could be human intestines. Don't you feel disgusted? Inside, Woodland Cabin. At the same time, it can be seen that the cloth bag is very worn out. Through the dim mist, you can also vaguely see the things in the cloth bag leaking out through the torn holes. But at the same time, she didn't dare to speed up at full speed, because based on her understanding of Shane, he couldn't fail to consider flying. But soon, Hermione came back to her senses, and then found a crooked wooden sign standing at the entrance of the cave. Obviously, this is telling the challenger how to go to the 3rd level of the maze. After a little observation, it seemed that there was no dangerous mechanism, so Hermione planned to go around it directly. Hermione hurriedly stopped and took a closer look, and found that it seemed to be a huge cloth bag with thick hemp rope wrapped around it. Hermione slowly flew forward to see clearly, but the next second, she was frightened by the extremely terrifying scene in front of her and quickly retreated. At the same time, the little wizard outside the field was also frightened by the things in front of Hermione. Thick tree roots grow wildly in the rocks, like giant pythons entwined with each other. Looking up, the huge tree canopy blocked the sky. Intestines. You. The little wizards who have experienced Silent Hill in person were not rippled, and the little faces of the others were all scared purple. What is that? It looks like human hands and feet, and the long straight thing looks like intestines. At the same time, between the towering trees, patches of gray-green grass float slowly along the ground with a faint mist, allowing people in it to clearly feel the strange grandeur of nature and their own insignificance. Of course, just in case, she stared at the pale rotten hands and feet on the bag, with countless flies circling around them, hoping that the thing in front of her was just a bluff. Disgusting. What a hammer! When you dare to go into the pumpkin head and experience it, you will know what real disgusting is. Seeing this, Hermione immediately used all her strength to activate the sky magic to escape, but before she could fully release the power of the magic circle, those tentacles had surrounded her. So, seeing that there was a high probability that she could not escape, Hermione immediately converted the power of the magic circle into an attack form. A hurricane broke out with her as the center, temporarily repelling all the tentacles. Then she took the opportunity to escape from the attack range of the tentacles through the gap created. At this time, she felt a little trance, as if she had accidentally broken into another world. It was hanging on the tree, and the bag seemed to be filled with many very heavy things. The wind blew gently, and the hanging rope immediately began to tear hard, and the whole cloth bag swayed as if it was about to fall at any time. In the first month of 2024, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be kind enough to vote for the poor child. Thank you all. A faint mist filled the air, making it impossible to see the mysterious things hidden in the distance. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. So, the blue magic circle was instantly unfolded, and Hermione took off into the air and began to fly forward at a moderate speed. 550, cut, isn't it just intestines? What's the big deal? So, time is running out, and Hermione, who got the hint, immediately set off. Hermione, who had never entered Silent Hill, was frightened by the horror and palpitation in front of her, and her heartbeat accelerated, and it took a while to calm down. In order to speed up, she even used the Sky Dragon Slayer magic to fly directly over. Go up and check, there is a paragraph written in red on the wooden sign, keep going forward, sit on the raft to cross the water, and you will face new challenges again. Running away from the corpse bag at the fastest speed, Hermione glanced behind her and found that the stretched arms and legs did not catch up, but were slowly shrinking back. So she stopped, turned around and frowned, watching the corpse bag looming in the mist, thinking and making some guesses. After a while, the blue magic circle was unfolded again, and a dull air explosion sounded, and Hermione suddenly rushed towards the corpse bag at a very fast speed. In the dark forest, the blue figure kept dodging the countless tentacles headed by rotten arms and legs in various postures in the air. And every time the blue figure wanted to break through, the tentacles would stop her from moving forward at various tricky angles. No matter how fast, they could always stop her at the front at a faster speed. So, after a struggle, Hermione retreated to the starting point, panting slightly, looking at the arms and legs that were slowly shrinking back with reluctance. Obviously, Shane had considered the possibility that the participating warriors might use flying to break through the level, so he adopted such an alternative method to achieve absolute no-fly zone, eliminating the idea of the warriors wanting to take shortcuts. So helplessly, Hermione, who understood this, could only return to the ground. Sure enough, walking on the grass, looking at the huge round black shadow above her head, those hands and feet did not come out to attack her. So she walked quickly over, and Hermione finally broke through the first small level of the second level maze. And after what happened just now, her idea of flying to break through the level was also shattered, and she finally chose to walk forward. Walking through the winding stone road, stepping on the gray grass. After walking for several minutes, the road under Hermione's feet suddenly broke, and was replaced by a gully in front of her, which was about 100 meters wide. Looking down the gully through the dim light, I saw that the bottom of the gully was covered with thick yellow and black fallen leaves, which made people feel that there was something hidden underneath. So out of intuition, Hermione picked up the magic war and fired, reducto, at the bottom of the gully. Suddenly, countless broken leaves exploded, but nothing happened. Hermione frowned when she saw this. She felt that this should not be so simple, so she fired several spells at the bottom of the gully in succession, and the leaves under the entire gully exploded into several large gaps, but still nothing happened. But the more this happened, the more Hermione felt that there was something fishy about this gully. So, she used the sky magic again to slowly rise into the air, staring at the gully below. Sure enough, before she flew out 20 meters away, Hermione suddenly felt a warning bell in her heart, and her instinctive reaction to danger made her subconsciously retreat quickly. And just as she retreated, a hideous creature carrying the fragrance of plants and trees suddenly passed by her nose. It was a huge blue-green plant with sharp teeth and a bloody mouth. It suddenly emerged from under the leaves at lightning speed, with the purpose of eating anyone who dared to jump over the ravine. And outside the field, the young wizards who were watching the game intently were all shocked by the sudden attack, as if they were almost eaten. F***K. I was scared to death. I thought it was another disgusting monster. Coward. What on earth was that just now? It was too fast and I couldn't see it clearly. It seems to be a biting cabbage. Biting cabbage? What is it? Biting cabbage is a kind of herb from the flower-growing family. It looks no different from ordinary cabbage, except for its big mouth that can bite people. Hermione, who was among the top students in Hogwarts, naturally recognized what the plant that attacked her just now was. She estimated that flying directly over would not work in most cases. This enlarged version of the biting cabbage was probably a form of no-fly tactics. No matter how high she flew, the bloody mouth would probably jump that high. However, since she knew that there were biting cabbages under the leaves, it would not be difficult to deal with them, because although this magical plant was very ferocious, it had a very large. On the other side, Cedric, like Hermione, also chose to fly at the beginning. But he was different from Hermione. When he encountered the corpse bag, he did not try to fly forward. He had already used self-transfiguration to transform into a flat-headed brother before he reached the gully. Hoo-hoo. In fact, Shane designed the corpse bag, an alternative method of prohibiting flying, entirely for fairness. Seeing the disgusting and terrifying appearance of the corpse bag, he almost subconsciously thought it was a trap. Biting cabbage. Fortunately, my herbology grades are still good. In the first month of 2024, please give a monthly ticket to the poor child if you have monthly ticket. Thank you. So, Hermione and Cedric, relying on their accumulated knowledge, both passed the small checkpoints of the corpse bag and the biting cabbage without any danger and continued to move forward. As a seeker in the Quidditch World Championship, Krumm's reaction ability must be far beyond that of ordinary people. But unfortunately, he did not have the reparo treatment method that Cedric had used before. He could only bandage the wound with his own clothes and then use the same method of throwing the wooden box to get through the biting cabbage. Blue. All the biting cabbages jumped out, and Cedric immediately took the opportunity to cross the gully. Cedric smiled and threw all the remaining wooden boxes into the gully. 013406524 follow 1913514191. Thinking of the characteristics of the biting cabbage, he immediately used the floating spell Wingardium Leviosa to flip the wooden boxes out of the fallen leaves and control them to throw them into the gully. After patting the leaves stuck on his head, Cedric stood up and looked around, and then found a pile of dilapidated and rotten wooden boxes buried under a pile of fallen leaves not far from him. But unlike Hermione and Cedric, among the four, Fleur and Sylvia were unfortunately trapped. They were bitten by the biting cabbage and directly consumed a life-saving spell to pass the level. As a wild animal, Gappa's ability to sense danger far exceeds that of humans, so he immediately sensed the danger under the gully, so he managed to escape the attack of the biting cabbage without any danger. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote, please give flowers, thank you for your support. Therefore, as the designer of the competition, Shane did not want to limit the power of the magic circle of his two guild members, but wanted to maintain a certain fairness in the competition, so he set up the corpse bag, a method of prohibiting flying. Meanwhile, the warrior of Wagadu, Gappa. The corpse bag mechanism is actually equivalent to nothing for the other four participating warriors who are not good at flying. At this time, Cedric was patting his chest with a face full of fear. He was almost bitten by the biting cabbage just now. If he had not been consciously on guard, he would definitely have lost a life-saving spell just now. So, after encountering the corpse bag, Cedric resolutely returned to the ground and carefully came to the huge gully where the biting cabbage was hidden. However, the Wagada Magic School, which was built on the arid grassland, seemed to lack teaching in herbal medicine. Even though Cedric's skyscraper does not have any physical attack methods, after Shane's training, he is also proficient in the use of spells. However, at the same time, the situation of the other 4 participating warriors is not optimistic. That's right, the biggest characteristic of the biting cabbage is that once it bites something, it will never let go, and at the same time, it will not attack again unless it has chewed the things in its mouth. So, Joppa became the only one among the 6 people who was stuck. On the other hand, the other 2 boys. However, as an excellent student of Durmstrang, he could certainly endure this kind of pain, not to mention that he had suffered much more serious injuries than this when he was training Quidditch before. The biting cabbage suddenly drilled out from the bottom of the gully and bit the wooden box tightly, and then began to make a creepy chewing sound. So in this situation, Crumb, Fleur, Gappa, and Sylvia, the 4 of them almost simultaneously arrived at the gully where the biting cabbage was hidden. And they all realized that there might be a mechanism under the rotten leaves. So when the biting cabbage jumped out, he successfully avoided the attack of the biting cabbage with his amazing reaction ability and body coordination ability, even though he was already alert. But at the same time, his chest was accidentally scratched by the teeth of the biting cabbage. Although it was a superficial wound, the long wound still made him gasp in pain. Gappa didn't know that the huge plant in front of him was a biting cabbage, he didn't even know the characteristics of this plant, so now he was trying to bite the cabbage in a very reckless way. He turned into a flat-headed brother and twisted his flexible body at the bottom of the gully at a high speed, thinking of forcing his way through. Hermione and Cedric are the 2 vice presidents of Fairy Tale and the first 2 people in the guild to learn magic circles. In fact, it is a bit bullying for them to participate in a top 5 competition with their strength. Gappa was still fighting with the giant biting cabbage. Meanwhile, the other 5 warriors had already arrived at the next small level of the woodland cabin. On the big screen in the middle of the court, a huge forest cabin appeared in front of everyone. The cabin stood in the middle of the dense forest, and like the surrounding giant trees, it had a volume that looked very out of proportion. The periphery of the cabin was very open, with many wooden boxes with iron fences for unknown purposes, and some sundries were placed at the door of the house, such as knives and basins. There were some bloodstains around, and something must have died here and been cleaned. At the same time, the cabin looked very shabby, and the wooden boards on the outer wall were a little sparsely covered with mold spots. Crumb came to the cabin, hid behind a wooden box as tall as himself, and observed carefully. Because he was bitten on the chest by the biting cabbage, he was a little pale at this time because of a little blood loss. Through the only window, a huge figure could be seen looming in the house. The shadow reflected on the wall was seen holding up the kitchen knife in his hand and swinging it down fiercely. With a dull sound of metal and wood colliding violently, many black and red shadows appeared on the wall. What is that? A chef? Crumb couldn't help but mutter to himself, but he denied his guess soon. Because he looked at the wooden box with an iron lock in front of him where he was hiding, and the bear skin hanging on the wall not far away, he guessed that there was a high probability that there was a hunter in the house, and the prey might be himself. So, in order to avoid alarming the hunter in the house, Crumb planned to go around the house 343. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly saw that the 2 sides of the woodland cabin were full of biting cabbage, and the dense forests extended endlessly to both sides. Obviously, just like what he encountered just now, these ferocious magical plants were sleeping, and once something approached it, it would definitely open its bloody mouth. Damn it! Crumb was a little annoyed, because it was clear that he had to go through the middle of the house. But he had no choice. After his anger, he could only choose the only way. Carefully approaching the hut step by step, Crumb quietly came to the stairs outside the hut, stretched out his hand and pressed the wooden steps that were as high as his shoulders. He dared to climb up to make sure that he would not make a loud noise. Then, he came to the door of the hut along the wall. The handle above his head was 3 or 4 meters high, and it was impossible for a person to reach it alone. So, Crumb carefully observed the light from the window, and did not find any shadows moving. Then he looked inside through the narrow gap between the wooden boards on the outer wall, and did not see anything. So, he raised the magic wand in his hand and aimed it at the door handle above his head, whispering, "Alohomra." Click. With a crisp unlocking sound, the door slowly opened and a gap was revealed. Seeing that the door was successfully opened, Crumb carefully observed the house through the crack of the door. It seemed to be a huge kitchen. Then he turned his head and saw a bloody deer head on the stove next to the window not far away. There was a kitchen knife like an axe stuck on the deer head. In addition, there was a large square wooden table in the middle of the kitchen. There was a candlestick in the middle of it. There was only one white candle lit on it. It seemed to be the only light source in the house. In addition to the candlestick, there were some very fresh-looking food on the table, but for some reason, flies were flying around it, making a buzzing sound. Crumb carefully observed the surroundings and did not see the owner of the shadow by the window just now, so he immediately walked into the house and rushed to the wooden table that could only provide a hiding place. But at this moment, a heavy footstep suddenly came from the house, and the owner of the house returned. Crumb was startled by the sound, and immediately jumped up and slid to hide under the shadow of a dining chair. Meanwhile, outside the venue. After giving himself a silent spell, buff, Crumb rushed to another door in the corridor at the fastest speed in his life. Squeak. But the two people in front of him, one big and one small, were actually broken and weird puppets. The father was missing a hand, and his neck was as thin as a chopstick. The mother had no facial features, and her face was made of two thick pieces of skin pulled together and sewn with thick thread. The son had all his limbs and facial features, but one of his eyes was bleeding from his eye socket. Without the time to care about the disgusting stench on her body, Furong rolled down the mud and ran away without looking back. Looking at both sides, there was only a window nailed shut by wooden boards on the other side of the corridor, and there was a room on the other side, and a little light also came out of it. With a leap, she fell on the mud mixed with rotten meat outside the door. At this time, Crumb, who was hiding under the chair, was also feeling his heartbeat, which had jumped to his throat. The crazy secretion of adrenaline even made him feel painless. F***K. Are you M? Normally, this should be a very warm scene. Then he looked into the room and saw an extremely terrifying scene. But things went against her wishes. The hinged door finally made an extremely abrupt groaning sound because of its own heaviness. To be honest, if there is a chance, I would also like to try this challenge. Soundless stirless. Looking at the bloodstains on the floor not far from him, Crumb realized that his back was already covered with cold sweat. The little wizards are calming down. Looking into the house, there was no light, but it was vaguely seen that there was a horizontal corridor outside the kitchen. It's so scary, I didn't dare to speak just now, for fear of any accidents. She came to another door in the room. There was no handle on it, only a hinged door under the door. But in fact, Shane's setting for these three puppets is that their eyes will follow moving objects. They are purely used to scare people and test the courage of challengers. If you hesitate, you will only waste time. Just when Crumb was thinking about how to pass through the puppet restaurant, on the other side. Fleur, the warrior of bows batons, has also reached the same position as Crumb. Fleur has a quarter of Vila blood, so in order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, she has learned how to hide herself since she was a child. Therefore, she can skillfully use the disillusionment charm, and easily avoid the hunters prying and pass through the kitchen and puppet living room. Now, she has just left the puppet living room and has come to the largest room in the woodland cabin through a corridor again. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood, which makes people sick. In the dim room, there are many ropes and hooks hanging on the ceiling, and countless unknown animals' furs are hanging on it, and countless mosquitoes and flies are enjoying the food. This is a slaughterhouse. At this moment, the hunter was standing in front of the slaughter table. The sound of flesh being torn apart instantly made people's hair stand on end. But Furong didn't realize that her shadow was following her as she walked past the light shining on the floor. Oh no! Furong subconsciously turned her head when she heard the sound and found that the hunter was already looking at her with a machete in his hand. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of him, Crumb couldn't help but swallow nervously. After going all the way from the first level of the maze, he was a little PTSD, and subconsciously thought that these three puppets were some kind of terrifying mechanism. Confirming again that the hunter had left, Crumb immediately rushed to the bottom of the cabinet next to the kitchen door at the fastest speed. She quickly pushed open the hinged door and ran out. The young wizards watched this scene, and their hearts, which had just been relieved, immediately tightened again. Everyone held their breath and looked at the big feet that were already close to Crumb, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, the hunter did not seem to notice Crumb. He walked to the place where the bloody deer head was placed with heavy steps, and then heard the sound of several bones and muscles being torn, and then he slowly returned to the house. So she carefully used magic to open the hinged door, trying not to make too much noise to alarm the owner of the house. In the first month of 2024, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. Thank you all. Furong suppressed her nausea and quietly walked behind the hunter. The unknown light shone through the window above the slaughter table, giving people a strong sense of oppression that made them feel suffocated. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Crumb was almost discovered by the giant just now. This is really a ghost, we are not the ones participating in the competition, why do we feel so nervous? In the room, under a dim chandelier, a family of 3 was sitting around a table eating. Bong! The sound of the door slamming against the outer wall of the hut. The young wizards who were watching the game outside finally saw the hunter's true appearance at this time. He was nearly 7 or 8 meters tall, wearing a blood-stained military green coat, a hood with only one eye on his head, and a hat on his head. At this time, the hunter walked out of the door, holding a double-barreled shotgun in one hand and a chandelier in the other hand. The yellow light on it gently swept over, and the figure of Furong with the disillusionment charm attached to her body immediately appeared. Bang! Ah! Hearing the loud gunshot, many people watching the game outside the field couldn't help but startled, especially the girls. Many of them screamed in fear, but at the same time, this also benefited the boys next to them. The hunter's first shot did not hit Furong. Just now, she happened to run behind a wooden box, and the wooden box helped her block this attack, and this also made Furong realize how to avoid the hunter's attack behind her. Fleur Delacour, this name means flower of the court and hothouse flower, but in fact, Fleur has lived in a proud family since she was a child. Fleur had been exposed to shotguns when she was a child, so she knew that it was impossible to block the bullets of a double-barreled shotgun with the wooden box just now, and it was at such a close distance. So, the existence of these wooden boxes is to provide challengers with an opportunity. Thinking of this, Fleur listened to the sound of bullets being loaded behind her, and rushed behind another wooden box at the right time. Bang! Another gunshot sounded, wood chips flew, but at the same time, it also successfully helped Fleur block an attack. So, using the same method, Fleur, after dodging several bullets from behind, a long wooden bridge suddenly appeared in front of her. Looking at the length of the wooden bridge in front of her and the empty space above the wooden bridge, Furong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. With the length of the wooden bridge and her running speed, she simply didn't have enough time to run to the other side of the bridge. So there was no choice. Furong looked under the wooden bridge, and without any hesitation, she resolutely jumped into the stinking river. And just in the next second, when the sticky river water just rippled, the light of the chandelier in the hunter's hand swept over. Just a second later, the hunter almost found Furong, who jumped into the water. There were a lot of garbage and leaves floating on the stinking river surface, and then there were some rotten and exposed small fish. Furong dived underwater and slowly swam to the wooden bridge. Under the bridge, she surfaced cautiously, not daring to breathe deeply. Not because she was afraid of alarming the hunter above her head, but because she was afraid that she would vomit directly. Furong now regretted very much why she did not learn the bubble-head charm before coming to participate in the top 5 tournament. This spell not only allows her to dive into the water for a long time, but also cannot block the stench of Wen Luyao in her nasal cavity. The hunter looked around on the bridge and on the river, but did not find the prey he was tracking, while Furong hid under the bridge and slowly swam to the other side of the stream. Hiding under the bridge, through the gaps between the wooden boards, she could see that the hunter had been lingering on the river bank after crossing the bridge and refused to leave, which made Furong suddenly feel troubled. She could see a few not far from the shore. A wooden box, and even a small wooden house in the farthest place. But the bad thing now is that she is already soaked, and the sticky water sticking to her body will obviously affect her running speed. So now it is difficult for Furong to judge whether she can run to the farthest small wooden house at her own speed. And just when Furong was struggling, another lady unexpectedly passed the level smoothly. The warrior of Ilvermorny, Sylvia Dora Stewart, is a snake animagus. So, although she accidentally fell down at the biting cabbage and paid the price of a life-saving spell. But this does not affect her being the most advantageous one among the 6 warriors in the second level, woodland cabin, maze. Sylvia's animagus is a white milk snake, which is a native snake of eagle sauce and is the breeding object of many pet eagles that like to breed snakes. That's right, the hunter is not invincible. In fact, he can also be attacked. Thinking of the hint on the wooden sign at the beginning, she stood directly on the raft, and then the raft moved slowly. Sylvia is actually an animagus. I really didn't expect it. Just a reminder, Sylvia is not the first, in fact she is the second, 0134065244 follow 19136121. He was actually similar to Fleur. When he was about to escape from the woodland cabin without any danger, he naturally alarmed the hunter. So, she pushed open the outermost iron gate of the school, walked through the playground, and entered the teaching building through the broken gate. Even he had not thought of this way of walking on the roof. When he designed the woodland cabin, he really did not expect to walk on the roof. If he had known, he would have laid some biting cabbage on the roof. But before that, because the hunter was too oppressive, and the first level maze and the biting cabbage left an indelible impression on Gappa, Crumb, Fleur and others, they all suffered from PTSD, and they subconsciously thought that the hunter was invincible. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. The dilapidated school in front of her was similar to the elementary school building she had seen before, except that it was a bit too big. There was a small playground outside the building with some sports equipment on it, and there was a big clock on the roof of the building, but the hour and minute hands of the clock in front of her were drooping. So, she did not alarm the hunters in the house from beginning to end. She ran directly to the raft that could lead to the third level of the maze and became the first person to pass the second level of the maze. Hermione's approach immediately stunned Shane, who was watching the game outside the field. Sylvia, who had turned back into a human form, was standing on a beach with a small raft in front of her. However, facing the tall and oppressive figure, Cedric subconsciously used the skyscraper to cast a super strong sleeping spell, and the hunter fell asleep directly. Time went back to more than 10 minutes ago. Please give me flowers, 0. So, Cedric, who accidentally knocked down the hunter, became the third person to pass the woodland cabin. After Hermione and Cedric passed the biting cabbage, they also faced the challenge of being hunted by hunters like other warriors. On the other hand, Cedric did not. Hermione came up with such a fantastic method. Sylvia relied on her animagus and never disturbed the hunter from beginning to end, so she crawled leisurely from behind the hunter and came directly to the entrance of the third maze. There's nothing we can do. Ogadu doesn't teach herbology much, so we can only let the honor of passing the level first go to someone else. Nice. Nice. Long live Sylvia. Long live. Ha. I didn't expect Sylvia to pass the second level maze so easily. Now the others must be dumbfounded. Seeing that the warriors from their school had passed the second level maze so easily, the little wizards of Ilvermorny began to cheer with joy. At this time, Sylvia was standing in front of a 3-story building. What? Gappa, Crumb, and Fleur were still fighting in the woodland cabin, while Hermione, Cedric, and Sylvia, after resting in the transit lounge, immediately set out to the third-level maze, school. And more than 2 hours have passed since the game started. This warrior from Ugadu can also turn into a badger. It's a pity that he is stuck at the biting cabbage, otherwise he should have passed the level now. In the first month of 2024, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be kind enough to vote for the poor child. Thank you all. Because after experiencing the first level of the maze and the destruction of those human-headed centipedes, she felt that her spirit was extremely strong. This building exuded a gloomy and cold atmosphere that could be seen with the naked eye. In the eyes of filmmakers, this might be a place to collect materials for ghost movies, and coupled with the crows on the roof that kept screaming, "Ah ah," it had to be said that it was very creepy. However, when Hermione first saw the woodland cabin, she threw some boxes to test whether the biting cabbage on both sides of the house would jump up and bite people. After thinking for a while, she suddenly decided to take another way and walk on the roof. However, this did not have any effect on Sylvia. There is actually a small wooden house at the end of woodland cabin, a shotgun, that is for the challenger to deal with the hunter. Unlike the eerie and strange appearance outside, the teaching building seemed very normal. Except for some chaos and dilapidation, the lights here were basically on, giving people a very unrealistic sense of security. Walking into the teaching building and looking around, the first thing that caught my eye was a hall of medium size, with 2 long corridors on both sides of the hall. There were no stairs to go upstairs within the reach of the naked eye, and the corridors on both sides were blocked by countless broken tables and chairs stacked layer by layer. Is the corridor blocked? Sylvia frowned when she saw this, which obviously did not want people to walk through the corridor. But the next second, she thought again, since I am not allowed to go, then I will go. An inexplicable depression suddenly surged into her heart. Sylvia sniffed in anger, then ran to the tables and chairs, transformed into a Animagus again and slowly passed through the gap between the tables and chairs. After a while, Sylvia successfully came to the other side of the obstacle. However, unlike what she imagined, there was nothing at the end of the corridor except a lonely window, and there was not even a staircase leading up or down. So she was unwilling to give up and chose to turn to another, 483, corridor, but it was still a dead end. So Sylvia had no choice but to return to the hall at the entrance again and start looking for another way to leave. And not long after, she soon discovered the strangeness here. On the walls of the hall on the first floor of the teaching building, there were many extremely weird portraits hanging on them. The people in the portraits were either ugly like rats, or had a stiff smile, or their faces were torn to reveal the cotton inside. Sylvia looked at these portraits and felt very uncomfortable. At the same time, she naturally noticed the portrait hanging in the center of the hall and with the largest area. It was a woman with a big mouth, and the corners of her mouth were grinned to the bottom of her ears in an extremely weird and twisted arc, revealing 2 rows of neat and bright white teeth. The withered gray-white curly hair and the hollow black eyes, as if the eyeballs were artificially dug out, made people feel cold. Sylvia smoothed the goose bumps on her arms and stared at the eyes of the woman in the portrait. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something. She took out her wand and walked forward slowly. Her fingers gently wanted to touch the hollow eyes, but she found that there was no touch on her fingertips. Empty. Sylvia watched her fingers completely sink into the darkness in her eyes, and immediately realized that there might be a mechanism behind the portrait. So, she immediately reached out and took down the whole portrait, and then a dark hole only half a person's height appeared in front of her. Lumos. She lit the wand and shone it into the hole. The back of the portrait seemed to be a very narrow space. Then she picked up a book from the floor next to her and threw it in, but it did not trigger any mechanism. So, Sylvia dared to climb in with confidence. After patting the spider web stuck on her head, Sylvia took the magic wand and looked around, and found that she was in 10 rooms surrounded by long wooden boards on all 4 sides. There was a shabby chair in the room, which looked like a student chair used in school, but it was tied with a wire, which made people wonder whether a student here had suffered unspeakable abuse. The faint light on the magic wand gently passed through the air, and suddenly a conspicuous dark red color came into view. Sylvia immediately walked forward and took a look, and found a paragraph of words written in red on a wooden wall in the room. Challenger, looking for a way to leave the school. The entrance, there will be your only way out. Obviously, this is actually the same as the words on the wooden sign of Woodland Cabin, and it is also a hint. The challenger must find the exit to leave the school before he can enter the third-level maze. So, according to the previous experience of breaking through the level, Sylvia determined that the room she was in should be the starting point of the second-level maze challenge. In this case, where should she go next? Sylvia checked the surroundings again and did not find any hidden mechanisms, and the wooden board sealed the four sides of the room tightly, and there was no door or window to leave. So, she immediately cast her eyes to her feet. Sylvia stomped her feet lightly. Sure enough, a hollow and dull thump sound came from under her feet. There was nothing underneath the wooden floor. So, she picked up her wand and fired, reducto, at the wooden board under her feet. Secretly poking half of her head around the corner, she could see a huge figure just disappearing at the door of a classroom, and as it closed the door of the classroom, the only light in the corridor also disappeared. So, she threw the student chair tied with wire down, and after confirming that there was no mechanism, Sylvia jumped down. Incendio. Seeing this, Sylvia immediately climbed out of the vent carefully, not missing the owner of the shadow. Sylvia crawled to the end of the pipe in less than 2 minutes. However, just when Sylvia's confidence was gradually overflowing, a figure suddenly flashed by in the dim light not far away, and Sylvia was scared and stopped immediately. Fortunately, the pipe was not too long. Besides that giant, there are other things here. Sylvia suddenly felt uneasy and did not dare to move forward. After a while, she found that she did not seem to alarm the black shadow. Sylvia changed back to human form again and cast a soundless stirless on herself, and then slowly came to the corner of the corridor along the wall. She changed back to human form again and slowly stuck her head out of the pipe. She thought that in this teaching building, there was only one giant like the butcher in the second-level maze. As long as she avoided this giant, she could rely on the advantage of animagus to win steadily. However, unlike when she came in, the environment of the corridor in front of her was very dim, and there was no so-called electric lighting at all. She could also see a faint light at the corner at the end of the corridor, where a huge shadow was reflected on the wall, and it was constantly swinging with a series of strange sounds. So, the little white milk snake started to act again. So, Sylvia walked forward and forcefully pulled open the rusty shutter at the entrance of the ventilation duct, then transformed into animagus again and drilled into the dirty pipe that was only half a person's height. The white twisted body groped forward little by little, without encountering any traps along the way, until it reached the end of the corridor. 10 shutters suddenly blocked the way forward. 01340652 Felu 1913611361. She directly avoided the corridor where the huge figure just appeared, and relied on her sixth sense to choose the corridor in front, continue to go deep into the teaching building 3. Climb the pass. With a bang, sawdust flew up in an instant, and then a dark hole was revealed. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. Although this will be slower, it is safer anyway. In the first month of 2024, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be kind enough to vote for the poor child. Thank you all. But unexpectedly, something other than the giant suddenly appeared, which disrupted Sylvia's idea. In order to facilitate movement and speed up, Sylvia transformed into animagus again. When she got to the bottom of the hole, she released incendio into the darkness again, and found a dark and narrow corridor in front. Sylvia found that she had come to the interior of the teaching building, and the exit of the pipe was a wide corridor. The little white milk snake crawled in it, and every step forward would raise a burst of dust. At the same time, its soft and cold body would occasionally bump into some granular unknown objects. She jumped to the ground, and then ran non-stop to a place not far away where she could hide temporarily, and turned into an animagus again. Seeing the unknown huge figure disappear, Sylvia's hanging heart finally let go a little. So now, after thinking about it, she decided to use the same method and rely on her animagus's extremely high concealment to find a way out of the school. With the light of the fire, she found that it was not deep below. It was just an ordinary space. There was nothing special except some gravel and sawdust around. She could just jump down. After changing back to human form and checking the surroundings were sealed tightly with cement. It was obvious that the next step was to drill the pipe. She began to check the surrounding environment again. At this time, she was at a crossroads, and there were roads leading to unknown places on all sides. The narrow and dim pipe was very dry and filled with a strange smell. Because before in the woodland cabin, Sylvia relied on her advantage of being an animagus and did not alarm the tall butcher, and directly broke into the third-level maze. The road was almost unobstructed, and even those prank traps like the big pendulum that would suddenly fall from the ceiling did not have any effect on the small white milk snake except for some fright. Sylvia summoned the flame again and looked inside the hole. So now, Sylvia had two choices. One was to ignore the figure that just ran over and continue to look for the exit to leave the school, but this would result in a lack of information. The other was to follow him directly and take the risk to get some information to avoid accidentally overturning on the road behind, and then easily consuming a life-saving spell. So after thinking about it, Sylvia finally decided to follow him and take a look. Because the size of the figure she saw just now seemed to be not much different from her own, she felt that even if there might be some danger, she should be able to deal with it with her own ability. Unlike the giants she met in the woodland cabin, and at the door of the classroom just now, they looked a little desperate. So thinking like this, Sylvia began to twist her body and crawl in the direction where the figure just disappeared. At the same time, the audience outside the venue saw Sylvia's move and expressed confusion. Why did Sylvia follow? What if it was a trap? Yes. With her animagus advantage, she could just pass through the second maze directly. Why did she have to do this? Maybe she was just curious. How is it possible? This is still a competition. She has already passed 2 mazes, how could she be so naive and make such a mistake? 24. The little wizards were confused about Sylvia's move, but Shane nodded to praise her. Because if Sylvia didn't choose to follow this time, she would probably waste a life-saving spell when she faced those little guys later. Although those little guys are fragile, they are very numerous. The perspective changes, inside the school. Sylvia followed the figure that flashed by, and soon came to a brighter corridor. The chandelier on the ceiling was black and bright in a very regular pattern, and the whole corridor also formed many light circles of light and dark. The corridor in front of me was very empty, and the old wooden floor was full of paper scraps. I could vaguely see some numbers and traces of colored pens on it, which should be torn test papers. At the same time, there were many iron cabinets on both sides of the corridor, which should be used by students to store things. Any kind of things could appear in them. Sylvia didn't see the owner of the figure just now, so she stuck to the wall and tried her best to hide in the shadows and crawl around looking for it. And suddenly, when the little white milk snake slowly crawled to a storage iron cabinet, a broken hand suddenly stretched out quietly from the torn gap on the cabinet, grabbed the little white milk snake's tail and threw it out. Sylvia only felt a huge force suddenly pulling herself back, and then her vision began to spin, and finally fell on the wooden floor with a bang. He immediately changed back to human form, but before Sylvia could react, a locker beside her suddenly fell down and hit her. Bang! Sylvia was caught off guard and was hit hard on the back. She screamed in pain and fell to the ground. At this moment, the people watching the game outside the field also saw what attacked Sylvia. Surrounding Sylvia were several puppets that looked like broken porcelain dolls. Some of them were missing hands and feet, some had only half of their heads showing an empty space inside, and some had all limbs and heads, but a large part of their torso was missing. These guys were students in the school, but Shane preferred to call them bullies. School, inside. The locker is made of iron and weighs more than 100 kilograms. It is not only a girl like Sylvia, but even Crumb, the strongest of the 6 warriors, may not get out of bed under the weight. So, enduring the pain in her back, Sylvia transformed back into Animagus again. As the iron locker hit the floor heavily, the little white milk snake temporarily hid in the locker. But at this time, the bullies outside began to raise their weapons, hammers, heavy books, broomsticks, shovels and the like, and began to hit the lockers continuously. Bang! 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 A heavy blow hit the steel, making a loud noise, and everyone outside the field felt distressed when watching this scene. But not long after, suddenly, a flash of white light flashed in the locker, and then the locker weighing hundreds of pounds suddenly flipped open like a bullet and hit the 2 bullies hard. The locker slid far away in the corridor, and there were many scattered ceramic fragments underneath it. Sylvia roared, and the last bully was instantly shattered into slag. And in the school, there should be a large number of students, so she may encounter those ceramic dolls later. While being able to wave the wand, the speed of passing the level can be much faster, and even if she may encounter the teacher later, she believes that she can transform in time to avoid it. Renervate. But the reality is that Sylvia's situation is not as good or handsome as people imagine. Although she successfully got rid of those bullies, the blow on her back just now was solid. Unlike Sylvia, Hermione, who possesses the magic power of the Sky Dragon Slayer, can use the power of the air to make herself invisible and avoid the teacher, and can also directly push away the bullies who pounce on her. When she turned into a little white milk snake, the range she could observe was relatively small due to her body size, and she could only see the outline of the object. At the same time, those ceramic dolls were still dead objects, and the perception ability of the snake's letter was even more useless. At the same time, the little wizards who were watching Sylvia silently outside the field cheered when they saw the people on the screen knock down the ceramic dolls so cleanly and handsomely. Since it was a school, there must be students and teachers, and the ceramic dolls that attacked her just now should be students, and the huge black shadow that disappeared at the door of the classroom should be the teacher. Sylvia opened the locker and jumped up. After kicking a bully next to her, she waved her wand and cast 2 spells. The 2 bullies were instantly turned into fragments. So, instead of turning into an Animagus, it is better to keep moving forward in human form. That is, the place where she was a school. Yeah. I was really scared just now. I thought Sylvia was seriously injured. The teacher was writing and drawing on the blackboard, and his whole body was bent at a 90-degree angle. The pale chalk rubbed against the blackboard and made a dong-dong sound that was unusually abrupt, making the atmosphere of the whole classroom even more dead. At the same time, another. The door of the classroom was open, and under the dim light, 6 disabled students were listening to the teacher's class. So thinking of this, Sylvia thought again and again, and finally decided not to use Animagus for the time being. Hermione hid at the door of the classroom and secretly observed, and suddenly, the teacher's 90-degree waist suddenly straightened up, and then only the upper body twisted 180 degrees, and the cold and twisted eyes were immediately displayed in front of everyone. Reducto. Combining the characteristics of the school and the experience of the previous level, Sylvia estimated that there should be only 1 teacher in this school, and it is likely that it is the largest portrait of a woman with her eyes dug out in the lobby on the 1st floor. She frowned and pointed the wand at herself. Although this spell could not heal the injury on her back, it could at least relieve the pain. Just now, she came to a classroom after knocking down several bullies. Great! Sylvia is fine. She's fine. The severe pain from her back made Sylvia's lips a little pale, and her forehead was sweating coldly at this time. Her back must be bruised without her back. In the first month of 2024, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be kind enough to vote for the poor child. Thank you all. Although she was injured, she knew at least one thing through the battle just now. The little wizards were cheering for the beautiful warrior, and many girls were even crazy about Sylvia. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. It's so cool that they got rid of those ceramic dolls in a short time. But the bad thing is that Hermione's journey here was too smooth, which made her careless. Hermione, who broke into the school first, was now caught in a difficult hide-and-seek game. Because although her animagus is highly concealed, the eyesight of snakes is not good. As the pain in her back gradually weakened, Sylvia's ugly face finally looked better. So, after a short rest, Sylvia continued her own level. School, inside. Hermione, who had rested in the wooden box for a few minutes, finally calmed down and decided to continue. She pushed the wooden box open and climbed out, and looked around, and then found that she was actually in a library. The size of the entire library could not be seen clearly, perhaps it was twice or 3 times larger than the classroom where the monster teacher was. There were several chandeliers above the head emitting dim light, so people could barely see the environment here. However, unlike the places they had passed before, although the environment here was also very gloomy and weird, the books and bookshelves here were arranged in a very regular and neat manner. There were not too many scattered books on the ground. In the library, the 10-layer bookshelf, which was more than twice the height of the monster teacher, was filled with books in all directions, and most of them were arranged very neatly. In addition, there are several book towers built with books in the open space between the bookshelves. Except for a few hemp ropes outside, there is no support. They are just a few book towers built like building blocks. Hermione observed that there seemed to be no ceramic student dolls that she had encountered before. This may be the reason why students don't like to come here to study. Because the bookshelves blocked most of her sight, Hermione decided to use sky magic to go to the high place of the library to find a way out. But she never thought that when she was halfway up, the power of the wind around her began to do good things with bad intentions again. I saw that 2 thick books stacked together and hanging on the edge of a bookshelf lost their balance in an instant after being gently blown by the wind, and fell hard on the wooden floor. The dull and extremely abrupt sound echoed in the dead silent library of 047. Hermione's heart tightened immediately after hearing the sound. The next second, a familiar big head dragged a long neck and knocked open several books and drilled out from the middle of a bookshelf. Oh no! Hermione saw this and immediately ran away at full speed. However, because the library was not like a ventilation duct, there was enough space here, so she quickly used several bookshelves as cover and found a place to hide. Huff, ha, ha. Hermione hid in the corner of a tall bookshelf and panted nervously. She didn't expect that she had just gotten rid of the monster teacher, and the other party caught up with her in the blink of an eye. She slowly stuck her head out of the bookshelf and observed for a while, and found that the teacher did not catch up, but at this time, the dong-dong sound of high heels walking in the entire library, it was obvious that the monster teacher was now wandering in the library. Seeing this, Hermione knew that she might not be able to continue to use the flying method to pass the level next, at least not in this library. Although the library is much more spacious than the ventilation duct, there are also many obstacles of all sizes here. Now she couldn't fully control the power of the wind, and the bumps and collisions would inevitably make noises. So, after thinking for a while, Hermione decided to fly to the top of the bookshelf first, and then use her legs to walk out of the library. But as soon as she took action, Hermione was dumbfounded, because she found that the bookshelves in the library in front of her were completely different in height and crisscrossed, which meant that she couldn't walk all the way to the end by the bookshelves. Helplessly, Hermione could only take one step at a time and started playing hide-and-seek with the monster teacher. At the same time, on the other side. After entering the school, Cedric chose a completely different route from Hermione. The route he chose was the same as Sylvia's. He did not walk through the upper floor of the school, but walked into the school's basement kitchen. The school's basement kitchen was very messy, with tableware scattered all over the floor and thick black grease on the walls of the stove. At the same time, the dining carts filled with dishes were neatly arranged. They were deliberately placed in the middle of the kitchen and formed barriers like bunkers in war. From time to time, bullies would jump out from the dark corners and want to attack you. At this time, Cedric was hiding under a dining cart. He just easily dealt with several fragile bullies hiding in the kitchen, and then came to the cafeteria next to the kitchen. Before this, Cedric always thought that these little guys who could be kicked to pieces without magic posed no threat to him, but the scene in front of him made him feel regretful and ridiculous for his idea. I saw that the bullies who had appeared sporadically along the way suddenly appeared collectively and occupied the entire cafeteria. In the first month of 2024, book friends who have monthly tickets, please show some mercy, send a ticket to the poor child, thank you everyone. But after thinking it over again and again, Cedric decided to choose the second method, release the backfire. 01340652 Felu 1913711191. The power of skyscraper can only act on living things and has no physical attack means, but if he wants to pass through the cafeteria, the power of the spell he has mastered is definitely not enough. Then, as soon as the words fell, countless fierce flames gushed out from the magic war in Cedric's hand, and quickly formed a momentum to pounce on the bullies. After trying several times without success, Cedric could only attach, finite incantatem, to himself for protection, and then he rushed into the sea of fire at the fastest speed. Cedric. Not only was the cafeteria on fire, but there was also a long corridor outside the cafeteria, which caused him to lose the power of finite incantatem when he flew to the middle, so he was directly exposed to the fierce fire and paid the price of life twice before he got through. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. Because he really couldn't think of any good way to help him pass the cafeteria. Cedric raised the magic in his hand. He pointed his staff at the bullies in the cafeteria and whispered, "Fiendfire summons fiendfire." So facing such a large number of ceramic students, Cedric was immediately in trouble. There were at least hundreds of ceramic students in the cafeteria in front of him. But his life-saving talisman is still full, so he thought that even if he couldn't take back the fierce fire, he should still be able to save himself by consuming a talisman opportunity in the end. Cedric touched his head helplessly, and at the same time he felt that his hair seemed to be thinner. Some of them were dancing, some were fighting each other, some were vandalizing, some were throwing food around, and some even climbed up the chandelier on the top to swing. They were definitely a group of naughty kids, who couldn't be more naughty. President, it's reasonable that students like to come to the cafeteria, but aren't there too many of them? Cedric complained with his forehead in his hand. But unfortunately, the fiendfire can infinitely grow itself by devouring objects. Most of the tables, chairs and floors in this cafeteria are flammable wooden tables, chairs and floors, so this caused the fiendfire to expand to a point that Cedric could not handle in a short period of time. I lost even more. But should he just rush through? Looking at the remaining hair sticking to his hand and emitting the smell of burnt protein, the helplessness and bitterness on his face deepened. But that huge figure is definitely not easy to deal with, Sebj. No matter what, these ceramic students are much easier to deal with than that one. Cedric knelt on the floor and coughed violently a few times, and then vomited a lot of blood. He breathed in fresh air and caught his breath after a while. Just when people were worried about whether Cedric would be eliminated, suddenly, a figure suddenly flew out from the edge of the sea of fire. It's not that there is no way. He could release the backfire to burn these naughty kids in front of him to ashes, but the bad thing is that he doesn't master finite incantatem very well. What if this fierce fire can't be taken back after it is released and it backfires on him? He was covered in dust and half of his hair had been burned off. Cough, cough, cough. At the same time, looking at Cedric with his head drooping on the screen, Shane also showed a helpless look. Cedric saw the fiendfire that was spreading rapidly around him, and immediately tried to use the power of finite incantatem. So, he did it. Outside the stadium, seeing his son actually rushing directly into the fierce fire, Amos Diggory couldn't help but jump up from his chair and nervously called out his son's name. Should he go back the same way? Soon, in less than 10 seconds, the fiendfire had burned the entire cafeteria thoroughly, and at the same time, the naughty children turned into white ash one by one. Sad face 0*, alas, I lost this time. Looking at the red fire behind him, he didn't expect that he had miscalculated this time. The way he flew here was much longer than he thought. After a long while, the screen above the stadium was still a fiery red.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.